Okay, sounds good. In that case, I'm gonna run downstairs.
Yeah.
And get myself a drink and probably a snack.
Sounds good, man. I'll see you in a
Be
bit.
right back. Huh? Oh, be careful. So that's the exit here, right? So that's the exit. Oh, and even though I'm commentating, he's only using my audio. There's no video. Just walk back and forth through, okay? Starting in less than 20 minutes, I have to run downstairs, grab a drink, and run back up. I'll be. Oh, do you know where my twine is? My twine? So I can type the detective for which mom? TWINE twine. Rope thing that I was gonna hopefully use to type the detective. I'm also dragging down the.
Okay, so we're for sure getting all the mirror pieces. So, oh, there we are. What, Bobby? Get a snickety snack? What shall we name our hero? What?
You still here?
Yeah. Hey, what should we call our hero? Unless you just want to do a right now I have it on a default name.
Ooh.
They're pretty cool, some of these default names. But if you want to pick something special, then that's fine.
Is it a guy or a girl?
It's a girl.
Oh, a girl.
We could do guy as well. Last run was a girl, so I could do a guy this time.
Wait, no. Girl is fine. Girl is fine.
Yeah, I like a girl for some reason.
Yeah.
Now, if we call her Chumpy, doesn't something happen?
Chumpy?
Yeah, remember how Dwell asks if your name is Chumpy or something like that, or guesses? Maybe that's if you say yes to that. Oh well. It's something we can look into. I can't remember. I was thinking there's something with Chumpy.
Hold on. There's something to it, apparently. The first time in the game, blah, 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 blah. So yeah, the Onion Warrior in the entrance asks you if your name is Chumpy. If you say it is, later in the game, another character asks you that. And I think if you say your name is Chumpy again, they'll ask you that again. On my second playthrough, I named my character Chumpy, and there was a time when someone asked me my name and I had two options to choose from, Chumpy and Chumpy. Oh wow.
Right.
Okay, so that's weird. I just looked it up online. It's that sounds weird. I never knew that. Awkward, weird stuff. That I learned stuff new all the time.
Yeah,
Oh, hey,
right?
jquestionmark is in
Hey,
here. I
there's
didn't even
Jay.
notice that. How you doing? Morning.
Morning, Jay.
God damn it.
Good at make sure his voice is good. Let me make sure he's not muted or nothing. Oh, I do have you muted. Sorry about that, Jay. There you are.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. What's up, buddy?
All right. Not too much. Just
waking up.
slowly waking up.
Probably.
Yep.
Well, glad to have you, dude. You're live,
Wait,
but we haven't started yet. We're just chatting about the name.
Could always go Toto from the comic.
Hey, there you go.
Toto.
That's kind of a smart idea.
If you're playing as the boy, I don't remember what the girl's named in the comic, or if she even shows up.
Oh, we are doing the
I
girl,
haven't read
but
the
we
whole
could do the
thing.
guy.
The main character, well, the girl from Dawn of Mana is called Ritzia. If you wanted to do it that way, Ritzia.
How do you spell it?
RIT.
Oh, R.
And then ZIA.
Cool. So I'll leave that up, and then you can mention that when we start if you want.
Yeah.
Ritzia.
Sounds good.
I like it.
Yeah. That's the female character from Dawn.
So I'll probably leave voicemail. I mean, not
Okay.
voicemail. Or I might mute or leave, but don't worry about me, okay?
Will you be able to hear us?
Good point. Let me try it.
Like, if you leave, will you? Yeah.
No, keep talking.
Comments.
Yeah, I see what you mean. So I guess I will stay in here.
Yeah, I mean, but you could always mute your mic.
Yeah, good
And
point.
then
I could just mute the
listen
mic.
silently. Yeah.
Ah,
I think that's better because if you don't know like what we're saying, we're like
that's gonna be
ah.
bad. Yeah. Okay, cool. Then I'll just leave it and I'll mute my mic.
Wow.
Awesome. So thankful to have you both here. If you're just tuning in 5 minutes we're going to start this first All Events Monthly, and we have jquestionmark with us, and we have
Hello.
TheDetectingZone with us.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Both love Mana and know quite a bit about the lore and the game, and it's going to be fun to for us all to learn more about it, I think.
Jay, quick question. Do you have the guide that Elle is using for this?
I do. Yep, I've got that pulled up.
Yeah, I got it pulled up too. Just making sure. Everybody's on the same page.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Okay. So we are gonna be actually grabbing all the mirror pieces.
Nice.
So far that's everything that was unlocked. So unless
Okay.
you guys want something special, I'll probably just, play the game. Or, it could always happen that someone
Yes,
unlocks something while we're
I am
playing.
redeeming something right now.
Hey, I knew it. Cool. So you'll be naming the Chocobo.
That's his name.
Nuggets.
I just typed it in the chat.
That's such a great name.
He's a chicken nugget.
Little chicken nugget. I love it, dude.
Sorry, I had to.
That's so great. I know you
I
kept
was
asking me
actually-
about the pet. You're like, has anyone done the pet? Has anyone done the pet?
You know what's really funny? I was waiting for someone else to redeem it. To give
Yeah.
someone else a chance.
Yeah.
Because I'm commentating. I think, just do it whenever
Yeah.
nobody's done it. So
True. I love it though. So actually that's what's cool is we'll name the pet. The pet will be something other than the default pet.
yeah,
And we'll collect all the mirror pieces.
nice. So this should take a bit longer than your last run then,
Oh yeah.
with the mirror pieces.
Oh yeah, and we don't know what RNG is going to give us. And
my God, your RNG last time for at least the first 3 hours were so great
good
for all the bosses, and then you had the first drop for the axe, and I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, and also like I was getting tons of like 3 item drops throughout the game.
Yeah, it was insane.
It was insane, dude.
Except for the Chabin hoods, they always drop like experience instead of a bow.
Experience.
I'm like, why? Those that they drop so much, they're gonna give them an item? Come on.
Yeah. True, it's true. So if I mute my mic, let me mute my mic for a second to see if I can still hear you guys talk.
Okay.
Cool.
Well, it seems like when L starts, he's gonna be
Okay, I can hear you.
He starts the way you. Okay, great.
Cool.
Starts the way you always start a mana game. The only difference is, L, are you gonna be using that first save point by the bed to?
I think so.
Get the chocobo. Yeah.
I'm afraid of missing it, and if even if you do it after you catch the egg, it won't work, right?
Yeah, you have to do it before you grab the egg, because the egg has to be it has to have the bird feet, the aerial monster feet.
So I suppose I could do it at the desk in Domina as well.
You could do it at the desk in Domino, or any save point that you just casually pass by, like on your way to the Mantis Ant.
Yeah.
There's a save point where Dana is as well. That's like on the way. But literally, the first save point you're on when you open the game is that bed. So
yeah, I figured that might be the best bet if I can remember to do it.
Just so you don't forget, because you'll be running, and then you'll forget all the other save points.
And I'll be like, no, run. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and mute, and I'll let you two kind of get things kicked off if that's okay with you, and say start and all that good stuff.
Okay. So we start.
Thanks again, and I'll hop back in. Holler at me if you need me to hop back in for any reason.
Okay.
Cool.
So L actually has to get to the point where the map is, where he selects the map area, and that's where the run officially starts.
Yep. So before he does that, did you want to mention the name that we have chosen?
Oh yes, the name of the character is Ritzia, because he's playing a female character, and that was the the female character name in Dawn of Mana. So we figured we'd go with that.
One of these days, I really need to play that still.
Oh, it's headache inducing. I'm playing through it now. It's bad. The music is lovely, the artwork is lovely, but just the gameplay itself is bad. Like, I love the artwork, especially Flamey looks so beautiful in this game, but jeez. Anyway, I think we're ready to start.
Yep. Do you want to do the countdown?
Sure. L, 3, 2, 1.
Cool. So worth mentioning, for folks who haven't played this game before, you can choose the male or female character, which is pretty cool, and you can choose your starting weapon. And there are, I want to say it's 13 options for weapons, or maybe it's just a dozen.
I'm not sure off the top of my head.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
And then set your name, and there is a huge map that you can choose a spot on. Mm-hmm. This one I know works well for all events. There's different spots used for the different routes. Mm-hmm. Do you recall if this section of the map takes advantage of any of the inherent mana on the map? Because there's only a few spots on the whole huge thing.
No, I think he does it all with his land placements. Because the only things that he really needs that are like mana is the one where he fights the shadow in Domina, like his shadow self in Domina. Mm-hmm. I think that's seeing double. And I think there's just one more, but that's all done with the land placements. So
yeah, I guess it's worth noting we're ignoring all the lore, probably because we've seen this opening scene a million times since it's unskippable. There are a couple cutscenes that are skippable, which I think We're not past it yet, but we will be soon.
So as he wakes up and gets out of bed, he's quickly going into the save menu and highlighting a Final Fantasy VIII save that he has. There you go. And it doesn't load that save, but just by looking at it, he'll get a chocobo later when he does the pet quest.
Yep. Final Fantasy VIII and then Saga Frontier 1, I believe.
2. Saga Frontier 2.
Okay.
Has an interaction where you get the Haishishorin sword where you defeat the secret boss Deathbringer 2. You can defeat the boss without having that save, but it won't give you like an extra scene and the Haishishorin sword. And then there's also, I think, a chocobo dungeon or chocobo racing interaction as well. So this game has a few like little secrets there.
That's right. The chocobo racing one, I believe... I don't remember what that one gives you.
I got it right here. So what it does is you go to Palpata Harbor and you get an item called the Fastest Wheel. It's I think it's like an accessory that you just equip like any necklace or ring, but it doesn't really do much. And again, anything that you get from a drop would be far inferior to anything you could be able to temper yourself in this game. So
yeah. So we are into the first town, Domina. You get to build your own map, which we've alluded to a little bit before now. But it's really cool in that you can sort of build out the world as you play. It ties into the backstory where the whole world was more or less destroyed and you're helping put it all back together since it was magically preserved. It starts out here meeting a handful of characters that are going to come up over and over. We see Duel and Alazul talking. Alazul's the jerk. He heads into the bar and Niccolo heads out. We'll be hanging out with Niccolo a lot over the course of this run here and there, as well as Alazul, unfortunately. But
yeah. So
yeah, go for it. Sorry.
Yeah, in most speedruns, this is like the first quest you do, the Lost Princess. So I think we should just explain what the all-event speedrun is and how it's different from like Dragon Fairy. So there's 68 events in Legend of Mana, and in most speedruns, you do far less number of events, but Elle is going through the entire game, basically. So, yeah.
Yep. There are 3 ways to reach the end of the game. You can complete out the Dragon storyline, the Fairy storyline, or the Jumi storyline. Mm-hmm. There are a handful of events for each of them that are kind of tied to the storyline, but each one has 5 specific events that, once you do them, unlock the final couple events for the game. But here, ellervated is going to be going through and doing every single event, which amusingly still doesn't show you everything that's in the game. But
right.
There's a lot here. They were very excited to fill this game up with all sorts of cool stuff.
Yeah. So yeah, there's the 3 main storylines that Questionmark mentioned, but there's also like side events that aren't part of any story. I think the Niccolo quests are like side things. Seeing Double is a side thing. Pee Wee Birdie is a side thing. All the tempering quests. So there's like a lot of stuff going on that's sort of extra, not really story driven.
Yep.
That he's going to have to go through too.
Yeah, there's a lot of characters with their own little arcs. I mean, Niccolo gets a full 5 events that are entirely focused on him.
Yeah, and he shows up, I think, in the Jumi run, right? As well.
Yep. Yeah, there's at least a couple Niccolo events in the Jumi run. Weirdly enough, this event is sort of unofficially Jumi related since Alazul and Pearl are Jumi characters, but the Jumi run starts with Niccolo's Business Unusual instead of Lost Princess.
Interesting.
Partly because Jumi's not reliant on the drop at the end of this event.
Oh, interesting.
You wind up building the map out in a way that gets you a really good hammer fairly quickly. So there's no reason. It's not worth the time it takes to farm the weapon here. It just doesn't add up.
I see. So let's talk about the weapon. So the weapon that you start off with is always going to be kind of like weak, like in any RPG. And a lot of the enemies in this game actually drop weapons. I know Chobin Hoods drop bows, the Narcissist drop gloves, and El is going to be farming an axe to get him through the first, I'd say, 10 to 20 events in the game before he can get himself a really good hammer through tempering.
Yeah. Have you ever tried using that bow from the Chapman Hoods in?
No, I haven't. I have my own bow that I created, an insane bow.
Yeah, that first bow is absolute garbage.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it takes forever to kill anything on the Luon Highway where you get it, which I think is hilarious. Oh, so ellervated has now taken out his first boss.
Wow.
That was nice and quick. I guess it's worth talking about. The bosses, a lot of the strategy revolves around trying to keep them in hit stun as much as possible. I mean, that's true for the combat in this in general. And then when they use their special attacks, you wait until right before the damage and use your special attack because you get iframes when you special attack.
Yeah, their STs also, their special techniques also takes so much time. So the ideal situation is to hit stun them, like you said, before they get any STs off and kill them immediately. So
yeah, I think there was only one ST in that fight, which is excellent.
Okay. Yeah. I think in his best run, like his first 10 to 12 bosses had 0 STs. It was kind of insane in his best run. Yeah.
I mean, part of that is just luck too, what the AI decides to do. Mm-hmm. So when you finish an event, as we just saw there, you get a cool little splash screen with some really beautiful art. The art in this game is beautiful.
Yeah, it's all hand-drawn. So he just finished Lost Princess, which is the first one. The next one he's going to do is Nicolo's Business Unusual. But I think before he does that, he's going to grind out for that axe.
Yep. Hopefully we see a drop really quick. There's a couple demi-humans right here that can drop it, moblins, which I think are just the cutest critters, but they have a chance to drop the axe. Ooh, there's an item.
That might be it.
Demi-humans in this game are interesting enemies to fight because when they drop experience, they drop a ton of experience and you have to gather it all up to get combat to end. Ooh, Earth Splitter, nice.
Nice. So yeah, that was a really lucky RNG. Oh my god, he did it quickly. It's stressing me out. Yeah, so that was really good RNG. So now he's going to continue, go back to Domina, get Nicolo, and go on to the Luon Highway for that Nicolo's Business Unusual.
Yeah, for anyone wondering why he waits until after the boss to get the weapon, because you might think it's worth going and grabbing the weapon and then beating the boss. The boink that he talked to that warped him just outside the room with the weapon actually stands in the entrance to that room until you've finished the event. So you can't actually get to the weapon until you have beaten the boss anyway. Yeah,
so it's he always has to re-enter if this is the weapon that he's going to go for.
Yep. And they can drop, I know it's the Earth Splitter or the Black Elk, I believe. Mm-hmm. Black Elk doesn't deal as much damage, but it's a one-hand axe, so it is very fast. So you end up with comparable DPS, not quite as good, but it's still real solid.
I think when you play the game on No Future, the goblins, so Black Elk is the more common drop, Earth Splitter is slightly less common, but the best axe they could drop is one called Sweet Revenge. Extremely rare. You need like a high level land or to play No Future mode with the luck of a poltergeist or Feed Your Pet, like a lot of lucky clovers, to get them to drop Sweet Revenge. But it's one of the better axes in the game. That's a drop, of course.
Nice.
Because you could always just temper any axe and forge it in such a way to make it better than anything that the game would drop for you.
So we're way past it at this point, but one thing I want to mention real quick is talking to Alazul to get that first event going. You have to select the second option for everything, which is scary both as a speedrunner because it's easy to grab the first one accidentally and then essentially rip run. Or as a casual player, they're not necessarily the most intuitive answer because it doesn't quite feel like you're helping.
Yeah.
So
basically siding with Pearl, right?
Yeah, you're not helping Rachel, you're just talking to Alazul. You end up kind of
Right.
ignoring her when you choose those options.
Dang.
Yeah,
there's a few places like that where if you just mash X, it ends horribly. I think the one with Diddle and Capella when you're on the highway is a similar one. You have to say that he read it, but if you're just mashing X, you choose the other option. It's just like rip.
One thing about this Niccolo event, so we get to see Tipo for the first time, and we go hang out inside the back of that shop where I guess Duel the Onion Knight lives.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a family of weird critters, Mark, Rachel, and her mom, Jennifer, I think?
Mm-hmm. Upstairs, yeah.
Yep, that all run that shop. Tipo is... Oh, there's Pearl and Duel hanging out just on the highway. It's pretty weird because Tipo is a magical creature from Geo, which we'll see a bit later in the run. And there's events later on where stuff gets pretty weird with Tipo, but we'll talk about that when we get to it. But Niccolo... Oh, sorry.
No, I was going to say that Geo is full of, like, magical creatures. Most of the teachers are extremely strange. But yeah, Tipo in particular shows up in many events. Here, I think he gets more screen time than all the other, like, teachers in Geo, so...
It specifically talks in some of the... So this game has encyclopedias you can unlock that tell you about characters you've met, weapons, enemies, all that stuff. Tipo is just this sweet creature, and she is constantly being scammed by Niccolo, which is what kicks off this event of him trying to get a ton of money out of her for this artifact. And when she can't cop up the cash, he's like, oh, well, I'll just let the main character have it. That's fine.
Wow. Yeah, so one thing I want to just note really quick while he's fighting off these lullabuds and such, every single type of enemy has a different death animation. So the lullabuds sort of turn green and they shrink, and that's with all the plant-based enemies. He's fighting some oddity type enemies here, the ones with the hat, and they sort of break up into this light. But yeah, sort of all the enemies of the same type have the same death type animation, and the different types of enemies have different ones from each other, which is just an interesting little art thing to notice.
That's really cool. I don't think I had put that together before.
Yeah, so these, these two Robin Hoods that are the bandits on the Luon Highway that Niccolo was afraid to go onto because of them, they actually have some extra story that if you play the game without the Saga Frontier 2 save file, you will never see. But if you have that save file and you go fight Deathbringer 2, they show up as followers of Deathbringer 2. So he's their new master, and they're like zombie type or skeleton type enemies, but they say the exact same thing in their death form. They're like, give me the cash, cash, cash. And so it's pretty funny.
So that boss that Ellervated just absolutely ruined, which that was a no ST, that was just a handful of hits.
That was a beautiful Mantis Ant, yeah.
That one shows up in several of the mana games. So, and we'll see a few bosses like that throughout this.
Yeah. Actually,
there's a lot of...
I think goes all the way back to Final Fantasy Adventure. So
I'm struggling to remember. I haven't played Adventure in a long time. That's a really good one, though.
It was in Final Fantasy Adventure. It was definitely the first boss, I think, in Secret of Mana. You do fight a version of it in Trials, and I'm currently playing Dawn, and I haven't seen it, although I have seen Full Metal Haggard. So
yeah, that one we'll get to see in a bit. Yeah, I guess... So the other mana games, I mean, they all kind of tie into each other. It's a very Final Fantasy vibe where there's certain elements that keep popping up throughout the series. I would say theoretically this whole series happens in the same world, but this game for sure does not happen in that world, because this happens in a specific world of Fadiel, which has a really wild backstory. Back at the beginning, the mana goddess was talking about war in the past and all that stuff, and there is an absolutely enormous backstory that we only see tiny hints of in this world.
Yeah, speaking about this game and how it's different, it's actually like not one of the mainline mana games. It's an offshoot. So the third mana game was Trials of Mana, and the fourth was Dawn. This one, even in the Japanese version, was Seiken Densetsu Legend. You know, so
Yep, no number, nothing.
not a numbered mana game. So it has its own separate thing going on. But there are a lot of callbacks in terms of enemies being the same as all the other mana games, and actually characters from other mana games are showing up. Especially, I think there's one room in Geo that has all the statues from the Trials of Mana characters, and then all the save statues are the Sprite Child from Secret of Mana.
Oh yeah, completely forgot to mention that when he ran past the one in Luan. So, this event, this egg wanders around, I would say randomly, but that's not true. As we just saw, it's very easy to sort of direct its behavior and grab it very quickly.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but casually I spent quite a few minutes running around trying to grab it.
Yeah, one thing I should mention about the tutorial, especially for this monster corral tutorial here on how to catch eggs, they make it so much easier in the tutorial than when you're doing it in real life. Like in the game, when you see a real egg, it's harder to catch, a lot harder. They don't automatically go to whatever you're dropping. So, and that's sort of a plus because this is the only egg he has to catch, and making it easy makes it faster. But yeah, Mouse to Corral, that was the third quest that he did, and now I think he's going to the Luon Highway with Dana to seek the wisdom of Gaius.
Yep. So the Monster Corral is the first we see of the entirely optional but very cool and deep things that you can do, because you're allowed to raise pets in this game, up to 5 at a time, I believe.
Yes.
And in addition to just regular pets, you can also get demi-humans recruited that you'd think, because they're clearly like sentient creatures that talk and do their own thing, they'd be a little upset about like, oh, go sleep in my barn with my pets. But they seem to be fine with it.
Yeah, the demi-humans, they all have a certain land placement requirements. And in some of the runs, I know in Dragon, you acquire one of the demi-humans to help you out just because it's easier than doing Monster Corral, because that takes time. But in this run, Elle won't be going to get any of them, so...
Yeah. The placement for this winds up not being optimal. I know it is possible to set up your map to do all events and get all of the demi-humans, but that would be a huge time loss for something not required by the category.
Right. Yeah, there's some optimal, like if you're playing this game casually and you want everything it has to offer, the land placements for getting those demi-humans are very specific, but also for opening up all the shops, the lands have to be placed a certain space away from home, and there's certain levels of the shops, so yeah.
Yep. The order in which you place the land and the distance from your house determines the level of the land. That's part of why we get access to a decent shop in Jumi, because it winds up putting Gato Grotto's way out far.
Oh, right, yeah.
So, yeah, Gato Grotto's, and then I think Lumina winds up being the one you get your weapon that carries you through the rest of the game. Because there's no fighting in Lumina, so you can set it out real far, and all you get are good shops as a result.
So here we see Elle just finished Wisdom of Gaius. He's going into the 5th quest now, which is Flame of Hope, which I believe is part of the Jumi, the first quest that officially starts the Jumi line.
I don't know if it has the symbol for it. I don't think it does. I could be wrong though.
Okay.
But it is definitely required to do the Jumi line.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way to start it without.
Yeah, I think you can... I can't remember if there's a way to avoid Lost Princess, but there is no way to avoid Flame of Hope and do the Jumi storyline.
Right.
So, we've just been informed by the delivery pelican that there are scary pumpkins in town, Domina. And while we're at it, we're going to check out our orchard, because there's some monsters here at our house.
Yeah, so Elle's going to be completing a few quests at the same time. Monster Orchard just started, Little Sorcerers just started, and he's going to hold off on, I think, completing them for a little bit of time.
Yeah, Monster Orchard, not Monster, Mana Orchard.
Mana Orchard, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I don't think you can finish this one until you harvest, so you wouldn't be able to complete it this instant anyway.
Right.
And then the Little Sorcerers, it just kind of sits there until you're ready for it. So
yeah, the reason he holds off on that is because there's another quest in Domina that he does sort of around the same time, so he doesn't want to enter Domina just at this moment. It's more advantageous to wait a little bit for that other quest to open up and just to do Flame of Hope and a few other things first.
Yeah, there's unfortunately not a lot of events can be doubled up and sort of started and done at the same time like this. I mean, there's a good number, but not as many as you'd expect with 68 total events.
Right. Yeah, a lot of them are... some of them are actually failable. Like, if you leave the area or, do something wrong, they completely just don't let you finish them.
And there's a handful you cannot start depending on if you do certain things or not. I'm going to sneak away for just a moment. I will be right back. Family's heading out, so I'm going to say goodbye to everyone.
Sounds good. So we see that Elle is starting Flame of Hope, and we have this poor little Sproutling with a horrible tummy ache, apparently. This is a bit of a comic situation happening here. It's dire, but it's comic. The animations are really cute, and I think... Let me see if there's anything else happening. Yeah, so Elle is going to be selling a lot of his stuff to gain money. And the reason for that is that he needs the money later on in this run so that he can get himself an awesome weapon. So there you go. So now he's buying Tapo Cotton, Firestones, Windstones, some of the things that he needs to complete Pee Wee Birdie, and some of them that he's going to use when he's forging his weapon. And so now that little bit of is out the way, he's going to continue the Flame of Hope quest, dealing with this poor sprout that just has a tummy ache. Just want to note the background animation of the waterfall here. It's a little detail, but later on in the story, he actually will be going to that location.
Yeah, I think he winds up running past it very quickly on this event.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else important to mention. We see the church here, which will be relevant for not the Jumi storyline, but the fairy storyline later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a few, religious things. There's this church with all the nuns, and then I believe there's one in Domina as well.
Yeah, so weirdly enough, the detective that we'll be meeting on this event, I don't remember if we already met him or not.
Not quite yet, no.
Okay. He shows up in this church, but he also shows up just outside the church in Domina. It's possible to meet him at the very start of the game, but there's nothing you need to do for the speedrun at that church in Domina, so you don't see him. It is worth mentioning that church in Domina, there is a whole bunch of lore available there. You can go and talk to the priest, and he will just dump unbelievable amounts of lore on you.
Yeah. I think there's another religion. I think the diggers have their own sort of religious thing.
Yeah, the priest in Domina specifically talks about them and how they are a dangerous cult.
Yeah, so competing religions. It's pretty funny.
I guess one other thing worth mentioning now that we're actually seeing and interacting with the Sproutlings a little bit on this. We saw them at the very start. We got our first artifact from one. There is a lot of interesting dialogue that we will just, I mean, for how much this shows, it's a 7-hour run. We go lots of places. We see lots of events. There is an unbelievable amount of optional dialogue that just does not get looked at.
Yeah.
Some of my favorite of which is if you go talk to any of the Sproutlings in Domina with Niccolo when you first get him, he hates Sproutlings.
Yeah. I mean, that's shown a lot at the end of the game too, where all the Sproutlings disappear, and he laments not kidnapping one to sell when they become so rare. It's pretty funny, but that's how the game ends. And so, whoops, spoiler alert, sorry. But yeah, in terms of like interesting dialogue, there's that with Niccolo and the Sproutlings, but when you get the two little sorcerers later in the game and bring them to talk to any of the students in Geo, they know those students because they went to the same school, and there's different dialogue that the students have depending on whether you have Bud or Lisa in your party. So there's a lot of lore there as well.
So, important moment coming up here with Mr. Rubens and this maybe a nun? It's not actually a nun.
It's a master disguise.
She rips out his core, which is weird that she says, "Come any closer and I'll kill him," because he's basically
dead.
He's dead. Yeah. And she does it anyway. She pulls out his core. I don't know. She's a jerk. The character Mr. Rubens is not completely gone from the game. You can run into him optionally. We won't see him in the underworld later, because of course you get to go to the afterlife, and there are characters who are dead there, including this poor guy.
I think there's a few situations where characters die or blink out of existence, and then they end up in the underworld later in the game. But yeah, he's one of them.
Yeah, I find it fascinating that your first proper introduction to the Jumi, the thing that really kicks stuff off and makes it clear that Jumi are a special thing and not just Alazul and Pearl, is one of them getting murdered.
Yeah, they're sort of a dying race, because they... Yeah, there's no way sort of to revive them. Once they're gone now, that's sort of the whole backstory, right? Like, they're dead and then that's it. So...
Yeah, so the detective who, if I'm not mistaken, I want to say he's a mouse?
He looks like a mouse to me.
He has the round ears, yeah. So definitely not a cat, I don't think.
I think Niccolo's a bunny.
Niccolo's definitely a bunny. There's a lot of animal people.
He actually, so the story of Niccolo, just for a quick second, he's actually the person, like a peddler. He sells things. And back in Secret of Mana, there was Neko, who was a cat that you would run into. In Trials of Mana, the cat was named Niccolo, who you'd run into and they'd sell you stuff. And then in this game, they changed it to a bunny. But they all have the same sort of job as selling you stuff on your way, so...
Interesting. I didn't realize about Trials.
Yeah, the cat was named Niccolo in Trials, and then in this game, Niccolo just became a bunny.
Weirdly enough, one of the things he mentions when you're talking to Sproutlings and he's discussing how much he hates them is that he wishes he was born in a world of only bunnies and kitties. So that Neko connection is even more interesting. So yeah, we run through a dungeon. The path that the game tries to lead you through will also take you here, because you can see the Sproutling leaves on the ground. But it is a fair bit slower and takes you through several more fights and additional screens. So Ellervated, of course, knows the faster way and takes it. I don't remember why Sandra wanted the Popo bug from the Sproutling. I don't know that it ever comes up.
It wasn't just a distraction, right? Like, just to get Rubens alone.
I don't think so. Because I don't think she would have grabbed the Popo bug if that was the point, because she actually takes it here at the end. I don't know. Sandra's weird.
Something that needs to be looked into. But yeah, he just finished Flame of Hope, which was the fifth quest, 5 out of 68.
So the next one that we're going to be on to, Summer Lovin', is... I really love the couple little optional things here. One is a little stressful because you have to break enough crabs to activate an event later. Mm-hmm. But one of the other... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so for L, it's not optional. It's like mandatory that he gets enough because he won't be able to complete the run without it.
If you get... So you need 20 crabs to unlock the event. Which we can see there are already a couple crabs hanging out here and these two penguins. I also love like this cute little story about them. Penguin pirates show up a lot, but this whole situation with Valerie and David, where Valerie has an egg and David's like, wait, what's going on?
Right.
In the case that you break, I think it's 30 crabs. It's a lot. It's pretty rough to get enough. Valerie and her penguin kid will actually move into your house and just hang out there.
Yeah. So you actually could end up with a pretty full house at the end of the game if you play your cards right. With I think there's a few other situations because Bud and Lisa move in, but I think there's a few other situations where if you can get other things happening in your library, I think.
Okay. And I know Pearl comes and hangs out before a couple events. And...
Yeah. I'm just trying to look up now. I have the strategy guide open. Exactly how many crabs you need to feed to get them in your house.
Yeah, it's... I mean, 20 is already a lot to hit for the event. But fortunately, the route for grabbing them is pretty solid, so Ellervated can without fear skip a couple that are out of his path.
Of course, the strategy guide gives no information about that.
Yeah,
oh, no, it does a little bit. It says, if you haven't crushed at least 20, return to the caverns to find more. That's all it says.
Yeah, for anyone who played this game with the strategy guide as a kid, there is some stuff that is just straight up wrong. There's a lot of stuff that's just not even talked about. I don't remember if the strategy guide even shows the gold seed, but it sure doesn't tell you how to get it, even if it does.
The golden seed for the second farmland?
Yep.
Yeah, I think it sort of mentions it as a small tip. But it's one of those things where it doesn't give you a lot of information about the core mechanics in the game, things that might be important that you might need a strategy guide for, like how to temper something or how to make a good golem. Completely not in the guide. A lot of the information that is in there is wrong. Like even the map pictures, some of them lead to places which aren't in the game.
In all fairness, there's a lot of stuff in this game. Yeah, and like tempering, for example, there's basically a dissertation up on GameFAQs about how to properly temper stuff. It's not simple. So there are just so many interesting, like there's a lot of enemies we see a lot. The crabs come up constantly. Bats we're going to see a lot throughout this run. But there is a good handful of enemies that they exist on one screen. And yeah, you have to go by that screen in the course of a game, but they are in one spot.
Yeah. There's a few enemies. I think he fought a big baby already, but that was one of them. And then that shark was another interesting one. And later on, he'll run past a chimera, which I think only exists like in the underworld, maybe.
I think so. It's hard to say because there's, especially in the speedrun. Ooh, no ST Full Metal Hacker.
That's good. Yeah, and just in terms of enemies that you hardly see, I think the entire run he only fights one sand scorpion.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so
I wonder. I feel like there's probably at least a handful of enemies that we do not even see in this run.
oh yeah, there have to be. Just because he doesn't take the routes, he tries to do as few battles as possible when he's running.
Also, okay, so the ending to this event where David is all, "Oh, you're having an egg. I will totally stay with you." And she's like, "No, go back to your ship. It's fine. I'm just thinking about it in the future." And come on, David. Like,
yeah, it totally went over his head.
Yeah. Very disappointed in him.
So yeah, that last crab that he spoke to, that's a necessary thing that he does. When you're playing this game, in the dragon storyline, you want to avoid talking to it because it's not important. But talking to that crab, first of all, verifies that he stepped on the right number of crabs, but sets him up to do the event later.
Yep. If you don't talk to that crab before Valerie, I believe it doesn't fulfill the requirements of that trigger.
Mm-hmm. So now that he's done with Summer Lovin', we're going to do one of the most annoying quests for people playing casually, Fairy's Light. And the reason it's annoying is because you have to learn a new language. Gak.
I love the Dut Bear language. I thought it was such a cute addition to include that in this.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's cute, but it's also frustrating when you can't get it right.
Yeah. So unlike a lot of the things in this, which are straight up failable, if you mess up, I guess the good thing is you can go back and talk to the character who teaches you the language in the first place, and he will just rerun through everything, and then you're allowed to try with the Dut Bears again.
What is he? He looks like a weird 2D geometric.
I think he's meant to be like a puzzle piece, or let me see if I can find anything on him.
Yeah, I always thought he was like a cookie. Like a gingerbread man or something like that.
I mean, that makes as much sense as anything else in this. Let's see what I can track down.
So this is the first introduction of Gilbert as well, who shows up in a few quests, usually trying to serenade one of the female characters in the game.
So, one real quick mention before we talk about how much I hate Gilbert, because I hate Gilbert. In Final Fantasy IV, Edward's name in the Japanese version was Gilbert. So you have this wandering bard character who is doing their best to be a ladies' man, but is just terrible.
Yeah. Was he a centaur as well? Like half human, half...
Nope. He's just a regular human. But I do find it interesting that it's like, oh yeah, let's throw another bard in. We'll name him Gilbert.
Sort of a callback. Yeah.
This Gilbert is just so terrible.
Oh my god, the Dut Bear's stressing me out. Jesus, sometimes this happens. Oh my god, no, not like this. So sometimes you could get stuck behind characters that are just wandering in the game, and it's a little bit of an annoyance. It also happens with the furniture in the game. You could get stuck behind them, and it's a bit annoying to try to get through. That was particularly bad. I think he wasted like 15 seconds there.
Yeah, that was rough. So Gilbert is going to go through. He actually gets, I guess, his own quest line. It's worth mentioning.
Mm-hmm.
There are several sisters in this who I don't know if they're directly related. The pub in Domina is named Amanda and Barrett's, which is I feel like that's got to be a Final Fantasy VII nod, because there are no Barretts in this game.
Yeah, that's true. Did this game come out before Final Fantasy VII?
Pretty sure after. I think this came out very late in the PlayStations. It might have been how late it was localized.
Mm-hmm.
So it might have come out before 7.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
this
Square
one's
was working on
2000-ish.
a lot of games towards the end that they were like rushing out.
Yeah.
I know Xenogears is one of them too. That they sort of cut it down so much just to get it out on time.
Yeah, there's a really good interview on Shmuplations with the team that made this game, and the amount of stuff they wanted to include and did not, considering how big it is already, is just absolutely staggering. But yeah, there's a trio of sisters that Gilbert is going to slowly date his way through, or at least try to. And
starting with Monique here.
Yep. Yeah, I love this. Like, he's like, "Oh, let's go run away together." And as soon as they talk for 10 seconds, they both realize, "Oh, we have no interests in common. We don't want to do anything together."
Yeah, Monique is more of a stay in her shop, do her job, small town, hardworking girl. Gilbert wants to see the world and explore and have adventures, and just their personalities are incompatible.
Yeah, so Manawatz is mentioning in chat that it feels like they were trying to make an MMO, or at least build an MMO-like world, which I can definitely see, because there's very much in that MMO feel. There's so many places you can go, so many things you can do. They're not directly tied together, but there are little quest lines that interweave. It's funny because I love this game, but I'm not a huge fan of MMOs, but there's definitely a lot of similar elements.
Yeah, I the only MMO I've played, I actually didn't like you had to be in a guild with other people. I really didn't like the fact that it was so dependent on your crew. You know, it had no healer, and I really didn't appreciate that gameplay. I just said, nope, I'm out.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
No, yeah, I was gonna say just about this world in general that it's so beautiful. What they were able to do and build here, just the lore of each location as well, particularly the junkyard, and just like what they were trying to do. It's sort of on the level of not only just creating an entire world, but like it's so immersive. You know, if you read the encyclopedias and go into the backstory, it's something that you can sink, years into and it's still not fully understand.
So real quick, before we get on to other things, I looked up the manager. His encyclopedia entry doesn't say anything about what he is. It just says the bar manager in the town of Lumina. He is a gentleman who feels joy in communicating with people. So of course he teaches you a language. But looking at his full-size portrait, he is made of puzzle pieces. His head is puzzle piece attached to his torso, which is puzzle piece attached to his shoulders, and then his hands. That brown thing up on his head is just a puzzle piece wedged onto his head, because it happens to fit.
We should mention that he isn't the only one of his puzzle piece species as well. There's another bartender in Geo, I believe, that's sort of the same in terms of puzzle piece like.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird biology in this game. Probably best not to think about it too hard.
Drowned Dream. So this is the 8th quest that he's going to go through.
So similar to the last one, Fairy's Light, this one is all talking, no combat, just here in a town where everything is safe.
He's going to do a little bit of extra stuff here just by selling his Forbidden Ring and buying a Baobab Wood, which will help him to complete Pee Wee Birdie later on in the game. Just wanted to mention that he's like setting himself up to complete an event very later on.
Yeah, Pee Wee Birdie doesn't come for a long time.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that's really cool about this game is there's little bits here and there all over, so it's possible to really set some things up way in advance. Same with some of the shopping he's been doing for tempering.
Yeah.
It's going to be a bit before he tempers, but he's been prepping for that pretty much from the start.
I think he did it in Lumina really quickly. I didn't see it, and I think we were talking about Gilbert or something. But when he had all that money from selling the lamps that he's supposed to, give to Gilbert, he basically stole that money and bought stuff to temper later. Technically, you don't need to give that money up to Gilbert, so, whatever.
Yeah, Gilbert, I love that he's like, oh, you spend some of the money. Whatever, doesn't matter. So this is one of my favorite speed techs in the game, where the detective here wants you to ask him about what some people are up to, and you have to talk to him about 3 people, but you can talk to him about the same person 3 times. So we just choose the first option because it's the fastest 3 times, and then the plot moves on. Even though you just are like, hey, what about the basket fish? What about the basket fish? But what about the basket fish? Gilbert is, of course, here hanging out in a bar. I don't remember what he's doing, but why not?
I wanted to ask you, Jay, because you know a lot about the lore. Do we ever see these soldier guys without their helmets?
I don't think so. We see them quite a few times here and there, but they, as far as I know, never take those helmets off. So this whole event is about a sunken ship and a ghost that keeps showing up, and you're trying to get to the bottom of what's really going on. You can see the ghost starting to fade in there. As it turns out, the basket fish happens to have a jewel that everyone is very interested in. I don't think it spells it out, but the jewel is actually a Jumi gem. So this, it doesn't seem like it at all, but this plotline directly ties into the Jumi events, because at the end of this, the ghost that keeps showing up here and there is gonna roll in and snag that gem. Also, this poor ship, these guys get wrecked. There's one of Monique's sisters.
Yeah.
I don't...
What are they called? Harpies? Or...
Yeah. They are... Yeah. I mean, they're harpies, but that's kind of... It feels weird to call them harpies because their wings are definitely like plants and flowers, and... But they've got a harpy thing going on. So the ghost who's been showing up rolls in, steals the jewel from him, and just literally runs out. It doesn't fade out. So everyone here is like, wait a minute, that's not a ghost, that was just Sandra in an outfit.
And of course the detective is too late again. This is the second time he's failed at catching Sandra. He's pretty bad at his job, just want to mention that.
Yeah, that's, I mean, to be fair, how good can he be when he's like, hey, random person who just walked up to me, help me find Sandra.
Right. And so it's, the main character is somewhat silent. There's a few dialogue that you do, but not much. And it's kind of weird the way he sort of enlists you to figure stuff out. You know, when he's not accusing you in the beginning of of being the perpetrator.
So, I guess one thing to mention real quick is Ellervated is regularly putting down these artifacts, even ones he's not going to for a while necessarily, which is important to do because events that give artifacts at the end will give less artifacts, or I don't think none. Well, some of them I think can give none, based on how many you already have. Some of them will give you at least one specific artifact no matter what, as long as you don't already have it. But there are quite a few events where you wind up getting gold or materials. Yeah. So dropping these constantly is pretty helpful for making sure that he gets everything he needs when he needs it.
Yeah, what Ella's doing now is he's triggering the Where's Putty, which takes him on a worldwide journey to find who kidnapped Putty and where he is. So that's why he entered the Buccaneer. He didn't actually start a quest, but it was important that he go in, walk into the ship, and talk to the captain there.
Yeah, there's a lot of things in this that are required to trigger quests, but don't show you the quest start screen once you trigger it. Like, not until you're officially doing the quest.
Yeah.
It's a lot of those hidden triggers that make this game particularly complicated. So I just realized, because we're seeing Pokiel here, we didn't talk about Gaius and the wisdoms.
Yeah. So there's 7 wisdoms in the game, but 6 that are important, I guess. And the 7th one is sort of someone that something unfortunate happens to later. So they're sort of like, I don't even want to call them godlike creatures. They're just strange creatures in the world that are very unique.
Yeah, they don't seem to necessarily be divine in that sense, but they are definitely a cut above as far as their magical existence compared to everything else. Like there is something very special about them.
Yeah.
Like wizards in Lord of the Rings. That's a pretty good way to put it. Like operating on a whole other level.
It's strange who they decided to be a wisdom and who is not. For example, Trent in the backyard, he's definitely special, but he's not a wisdom, you know? And so, yeah, it's just interesting.
He sure looks like a wisdom.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, but he's also just like, oh, hey, dude, let me grow some plants for you.
Yeah. I also feel like sort of teachers have like very strange abilities, but they're not wisdoms either. So, yeah, there's that too.
Yeah, I don't remember how soon we get to see the teachers. I guess before too long we'll be coming up on Cathinja, but...
yeah, I think he does the one during the Dragon Quest with the students where he has to gather the items. Mm-hmm. I don't think he actually sees the teacher there.
No, Oh. So I know there's one you fail in Jumi, because you just go talk to Cathinja and then bounce. Or, sorry, you don't fail it. You start the quest to make sure that the NPC stays in a specific location, and then go do other things while you know that NPC won't be in your way. That's something worth mentioning, is the route for this game is incredibly complicated. There are 68 events, but your ability to move them around and do them in a different order is highly limited because there are so many dependencies for so many things.
Let's
talk
honestly, about that for a minute, because Elle has changed the route that was previously the world record. By the way, Elle just got the world record for disc 2 days ago on this game, which congratulations to him. But he had changed the original route that was used on the previous world record, and a lot of it had to do with he needs a break earlier. All the breaks were way towards the last 20% of the run, let's say.
It's like 6 hours in before a proper break, wasn't it?
Yeah. So he's done it so that Dragon can be done a lot earlier. This caused a bit of problems with the routing that me and him sat down and figured out. One of them was that as soon as you leave the house after doing Cage of Dreams, as soon as you leave the house after doing Dragon, Cage of Dreams starts. And, you know, he was still holding that off until the end of, later in the game, but he realized that he couldn't do any of the events in Geo, especially that one where you have to change the days. And the reason is because the NPCs were in his backyard. They weren't in Geo, and so we sort of had to route Cage of Dreams earlier as well, so that he can do the run properly. So yeah, a lot of different routing and switching around was done. And we sat down for a long time trying to figure it out.
Very different note to that. We'll see this boss again, a harder version of it, I believe, later. Mm-hmm. But this is one of the toughest bosses in the run. Mm-hmm. Because you can only deal a set amount of damage to its actual health bar by knocking the plants off of it. And this one in particular that he's going at right now will go into iframes and activate a incredibly damaging ST, which I don't know if it can one-hit kill you, but it's a good 90% of his health at this point. It's scary.
With this in previous runs, but I don't think he's died recently. I think he has it pretty down packed in terms of timing. One of the strange things is when you knock them off, they sort of have an animation where they're I don't know, semi-transparent, and you don't know if they died or they're about to do an ST. And so it's a guessing game whether you should do an ST to sort of buffer and protect yourself or attack normally, or what are you doing? And yeah, it's hard because the animation is very similar. That blinking animation that you can see happening
The
now.
one that just happened, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that blinking animation always happens when you cut the offshoots off of the vine. So it's a guessing game every single time. He actually did really well.
Yeah, that was a really smooth fight. I don't know. I still find the fight scary, but at this point, Ellervated is extremely consistent at it.
I just want to also note that both Labara and Tropicalo, those are the names of these two plant-like enemies, are the longest boss fights in the game. So, yeah. Just because
Pokeel,
you can't attack them directly.
Yeah. Pokeel takes a moment to sing a song here about Watts, and it's basically just trash-talking him. It describes Watts like, oh, he has a huge helmet and he hits stuff with his hammer, and hasn't actually done a lot.
Yeah, Watts is a staple in the mana games. He comes out in every single mana game. He's kind of like a Sid in Final Fantasy. He's always there. So, poor Watts.
Yeah. Watts will show up a few times because Watts teaches us how to forge, if I recall correctly.
I just want to say quickly that he just finished Mind Your Own Business, right? And or was that Watts Drops the Hammer?
That was, I believe, Mind Your Own Business.
Yeah, and he just got the gold, the Visor gold that he's going to use to forge his hammer later. So that was all that land placement that he did. One of those reasons was to get that gold piece from that quest that he just completed.
Yep, the order that they're all put down in, and the distance that that this is from your house helps make sure that you get gold instead of, I think Wendell Silver is the next one down.
Yeah, I think the one up is platinum-ish platinum, but platinum's hard to work with.
So let's talk lore for a moment, and then Manawatts mentioned bars, so we should probably talk a little more about combat and health in this game. But because things are going on with the diggers right now, we should talk about the super weird diggers.
Yeah, they have. So we just saw Putty get kidnapped. First of all, he started that quest that he had set up when he went into the ship earlier. But yeah, these diggers, they live underground. They have. I don't know if the caveman guy is their leader.
Yeah. So the caveman guy has set up his dog in weird clothes. And convinced these dud bears that it is some sort of religious icon. So they all worship his dog.
Well, that's lovely.
Which is, like, and it's literally, the description of it explains that it is just straight up a dog in clothes because this guy put it in clothes. Let me see.
Oh, Manawatts was saying bars because Tokyo is a poet. He was rapping. He was like singing. That's why he said bars. Oh, okay. But yeah, and so the whole Where's Putty quest has you going to different locations looking for where Putty ends up, sort of to save this religious icon for the diggers. Oh,
so apparently Roger, our weird caveman guy, this is genuine. He is not, like, this isn't a scam. He's not trying to trick these dud bears. That's my bad. The description from the encyclopedia says, when he met his true fate when he found divinity within his pet dog Putty while working as a miner with dud bears. Since then, he has become a man of faith. And Putty's description is Roger's pet dog. He was made into a religious icon, but he is just a dog.
Wow. Well, I mean, dogs, they're special. They sort of have like a little bit of innocence and true love and loyalty about them. I can see turning them into religious icons, just in general.
Yeah, diggers are weird. I don't know that I would say they're actually dangerous, but sure, why not?
Well, don't they have something in the treasure map? They're kind of annoying, though. Wait, are they in the treasure map, or is that the dud bears? I might be wrong.
Yeah, because there are just dud bears that are regular dud bears.
Mm-hmm.
And it is, I guess, worth mentioning that the dud bears and their weird, like as soon as they like Monique, are like, oh, we'll follow you and work for you. So they definitely are happy to hop into these cultish situations.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there are different groups of dud bears out there, so hard to say. Oh, and here we're seeing Cathinja, who is absolutely metal.
She is, what do you call it, like a basilisk type or a Medusa type person. Basically, she could turn people she doesn't like into stone, so she has sort of that Medusa-like power about her.
Yeah, she is one of the teachers in Geo, and she has forced her students out into this dangerous desert. I think to look for something for her. I don't think it's actually related to like proper school activities.
So what happened was the other teacher has sort of a group of students, and they've stolen a book, and she's trying to get it back. Apparently, this book is very important and very powerful, and she's afraid that he's going to destroy everything with it. And he does try, but you know.
It's a good thing that these are the folks in charge of education of the youth / teaching them powerful magics. I don't know.
It's hard because how do you pronounce this guy's name? Melfians or Mephanes? He has a weird name. But the other teacher, let's just call him the other teacher that's not Cathinja. The other teacher's students sort of try to block you every step of the way while you're trying to make your way. And in some situations, you know, Elle has to plow right through them. In other ones, he has to sort of trick the students, you know, into thinking that he's on their side, or, you know, to let him through. It's kind of funny, the dialogue options that he has here.
Yeah, I do like Manawat's take on this in chat, where he says, I feel like this is all just a ruse that Cathinja and Mel just schemed up not to be bored with a bunch of kids.
Oh, maybe. It could be. So
just this sequence right here.
Yeah, it's so funny the way the kids, you know, they're so powerless to stop the main character from just plowing through.
They do, to be fair, have like detection boxes, so you can you have to wiggle through them, but you can just wiggle through them.
Yeah, I think they're easier to get through though than some of the NPC, than some of the characters in town when you're running around normally. Like, I've never seen a person stopped for a significant amount of time by these students. But there you go.
Oh, so I'm paying attention to the conversation here, and the other teacher is planning on blowing up the Earth to make more falling stars so that they can make a wish.
Yeah, so he really is intent on blowing up the Earth. I just want to talk a little bit about the strategy that Elle is using in this fight. These two birds sort of attack him from both sides. He starts off with his Glamo ST to separate them, and he power cancels one first and then makes his way to the other. The danger in this fight is when the other one starts attacking him from behind while he's attacking the first one. That's just something that he has to deal with if it happens. It didn't really happen because the second bird behind him was just off center and was trying to attack him with the beak, but never really hit him.
Yeah, that worked out
pretty good.
nicely.
Yeah, but he always starts off with that strategy of separating them first and praying that the other bird doesn't attack him from behind.
It feels like that name's got to be Mephiance.
Mephian.
It's a weird name.
Yeah. It might be like French or something, you know? Sometimes they use the IA consonant with the E at the end. It has a different pronunciation. Yeah, like Amanda Watts is saying, Mephianese or something like that.
Yeah, I got nothing.
It's weird. It's definitely weird. But we just saw that beautiful little fireworks demonstration during Labor Day, so that was lovely during Labor Day weekend.
Well, it didn't quite work out.
Nope. That looked really lackluster, like a bit disappointing. What's his story? I know Cathindra's story. I don't know Mephian's story.
I'm not sure. I'm trying to track down.
Is he the one that his brother turned into the Dumir in the space area?
Let's see if I can find his write-up. I really need to. I've got a resource I can go to for a lot of the encyclopedia entries, but they're all spread out. I need to just take all these screenshots and save them into a centralized location.
Yeah, I just have the pretty much worthless strategy guide at this point. And my strategy guide is all tattered in, and like I use it way too much. It has packing tape holding it together at the seams. But we have Elle finally completing his Mana Orchard quest by picking a fruit here and handing it to Trent. That quest he started so long ago.
Yeah.
So that was the 12th quest out of 68. And the next one is pretty quick. He's not going to leave home anytime soon. He has a few, what do you call them? Tutorial type quests?
Yeah, tutorial's probably the best description.
Yeah, because they're not part of any storyline. So the Mana Orchard is one of them. Path of the Blacksmith teaches him how to temper. And then Instruments teaches him not only how to make instruments, but also how to get the spirit coins. And he's going to use those spirit coins to then forge his ultimate weapon right after. So as soon as he has the ability to, he's going to forge his ultimate weapon, which is awesome.
So sadly, the instruments in this, it's not possible. It's possible to make them, which is cool, but magic is not super viable, especially from a speedrun standpoint. It can be fun casually, but the issue with magic is you can make your instruments or you can buy instruments, but you can't enhance them like you can with weapons.
Right. So the instruments are interesting because depending on the type of coin you use, depending on like the mana spirit type of coin and the type of instrument you make, and then whether it's gold or silver. So the type of coin, gold or silver, and the type of instrument you use, you get a different spell.
Yeah, and the spells have a variety of shapes. I think we saw one earlier in the Tropicalo fight, and I think we've seen a couple in other casual fights where a green and blue indicator starts to pop up to show where the spell is going to happen. And you have iframes while the spell not is being prepped, but being cast. So it works out a lot like an ST, but sadly, without the ability to enhance your instruments, they're more a novelty than an actual option.
So the instrument, like the spells they cast, usually aren't very strong, and they take time to cast, and so they're not really useful in a speed run. And like you said, there's no way to enhance them or make them stronger than they are in terms of area or damage output. But the main character, actually, there's a way to increase the magic stat on the main character, and that's the only way to have the magic cause more damage. And so, yeah, that's just a little thing. Like, if you really wanted to make a really good magic character, you could, but you'd have to put time into raising that magic stat.
And to answer Manawatts from chat, the free coins from this quest are rolled straight into forging a proper weapon.
Yeah, and also he had purchased, I believe it was a Firestone and a Windstone, which he will also use to forge his weapon. So There's the Wisp Silver, there's the Firestone, the Salamander Silver, the Windstone, the Glow Crystal, and then the Aura Silver. So, yeah, all 3 coins, and then the 2 stones that he purchased earlier.
Yeah. The nice thing is this quest has to be done regardless because it is an event and it's all events. So it's not like it hurts time-wise to go ahead and do this.
Yeah.
Also, I just gotta say, so this room, the only point of this room is to come and make instruments. And how much time are you even going to spend in this room in a casual playthrough? And it is just absolutely beautiful and intricate, such a detailed background.
To be completely honest, like most instruments can be purchased. And so, yeah, like you said, you really won't be spending a lot of time in that room. I believe that the coins that you need to make instruments are better used tempering a very strong weapon, because you need a large amount of coins to temper an amazing weapon in this game.
The instruments, it's worth noting, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the ones you can build out of silver are actually weaker than the ones you can buy in shops from the very start of the game.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
I think so. I could be wrong about that, because I might have been looking at... I was talking to someone about it in the Legend of Mana Discord the other day, and they were throwing up some info on instrument power stats, but it might have been power versus damage, which is a whole other conversation. There's also apparently code in the game to be able to attach cards to instruments in the same way that you do weapons.
Oh, wow.
But it's not active, and if you attach... You can put cards in the spots in memory, but nothing happens, so there's no code to look at what's attached to it and do anything with it, which is a shame.
In terms of raising stats, it doesn't do anything.
So here, tempering is complicated. I don't remember most of the rules for how it works. I know... I spent a long time getting my PhD in tempering, so I guess I'll take over a little bit. So when you temper a weapon, the first thing you have to do is choose what your weapon is going to be made out of. In this case, he's choosing gold because it's a really easy material to work with. Some other materials like platinum don't take mana levels too easy. You have to add a lot of energy. And there's sort of 3 different parts to tempering a very good weapon. The first part is raising the mana levels, which is what he's doing now with this. Adding Salamander, and Jin, and Aura onto this weapon. It's basically raising the mana levels of the weapon up. It also includes the Glow Crystal. Glow Crystals add energy to the process to make it easier to raise mana levels. And so that's what he's doing in the beginning. The second part of creating an awesome weapon would be to add, if you want, plunge attacks, which are, special attacks that you can use when you're fighting normally. Usually most, I think hammers, well, just in general, most weapons have sort of a jump attack. They have like a lunging forward attack, and there's a third one. I can't think of it right now. But most weapons have 3 attacks, but you can change them. I think the hammer attacks, some of them are kind of insane. Like there's like a lightning hammer attack that you could add. That's pretty cool. And then the third part of sort of tempering an awesome weapon would be to add the cap of it, which is basically like a multiplier, and those cards have to stay on the weapon for it to take effect. And so at the end, L is going to do this by adding a bunch of holy waters, and eventually later in the game, adding a giant's horn, which is just going to multiply greatly the attack output. Yeah, so I know with tempering, there are certain things you can do to the weapon which is permanent, as far as increasing the power, but then some of it is dependent on what cards are on it, and there are a finite number of card slots, and adding new ones pushes old cards off. Right.
So there's 4 card slots, right? If you add any plunge attacks onto a weapon, it's permanent. If you increase the mana levels on the weapon, that's permanent. But when you add that cap at the end, that is temporary. So the cap always is done at the end, because if you forge anything after, you lose the effects of the holy waters and of the giant's horn. Yeah.
Yeah, it is a thing.
But there you go, 159 hammer.
Nice. And I guess it's worth noting, this is 100% optional. There is no... outside of doing Path of a Blacksmith, and I mean, in a casual play, you don't even need to do Path of the Blacksmith.
No.
This is this incredibly deep, complex system that gives you a huge amount of control over what your weapon is, and it's entirely optional. You might never see it.
Yeah, I think you can still get a really good weapon from an item drop. I think the strongest, for example, a two-handed sword would be a 62. Either Excalibur, Masamune, or the Haishishorin are all 62 attack two-handed swords. I think those are the highest attack power that you can get from a drop. So you don't ever have to forge, but if you decide to step into that land, again, you'll get a weapon that's way above anything that could be dropped or purchased in the game.
So we are in the underworld now, which is straight up in reality where people go when they die, which is why it is possible to run into Mr. Rubens here. You're hanging out with Lark, who I don't know how to describe what he is.
He's like a beast wolf man dragon thing. I don't know. His tail is like a dragon, but his face is like a beast. And but
I wonder if that tail's just part of his armor, since he's a dragoon.
Yeah, so we should say that he's the dragoon of, what's the guy's name? Draconis, who is sort of stuck in the underworld, and he's kind of forced to do Draconis' bidding. In this case, collecting the power of the mana crystals, which we'll see later. And Draconis is not a good guy, so technically helping Lark out is working for the wrong team, but Lark has his own ideas of what he's going to do with this mana power at the end.
Yeah, and just to note, Lark is already dead, which is why he works for Draconis.
Right.
I believe that comes up later in his storyline. And there's all these weird little peppermint candy cane striped critters, the shadows. They are, according to the encyclopedia, shadows of all living creatures and inhabitants of the underworld. They share the same consciousness, which is interesting because we see that as well with the Sproutlings, where they all have a hive mind kind of deal. The Sproutlings specifically talk about it several times. The Shadows, I don't think, do. And it seems weird that they're shadows of living creatures, but share the same consciousness? I don't know. Stuff's weird here. Fadiel's a strange place.
I just want to point out that... Oh, no, he's not going to do it now. El has had someone redeemed to collect all the mirror pieces, and the underworld is one of the places where he's going to need to get a mirror piece, and so we'll see that later in the run when he returns, I believe for the flames. He'll be stopping by one of the rooms he normally wouldn't stop in to collect the mirror piece from down here.
So this boss is the worst. Its STs take forever, so you do not want to see them at all, and he was so close to getting a 0 ST, which is rough. But it, I guess, counter to that is really cool looking, because the entire room is the boss.
Yeah, I don't think that there's a lot of other bosses that have effects like that, like attacks that the room, sort of like the background, is the boss, you know?
Yeah, I can't actually think of another one in this. There's a good amount of variety of bosses in this, with the exception of the Jumi storyline. Hope you like Jewel Beasts forever.
Oh god, yeah, I like 10 of those things.
But the rest of this game, you get a lot of unique bosses, and even in the case of the bunny apes, like the Dewink, the Ducate, the Dumir, and then the 3 centaur bosses that show up, they are all very similar, but also all have their own things going on, so they feel like clearly these are the same sort of creature rather than just it's the same boss recolored. Jewel beasts are the same boss, literally just recolored. So.
Yeah, and the 4 dragon bosses are awesome as well. Jahara, Aggravator, the Crimson Dragon, and there's one more. Oh, Sierra. Yeah.
So this area feels really weird because the rest of this game is very distinctly fantasy, whereas this is a junkyard primarily composed of bright, colorful toys, which actually ties a lot into the deep lore of this world, weirdly enough, because there was a daughter of, I think, a mage. What was it mixed up to? Yeah, so there was a the Great Witch Anise, who was the first mage to go down in history and had a whole army of mages. Her daughter had the power to bring mundane objects to life. So she, her daughter, Anuela, fled from her mother. And she just constantly brought things to life. So all sorts of magical beings that were dolls and that sort of thing. And other mages who were like, oh, that's really cool, and idolized her, also made living dolls and the like. So we're seeing a lot of that here of, here's all of these creatures that
toys
have been brought to life. And I think it comes up later on.
I just want to mention very quickly that Anise is sort of the evil character in Dawn of Mana, and she was sort of like the first, what do you call it, that person that rebirths the mana tree. Sort of that's the theme in the mana games, right? At the end, a woman is usually sacrificed for the mana tree to, you know, come back to life. In this game, it's the mana goddess, but yeah, that's sort of a theme that goes throughout all the mana games, but Anise was the first one.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
And she's sort of like the evil person that gets resurrected in Dawn of Mana, which is sort of the story of the Sword of Mana. So
that doll, I guess, that shows up... Oh, sorry, we're talking to the professor here real quick. He shows up in a few other games, if I'm not mistaken, as
Professor
well.
Bond?
Or at least critters like him.
Yeah, I think his species exists in other games. I'm not sure if the character, or maybe I'm not thinking about this right. Is he the same species that blows you out of the cannon in Secret of Mana?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So yeah.
So the whole thing with this junkyard, so there's Anuela and her dolls that she's constantly creating. There is a girl who her hut, while she's waiting for her father to return home, burns to the ground and she dies. And her doll was one of these magical dolls that had been made by Anuela. And the doll started calling herself Magnolia. And she eventually, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, winds up heading to the junkyard and is that doll that's talking to you at the very start.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of crazy stuff. Gaius, who we met much earlier on, was involved in the war that was waged with the fairies, and there was a war with the fairies, by the way.
He also is in Dawn of Mana, but they call him. They have a different name for him. I think it's just a translation difference. They called him Gaia in Dawn of Mana, and he did fight against the fairies in Chapter 3 of Dawn of Mana.
I wonder if Dawn of Mana is about the war in the ancient history of Legend of Mana.
I think it is. It's supposed to be like a prequel, sort of, to the entire in the storyline of the entire series. It's the first game. You know what I mean? Like, it comes earlier than all the other games in this series, and like a lot of the characters have, I don't want to say their debut, but like their early on versions exist in Dawn of Mana. Yeah.
So here we're out in this forest, which is, speaking of fairies, ruled. I don't know they'd say ruled by fairies, protected by fairies might be a better way to describe it.
There's sort of an area in this forest where if the fairies don't look kindly upon you, you'll get kicked out. So yeah, I would say it's protected by them.
There is another wisdom hanging out in this forest, who will be... I don't remember if we chat with them now, but definitely do later.
Yeah, you actually have to talk to him once very quickly here. He almost forgot the rotten meat. He needs that. Wow, that was a close call. He was gonna run right past it. Jeez, he's stressing me out.
So,
got it. Back on track.
Yeah, here these characters are trying to hunt Ducate, and they cannot find their way through this jungle thanks to the fairies. And ultimately, you wind up doing their job for them anyway.
Yeah, well, the reason, we should talk about that. The reason they're trying to hunt the Ducate is because, for some reason or another, they've amassed a massive amount of debt from, what's the guy's name? Mr. Fuddy Duddy is what they call him, but that's not his real name. He has a name other than that nickname that they've given him. Jesus, I'm blanking out.
I'm struggling. I'll see if I can look it up.
Yeah, but that's him right there. He has a funny looking hat. But yeah, so they've amassed it. I think he tricked them, basically Niccolo style tactics to trick them into being in debt, because nobody could possibly amass that much debt and not live in luxury. So they're trying to hunt the Ducate to sort of pay back the debt for him. And yeah, that's why they're actually hunting it. And you're taking it upon yourself to help them out, just because they're getting lost, and there's a bunch of stuff you have to do in this quest. Like, you have to receive the vision, the eye-opening sort of animation from that penguin that's hanging out, to be able to navigate, because if not, you'll end up going in circles. So that's kind of like a requirement thing to do. And then you have to go sort of work with them together, but not let the other one know you're working with them. Because if you choose, let's work together, they're like, I don't want to work with that dude, even though they both have the same goal for some reason. This fight right here with the two zombies and the Tomato Man can be pretty treacherous. It's kind of annoying because the zombies could flatten you out and stun lock you, and then the Tomato Man could sort of attach himself to your head, which is just annoying.
It's a rough set of monsters to put together. It's pretty vicious. Like, we can see it attach itself to a large witch. Like, even though it's not damaging you, it does make itself invincible to your attacks, which is for speedrunning a huge pain.
There you go.
Wait, did it?
It attached itself.
It was already dead though when it attached.
Yeah, I think he hit it as it began its animation, and so it counted the damage, but it has to finish the animation once it starts.
Oh, that is a bummer.
Yeah, it's just time basically.
So I looked up his name. It's Sotheby.
Sotheby. I should have known that because of his crazy accent. Or speech impediment, I should say.
And I don't think we see them on this quest, even though they are in the forest. But there are critters here called Lillipees that we'll see later that are just weird.
They exist in this jungle and in the White Forest.
I happened, while I was looking up Sotheby's name, across their encyclopedia entry. They are small, strange creatures with tiny bird nests on their heads. They multiply by rolling some mud into Lillipede shapes. So they literally just make more Lillipees by making balls of mud.
That's interesting. Hey, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Cool. All right, so Ducate went down real quick. That's the second of 3 bunny ape creatures, and I believe this brings our event total up to 17. So we're clipping right along, knocking out all those events. Yeah, here at the end, Sotheby agrees to pay them, but it is just a tiny drop in the bucket, or I guess ocean, that is their enormous debt to Sotheby. So next up after this, it looks like it's finally time for Little Sorcerers, which was triggered all the way back almost at the start of this run. So first we're stopping by home. Oh, no, sorry, it's Domina. I don't know why I was saying home. Yeah, so we're hitting Domina and heading all the way to the outskirts. We've been there a couple times already. It's where we've seen the tutorial for catching monsters for the Monster Corral and getting coins from spirits. But now we're heading out, and it's going to look a fair bit different because, as the Pelican told us earlier, it has been taken over by pumpkins, by scary, scary pumpkins. So we've got Bud and Lisa. These are a couple of characters that, unlike a lot of the other NPCs who can join you and run around, actually hang out in your house. So they are basically always available to hop along with you. They somehow are planning to use these pumpkins to take over Domina. It's not quite clear how. Normally they're a much tougher fight, but thanks to the routing, the placement, and everything with all events, they are real quick to go through. So they have been defeated. Hooray! At this... Oh, sorry.
Some of my favorite... that was one of my favorite bosses in the game. These two little guys, they have like the strangest attacks. There's one with like a huge pumpkin that they call upon. It's very like really interesting, the animations that they do there.
So now we're popping back by home because we need to get Bud and get things rolling on the 7 Wisdoms, because 7 Wisdoms is a whole ordeal. He wants to meet these 7 magical creatures, not all of which are accessible at all times.
Right, so like the sooner you can start meeting them, the better. And Elle has routed it in so that he sees them mostly with other quests, but there's like 2 or 3 that I know the one in the underworld, he specifically makes his way to the underworld just for this, and then he dips out. So
yeah, I don't think there's a good way to meet is it Oberon?
Oban, yeah.
Oban, yeah, in the underworld without taking a specific detour for it.
Yeah. Mainly because Lark, like if you're doing the underworld quest, you either have Lark with you or Sierra for that last underworld quest. And so there's no quest that needs to be done in the underworld other than that. So you don't really have opportunity to have Bud with you.
Yeah, you have to have those NPCs with you for those quests.
Mm-hmm.
So right here, we're seeing an evil you wandering around town.
Mm-hmm.
This quest is interesting because it is specifically triggered by having 3 shade mana level for Domina.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a whole thing to get it triggered. In a casual play where you're not using some sort of guide, it's almost guaranteed you're going to miss this because you're going to crowd all of your events at the very start, or all of your locations at the very start together. This is one of those things that I don't know how anyone would run into this event without a guide.
Right, yeah, this is easily missable. Even if you do get the mana levels, coming into, like, you have to do other things before you can trigger this event as well, so it is easily missable. For example, when he came into Domina earlier to do the Little Sorcerers, this event didn't trigger. So Little Sorcerers is one of those events that you have to do before this one. On top of getting the level 3 shade.
Yeah, you also wind up having to speak to a lot of NPCs. These conversations are required. So this event, the mind is boggled at how it could possibly be figured out by a casual player.
Mm-hmm. So he went back to talk to, I believe it was Capella, because Diddle left, and that triggers something later. If he doesn't have that conversation, it kind of ruins the Diddle and Capella. Well, it doesn't ruin completely, but it delays the Diddle and Capella storyline. So.
Yeah, so this boss fight, it's not even super clear where this creature came from. It just really hates you. And I love how it's this evil doppelganger of you, and then all of a sudden it's this cute little, darkness monster. I don't remember what those are called.
I could find the name real quick. Just give me a second. I have to be scary. So the normal ones that you fight sort of are called Shadow Zeros. If this is called Shadow 01. Yeah, so it's weird. It's basically just a reskin of the Shadow Zeros.
And we see, I love how the conclusion of this is not like, oh, you've cleared your name. It's Tipo is so glad that Duel wasn't actually being mean to her.
Oh my god.
Like that's the takeaway from this event.
It's so silly.
Oh, it does look like Plankton from SpongeBob. Oh, I'm never gonna be able to unsee that.
So he came back into Domina. Is he trying to trigger the Rachel quest? Yes.
Yep. Yeah, the NPCs in this definitely kind of live their own lives and aren't always in the same place.
Mm-hmm. That's specifically with reference to the days of the week and whether, who's working the store and who's going to be sort of close to the fortune teller. It differs by depending on what mana day it is. What's the mana of that day? So.
Which there are several events where there's one in particular for the Jumi storyline later, where you have to progress days to talk to characters in specific places at specific times to progress the plot of that event.
Yeah.
One thing I want to mention is the canary, who she is quite specific is a canary.
Sure, she's not like a fat chocobo.
Well, and that's the thing, is the priest in the Mana Church here in Domina specifically points out, I believe it's him that points it out, it's like, yeah, she says she's a canary, but I'm pretty sure she's a chocobo. Let's see if I can find her encyclopedia entry. There are so many characters in this.
She sort of has an egg that is wandering around the it's not a hotel, what do you call it in the video game? The inn lobby. And does that egg always stay as an egg, or does it eventually hatch later?
I think it always stays as an egg.
Okay.
Also, I mean, this isn't something you could ever do accidentally, but if you talk to that egg, she will specifically warn you, hey, stop talking to my son, he's very delicate. If you talk to that egg enough times, the egg will shatter, and it makes a certain event impossible to complete.
Is that the Pee Wee Birdie event, or?
Yep, because that is Pee Wee Birdie, and you sure can't do Pee Wee Birdie if he's dead.
I think he just started it by talking to her, and she's requested now all of those items. He also started the Diddle and Capella quest with sort of Capella mailing himself out, and now he's going into the underworld specifically to talk to Alban to do the 7 Wisdoms quests, and then he's going to go to the Murmuring Forest, to the jungle to do the Murmuring Forest. So he's working on 4 or 5 quests now at the same time. It's kind of magic how he's able to get it all straight in his head.
Yeah, it is so much to keep track of. It's wild. Apparently, so I had forgotten her name. It's Miss Yuka.
Mm.
And man, she asks for a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and definitely things that you're not gonna, some of them, sure, but a lot of these you're not gonna happen across on accident. You're gonna have to go look it up and hunt them down.
Yeah, or purchase them. So he's purchased a baobab wood for this. He picked up a rotten meat in the jungle for this one quest, and there's sort of like a random assortment of items that really have very little use. One of them, I think, is a seed. Another one is a type of berry. So he specifically, in the beginning, when he was getting that egg, the first egg that's going to be a chocobo, dropped the dice berries because that's not one of the berries that he needed for the Pewee Birdie. The other ones he does need. So, yeah, there's a lot of like micromanaging of the inventory just for that one quest. Again, we have these 2, what do you call it, zombies. They're always annoying to fight when they're together because they have a chance of stunning you for a few seconds.
So again, and this is one of those things that each time you enter this jungle, if you want to be able to navigate the whole thing, you have to talk to that penguin and have the spell cast on you, or you will get blocked by the fairies. Or I guess not even blocked, but sent back to the start.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there is a lot of information to keep straight for this run. It's 8 hours, and a lot of these events are not intuitive. So it's not like, oh yeah, I just do this and this because it makes sense to do this thing. A lot of the stuff that you have to go do, you have to run through a bunch of screens that all look kind of similar, and then talk to this one character, but don't talk to the other character, and choose these dialogue options.
Mm-hmm. Just want to mention that he's now taking Bud to see the 2nd wisdom here. So he saw Oban earlier, and now he's seeing Rosiati.
Yep. So still, well, I'd say 5 more wisdoms to go, but really it's just 4.
Mm-hmm. Well, Ella has actually brought it in that Bud does see Matilda, but there's no sort of special scene or anything.
Oh, that's still cool, though, that
yeah.
he happens to go by there. That's real good.
And also, just a quick note, Bud does see most of the other characters that you play with. Right now, he's going to see Escad. We're going to see Diana. We're going to see... Well, he passed by Lark on the way to Alban. So it's sort of cool because even though Bud doesn't talk to them, he gets to see so much that, you know, when you're with other characters, it's not really... I don't know, you're taking like Bud on a little worldwide quest.
Yeah.
We see that Bud tried to cast Dryad, but Elle killed the enemies before he was able to do that. It's one of the things that's a bit annoying, the amount of time it takes both Bud and Lisa to cast magic, and if they do hit the enemies with their magic, the enemies become like temporarily stunned for a little bit while they're getting attacked, and you can't really hit them. It's a bit of an annoyance because you can do far greater damage with a power cancel than waiting for the magic animation and for the stun to go away. So it's preferable for Bud not to do any magic. Just hang out, you know, collect stuff as it's dropped. That helps, but please don't do magic. I think this run would be actually a lot faster if there was a second player controlling the second character and attacking enemies, sort of when you have a bunch of enemies that the main character isn't attacking, I think that would be more helpful.
Yeah. The AI does not make good decisions. It's not generally very helpful.
Sort of wanders aimlessly.
Yeah. There's some of the quests that you wind up doing with Pearl, who cannot actually fight as Pearl, where she just will randomly wander over near the enemies, and it's just so frustrating. It's like, cool, just go over there and get hit a bunch. Thanks.
So, this is a cool quest. This is the Gorgon Eye. And you see up north, there's a golem there. That's because we spoke to Professor Baum earlier. And we will engage the golem late. Well, El will engage the golem later to finish that quest. But right now, he's going to ignore it and just continue with the Gorgon Eye quest.
Yeah, the Gorgon Eye has a very cool boss, which I think is unique. I don't think we see that boss anywhere else.
No.
And also has yet another wisdom that we need to see and we'll run into on the course of this quest.
Right.
Alright, I'm going to sneak out for just a couple minutes, grab some water and all that, and I'll be right back.
No worries. So, yeah, as he makes his way to the Gorgon Eye, you can see a bunch of the pirate penguins have been stoned. Wait, no, not stoned, but what's the word that we want to use? Petrified. They've been petrified. There's that one next to the chest. And basically, the Gorgon Eye has the same ability as Cathinja to turn people into stone. Luckily, upon completion of the quest, they get unstoned. No, I'm not wrong. Yeah, thanks, Isarum. Yeah, they've been petrified, and but they could get unpetrified by the end of the quest. And just a cool little thing to note that those stone penguins are not always going to be there. Again, Bud has tried to use magic, but El thankfully has decimated the enemies before he could finish that little magic that he was trying to do. It's always preferable to kill the enemies like directly. And El has had pretty good luck getting candy drops and item drops as opposed to experience. Experience sort of scatters all over the place and it takes slightly longer to pick them up than items and candy, like chocolate bars or candies. And so what you want for RNG in terms of most of the battles is for items to drop. Leveling up is important in this run, but once you have that hammer with that high attack, it's less important to level up. Mostly what you're leveling up for is the defense. There's a few situations where El will do a total auto. He did one right before the Mantis Ant. He did one when he forged his weapon. He might do one later in the Underworld if he gets Moonrock Tiara or like a really good armor drop, but in general, he doesn't do much to increase his defense other than those very specific instances where something good randomly drops. There's no purchasing. He doesn't purchase any armor or anything to defend himself in this game, and he doesn't really need to once you have this really strong weapon. Most enemies are, dead in a hit or two. And that includes the bosses. We're going to see how long it's going to take him to defeat the Gorgon Eye. Over here, you have a gray ox enemy. They sometimes can drop a giant's horn, but I don't think he will, just because they do need to be pretty high leveled. It's a higher level drop. So all the penguins have hopped off the cliff. And there go the main character and Bud as well. And why not? We'll have the little tortoise Wisdom also hopping off this cliff.
Popping back in to say, hey, Ezram, hey, Mana Watson, hey, PK. PK, thanks for the good luck.
In terms of time, El had his best time 2 days ago at, I think it was 7 hours 6 minutes. Currently, he's running just a tad bit behind that by about half a minute, I think. This is one of the biggest exaggerations where this tortoise, it's exaggerating the size of the Gorgon eye, saying it stretches from just beyond the limits of the screen to the other edge of the grassy area. Rest assured, the Gorgon eye is not that large. It does have one attack where it stretches out pretty far, but it's not that large. The walrus was stoned, and upon throwing it into the water, the pirate penguins do follow suit. The walrus, we should say, in terms of the lore, is the captain of the pirate ship, and so the pirates sort of follow him wherever he goes. What we're hoping for here with the Gorgon Eye, like with every boss, is Zero ST's nice quick kill. We should just take a moment to appreciate how beautiful this boss is. Oh, there you go. That was perfect Gorgon Eye there. Just a few power cancels and a spin, and it was done. I see the time is running in the red in the top right hand corner. There's a bit of comic relief here after that battle. The penguins sort of make a ladder or a bridge, and the tortoise says, "Oh, it's too steep for my back." So they then make another bridge, but doesn't get anywhere near to the top. It's pointless to make a little ladder or bridge that that low. But anywho, that was the end of the Gorgon Eye. Just to keep everybody on track, that was the 21st quest out of 68. And so now he's going to be doing Diddle's Letter, which he started a while ago, actually. Right? Yeah, he started it right before Murmuring Forest, where Capella... Is that the one where Capella mailed herself?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think that was... Yeah, that was during Seeing Double, before going and
Right.
finishing off the little shade creature.
So while he's here in Luan Highway, he's taking advantage of the fact that he's so close to Gaius to take Bud to see the fourth wisdom.
Yeah, I just love the routing for all of the categories of this game, honestly. Or even like some of the meme runs that have been discussed, like all Niccolo events or all Gilbert events.
Yeah.
You wind up with some really creative, like, where do you put things and what order do you do them in to get to what you're trying to get to?
I'd actually spoken to ellervated because about his Niccolo run that he was doing, because I don't know, I personally feel like that Niccolo quest in Fairy should be included, but it basically is just the business unusual quest until he calls it quits. And so, sort of that one fairy quest with Niccolo is not included in there.
Mm-hmm. I like how Capella just rolls in out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So Capella, apparently, I ran across this while trying to look up something else. The whole reason I think? Mm-hmm. I'm not sure. The whole reason they got into being a performer was because they were inspired. He was inspired by Pokiel, the poet / wisdom. So, just all the little details that between the encyclopedia and talking to characters. We skipped through a lot of lore in this run.
Yeah. Al just got pretty lucky that one of those shopping hoods dropped a item as opposed to experience, and they tend to drop more experience than most enemies, so that was pretty good in terms of time.
Yeah, in this run, you wind up getting, especially over the course of this entire game, there is more than enough experience, and your weapon is so powerful from being forged that getting big chunks of experience isn't really worth a lot and is actually bad because it takes time to gather it all up.
Yeah. Before you forge your weapon, it's kind of important to keep you alive during that Tropicalo fight and during a few other fights. But seriously, after you get it, most enemies are done with 1 or 2 spin attacks or 1 or 2 power cancels, and all items,
Nice.
That was actually really lucky. But yeah, after it's sort of not too important to gain experience for that reason. I was saying earlier when you had stepped out that a few times during this run, L does do a total auto just to make sure that he has best equipment, but usually he doesn't unless he notices that he gets something like a Moonrock Tiara or one of the good armors that can possibly drop. So
yeah, and those are really nice to get, but unfortunately pretty rare. But fortunately, over the course of these 7 hours, there is plenty of combat.
Oh yeah.
Also, Diddle talks so slow, which when playing the game casually, I found endearing because you can see like the really slow pace. Like it gives the character a lot of personality, but I can only imagine how excruciating it is while running. Like, yeah, just say the words. Come on.
Yeah. I think the way L has, since we moved the dragon earlier, L has actually cut down on the number of scenes that he sees with Ditto Capella by 1. So there was an extra scene before when he was doing all events where all the breaks came late in the run, where I think it's when he goes into the underworld, he sees a scene. And now when he goes into the underworld, that scene is not there.
Nice.
So yeah, he sort of is able to skip a scene that way.
Yeah, I think... so the problem is this game, for how incredibly much stuff there is very tightly put together. So there's some weird stuff, like the power cancels probably shouldn't be a thing, and magic should probably be a little more powerful. But as far as like events working properly and not being able to just completely skip things and sequence break, it's tight. Like it's really well put together, and there's no quick and easy way to just get past things that you would want to skip. So I think there's something out there. I think it's definitely getting to be
very few situations. I know in Cage of Dreams, after Pokio, like you engage Pokio, he leaves and then comes back to avoid a scene in the workshops, like a longer, talking animation in the workshops. And there's a few situations like that where you do things like you were mentioning earlier when you're talking to the detective. You're basically choosing the shortest talking animation 3 times by mentioning the fish person. Like, tell me about the fish person, check out the fish person, And so, yeah. Oh, here we have, I think this is the 5th wisdom that he's talking to. And I believe he already started Siren's Song. So he's now going through completing 7 wisdoms, but starting other quests simultaneously.
Yeah, I think to improve all events time much more, we're going to have to find new skips. But I don't know. I should hope there's some fun stuff out there to still find in this game. There is a lot in this game.
Yeah, it's a bit heavy. I was thinking about this the other day too, about the way he does it, like constantly returning to Domina to do things. It's a bit annoying. It's a little bit annoying, and I understand. Like you have to, you go in for Monster Corral, you go in to pick up Niccolo, you go in the beginning for El Azul, And so I was thinking, what is the easiest, most fast way to do this? Because he does do Lost Princess first, and then goes directly into Nick's Business Unusual. So I was thinking like maybe it would have been easier to ditch El Azul in the beginning and pick up Niccolo and just do Lost Princess with Niccolo, so you don't have to return into Domina, and you can do that. But then I think the ending animation is just slightly longer in Lost Princess because you have to wait for Elizul to walk in. So like you're saving time by cutting a bunch of loading screens in Domina, but then you have to wait for more dialogue. It's sort of a trade-off, you know. And let me see. Is there anything else that he does in Domina that's extremely important? I don't think so. I don't think there's anything else that's done in Domina, like in the first 2 quests, that's extremely important. But yeah, it was just something I think about. Then you have to go right back in for Monster Corral right after. So just like very early on, I thought that might be something to skip, you know?
Yeah, definitely be worth testing out and seeing which one works out better. So this right here, as you mentioned earlier, we just saw the 6th wisdom, which was Selva, which fortunately always appears there once you've seen all of the other wisdoms with Bud. And then here, by coincidence, because of the route, Bud is getting to see Matilda, who is technically the 7th wisdom.
Yeah. And then we just let this random nun walk in. I wonder what she's gonna do.
Nothing could possibly go wrong.
Yeah, it's not like we've seen people masquerading as nuns in the past in this game. And we basically see the nun stealing. Stealing? No, you can't steal a person. Kidnapping. Matilda. What am I saying? Stealing. Stealing is what happens with property. Kidnapping Matilda.
Yeah, though I love that you are standing right next to them and do nothing. It's like, that's a bummer.
Yeah, and Escad is there as well. Like, what's he has a huge sword. And on multiple occasions, he slashes first and asks questions later. It's like here he's just standing around watching, his good friend get kidnapped.
Yeah, I think it's worth asking, are all of the nuns at that sanctuary in Gato Grotto either imposters or critically injured?
I don't know.
Because all the legit ones keep getting beat up.
Yeah, they all have a really bad attitude. Like, if you speak to them just normally, casually, they don't want you there. They don't like people in their place of worship. They're not friendly at all. At least the ones in the big church area, monastery. What do you call that shell-looking thing on the mountain? They're basically not friendly.
Yeah.
I don't remember if there's a few in the dungeon that are like by some chests that you can talk to. I don't remember if they're friendly, but the ones inside the monastery are not.
Yeah, at some point I need to go through and talk to all the NPCs in this game because it's been a long time.
It's tough because people have different animations, like different things that they say depending on where in the game you are, like what you've done. So, yeah, and who you have with you as well.
Yeah, like the entire Niccolo Sproutling hate rant is entirely contingent on talking to a couple Sproutlings in Domino with Niccolo. Otherwise, you'll never see it. And I don't know if it's even available later. And once you go through it once, that's it. He'll just repeat the same thing over and over no matter what the Sproutling says.
There is a, what do you call it? The fruits basket later in Domino, the fortune teller. She at different times will say different things to read your fortune. Usually it's like if you're stuck in a quest or in between quests, she'll help you to find the next portion. She'll say, oh, do this and do that, but it's usually extremely cryptic and not very straightforward what she's saying. And so that would also be a cool thing to, just in terms of lore, to map out what she says when she says it. But yeah, that'll be an intense undertaking because you really have to talk to her in between each and every single quest and during most quests. So
yeah, it sounds like it would be easier to find a way to decompress the text data on the disk.
Oh yeah, probably.
So I see we're coming up real soon on Nicolo's Business Unusual number 2, which, having only really done the ferry route for this, is super weird to me because we're 25 events in. We're getting closer and closer to halfway through, and this is one of the first few events in the ferry route. Like, it happens much earlier on. So seeing it show up so very late is pretty weird.
Sorry, just give me 1 second. I am typing in the Legend of Mana, sort of in the Mana speedrun Discord. They're talking about playing the game. I'm just letting everybody know that L is in the middle of his all events run. Maybe someone will hop over.
Nice.
Yeah. But yeah, so he talked to Matilda first to start the In Search of Fairies quest, but that's not the first one he'll complete. He'll complete the Nicolo's Business before.
Yeah. This one, I believe this is one of 2 events where Nicolo has decided he's going to sell you things at the end of it. I don't remember if he does for the other ones too. But I know at least the first 2, when you're all done. It's like, hey, thanks for helping out. I have some rare items.
The third one is when this is not the psychokinesis. The third one is the psychokinesis one. I'm not sure if he sells you anything during that. I think he just gives you, if you need an artifact, he'll give it to you.
Yeah, I don't think... Yeah, we still have a few artifacts coming up yet. Like, there's just so much in here.
Yeah, he hasn't placed the snow area, what is it called? The Nordic snowfields. He hasn't placed any of the dragon areas except, so he still needs the White Forest, he still needs the Bone Fortress. Yeah, there's a lot of places still left to go. And then there's the 3, the final area for Barry and for Jumi that doesn't get placed until pretty late.
Yep. So Nicolo's Business Unusual 2 is an interesting one because you don't really do anything. You just wait for that fairy to show up, and that's the trigger that finishes off the event.
Yeah, you sort of have to, if you don't know what you're doing and you take the long way through the dungeon, you could completely skip the dungeon. But if you take Nicolo the long way, it's a little bit annoying to get to it if you don't know like exactly where you need to be. Because the game doesn't tell you, like, it basically tells you, but it's not like, unless you've explored, you don't know.
Yeah, it does not spell it out by any means. And if I'm not mistaken, you can just leave Gatto with him. He's like, as with a lot of the other NPCs, they'll come along with you to do things, but as long as you don't go back to your house, they will follow you all over the world.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That should be something that we mention here. So for NPCs, you have an entire list of people, of NPCs that you can take with you, and the second player controller, if you just stop by any save point, you can have the second player control the NPCs, and they have control over the STs as well. So for Bud and Lisa, it'll be magic attacks. For Lark, it'll be his STs. There's Nicolo, there's L, there's... I don't think Pearl is available. Sort of if the second player takes control, I don't think she has STs. But I know Black Pearl does.
Regular Pearl, all you can really do that's useful with her is hide in a corner so you don't draw enemies.
Yeah. And so, and a lot of the NPCs are actually timed. And so, for example, after you finish all the dragon events, I don't think you could recruit Lark anymore. Then Sierra is only available like between after that Sierra and Vidi's fight, but right before Crimson Dragon. Like after Crimson Dragon, you can't get Sierra anymore either. So yeah, a lot of them are timed. But for the most part, you can grab who you want, throughout most of the game.
There is one character, Elle, I think, is available for a very limited window.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's one that becomes available after you have that birdcage scene. When you first enter it's not Water Harbor, where is it? It's Medora Beach. When you first enter Medora Beach, you can't get to her. It's sort of convoluted in that you have to finish Summer Lovin', and then you have to go to Papata Harbor and have the soldiers talk about the boink that's blocking the way for that boink to move, because otherwise you cannot get to her.
Yeah, there's a handful of things like that where, because we saw that all the way back at the start when you went to farm for the axe. Until you finish Lost Princess, you can't get past the blink. It doesn't move.
Mm-hmm.
But that's also clearing one event in the same dungeon and not going to a completely different location, talking to some people, and then suddenly it changes.
Yeah, and there's also a few situations where it's just better not to go somewhere until later, because the boinks offer a faster connection. That happens in Luon Highway. The reason that the reason it takes like a while to go see Gaius is because the boink isn't there, in the beginning. You really have to finish the Mantis Ant first, and then take Diana to see Gaius. So, yeah. Well, not Diana, Bud, see Gaius.
Mm-hmm. Well, Deanna has to go see him as well, but I don't remember
if Gaius. Yeah.
The boink's available at that point or not. It seems so long ago now, a couple hours.
So in this quest, where is he now?
Oh no, you do use the boink with Deanna.
Yeah. So it's kind of just a quick way to get there. This is in Search of Fairies. So there was a lot of prep before he started this quest for Bud, and the whole Daddy's Broom quest, which is gonna happen later on.
Yeah, and with this one, we'll finally be talking to the golem, which we have ignored for a second time.
Mm-hmm.
Or I guess Ellervated is ignored for a second time.
Yeah, with the next quest. This boss coming up, it's one of the most, I think, beautiful bosses in the game, the Boreal Hound. But also, when you're playing in Fairy, he has a few STs which can be pretty devastating. So Elle is in a good position in terms of having this extremely strong hammer that's going to take out the Boreal Hound quickly, hopefully without any STs. But yeah.
Yeah, what's up now?
Yeah, I see Gnome there in chat pointing out that, in Fairy, Boreal Hound is a terrifying boss because you are not as powerful as you are here, but it looks so good.
I love that animation with when he's howling in the red moonlight. That's just so interesting. And his mane looks almost leaf-like or feather-like. It's very strange.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I always thought of them as feathers. Leaves might almost make more sense because it is in the forest, but yeah, the sort of rainbow feather layout, it's real pretty.
Yeah, I like how the colors aren't overly bright. They're sort of pastel, matte versions of the colors, and I think that just adds to the whole effect of that boss. But yeah, he did really well. No ST Boreal Hound, that was pretty fast.
Yeah, that was real quick. I guess it's worth talking about like how scary that boss is. Even as powered up as he is right now, that boss hit him once and it did 16% damage. So it can hit real hard. That was with just a basic attack.
Yeah, if the boss had hit him with the ST. L has a few ways around it. I know last time when he did his all events, he had done an ST a bit too early. Like the Boreal Hound did a ST, he did the ST, but his didn't hit because he didn't wait long enough to initiate it. And yeah, he had a bad Boreal Hound with the last run that he did.
So in this little scene, we just saw Selva is hanging out recruiting Matilda to be the 7th wisdom. I think when we finished the 7 wisdoms, there technically wasn't a 7th wisdom at the time. Like, I don't remember what happened to the prior one, but the position was open, as it were. So Selva shows up and lists off the names of all the wisdoms, in case you hadn't already finished it with Bud. Handy rundown on who all to see.
Yeah. This game is, just in general, doesn't really give good directions on how to complete quests. Sometimes you can go into your diary and figure things out, or talk to the fortune teller in Domina and figure things out, but it's not always as straightforward as once you've done it, you're like, oh, that's straightforward. But yeah, it's not always as straightforward when you're first doing it. Yeah.
It feels like it wants you to go everywhere and try everything.
It's really trial and error. Oh, yeah. This is an interesting animation with Bomb's head spinning.
Achieves liftoff. And then I love the giant anime sweat bead that appears. Like,
definitely.
It's weird. I don't. Well, it makes sense that Bomb is in the junkyard, because the junkyard feels like it's from an entire other game, and so does Bomb to some degree.
So, just a quick note about these Bomb events. They set up the Golemology event where you can get a golem in your party, and it basically takes the 3rd slot. So you have the main character, an NPC, and then either a pet, a demi-human, or a golem in the 3rd slot. And unfortunately in this run you never really create a golem or take it with you, but you can create some really strong golems in this game. Like, if you don't want to go through the entire process of raising a pet's stats, golems are the way to go to get a good 3rd player.
Golems are also super intricate, which is very, very cool. So there's a ton of stuff to learn and dive into and figure out with golems, but it means also time consuming, and as a result not practical for a speedrun. So yet another one of those things that just gets totally passed by in the run because we got to go fast, and sitting there intricately crafting a golem is not fast.
Yeah, you're sort of like allotted a certain amount of like physical space on a square grid, and the items that you put into the golem create different shapes to fill up that grid. And it's kind of complicated getting really good items that are going to raise stats and have awesome attacks, and make your golem sort of aggressive in battle. But for those who want to dive into it, it's worth it. Also interesting to note is that golems, I believe you're allowed to have 3 different golems at a time, and they don't take up a pet slot. And so you can have your 5 pets and 3 golems.
Yeah, they're their own thing. I haven't done a full playthrough of this game in a long time. The last few times I played were just when I was working on learning Jumi, before I realized when I run games, I'm usually like an hour or less. Anything longer than that is very hard for me to find the time for. So I sadly had to give up on this game as a run, but I have still been paying close attention. I really want to do just a casual 100% or as close to it as is feasible play. Get golems, get all the demi-humans, make lots of cool weapons, play around with magic. There's a lot of this stuff that just doesn't... I mean, it's part of the reason I love all events is I think it really shows off how much of the game gets missed in the other categories, because there are so many events that you never see otherwise.
There's a lot of little things in this game that, doing a speed run like this that he doesn't go into. The entire farming and getting the golden seed, for example, and having a second farmland, that's a whole other land that never gets placed, in this run. And there's so many rare little things. Oh, there you go. So the chocobo, when we started, I had redeemed the naming of the chocobo to Nugget because he looks like a chicken, and so I thought it would be funny to have chocobo named Nugget. So he grabs the chocobo before starting his what basically is the dragon run. So he's going to do Guardian of the Winds, Field Trip, Ghost of Nemesis, Dragon Princess, and Crimson Dragon. And you need a third person in your party, specifically for Ghost of Nemesis. When you're going through that whole Bone Fortress, you need a third person to step on the pillars to navigate.
Yeah, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that might be one of the only things in the game where you have to have a filled out party.
You're correct. Yeah, it's the only time that you need a third party member.
Which is weird. You'd think they'd want to do more things to encourage you to bring a pet along, but
right. Yeah, it is weird. Pets, they sort of, if you're playing casually and you want to gain levels, they'll sort of take experience. They'll pick things up and you're like, no, I want that experience for myself. Unless you're actively trying to raise your pet. And I have a save. I was gonna give it to Elle digitally, where I have a level 99 character. And so you could sort of have fun once your character's level 99 and you're not worried about picking up experience with raising pets and stuff like that, because it doesn't really matter, And also in New Game Plus, it'd be really cool for him to do a no future all events run as well. Mm-hmm. But yeah, thanks, man. So yeah, I had given I had shipped him the Final Fantasy VIII, actually the physical discs, so that he could have that save and get the chocobo.
Yeah, that Final Fantasy VIII, which if ellervated hasn't played, he should, is also a weird game. It's amazing, and there's a lot of things it does that I love, but similar to this game, there are some really impressive and deep systems that you don't really need to interact with that much.
Was there a card game in 8? I know that there was one in 9 that I really enjoyed, but I don't think I enjoyed playing the one in 8 as much.
It's interesting you say that, because I hated the card game in 9. The card game in 9 it felt very like, I can't figure out what anything means. And there's a point where you talk to one of the NPCs, and they're like, oh, hey, this number means this number means this, mm-hmm. And then there's this character, and I don't actually know what that refers to. It's like, cool, thank you, game, for not telling me what that's about.
Yeah, there's a guide, I think, on GameFAQs that explains it well, but if you really deep dive into it, I sort of went through the game with the collector's mindset of, I am going to get all 100 cards. And so you have to do special things and battle certain people and get there's the cards for all the lands, like Alexandria card and things like that, and then visiting the Fat Chocobo and the Chocobo Air Garden gets you that card, and it's sort of I took it as that, I gotta collect these cards, so I gotta play these people to get them. And little by little, your cards get better and better, and you sort of start losing bad cards. You know what I mean? The more you play, and you start gaining good ones. So.
Yeah. So with 8, the and Manawatts just mentioned this in the chat. In 9, the card game actually factors in RNG. Things aren't guaranteed. In 8, everything is guaranteed. If you have a higher number, your card takes precedent, and it wins. That, and in 8, you can grind the cards up and turn them into items and or magic. So there is some abuse early on in the game where you can get the ability card, which takes an enemy and kills them and turns them into a card, and you get no experience for it. You still get the points that increase your Guardian Force abilities, so you can keep grinding up your Guardian Forces, and you can get a bunch of cards, which you can then either use in combat, use in games, or you can grind up into items and grind those into magic and boost your stats. So there's a lot of, like, at the very start of the game, you can start beefing up your characters way more than you're supposed to make them exceedingly powerful.
That's interesting. I've never actually finished Final Fantasy VIII. I sort of I got done with it when the school became mobile or something like that. I was like, I'm not too interested in it right now, and I stopped playing.
It gets real weird. It gets very, very weird at the end, especially. There are a lot of things I really liked about it. The setting, I mean, if nothing else, I love how bright and colorful everything is. I think that's
really love the music of Final Fantasy VIII, though.
Like 7, 8, 9, even in Midgar, which is just this rundown, halfway on its way to Apocalypse mega city, there are so many bright and colorful things.
New York is about to look like Midgard. Sorry. I live in New York City, and in the past week, so many people have moved out of my block. It's frightening. Yeah. Sorry to bum it down. But yeah.
So this event right here, if I recall correctly, is leading up to a really rad boss.
So currently what Elle is doing is he's fighting these wind callers, which are, I guess you could call them the Dragoons of Aggravator. Is that correct? Like, they kind of protect and fight for Aggravator the same way Sierra fights for Vidis and Lark fights for Draconis, and Deathbringer sort of fights for Jahara. And so, yeah, he has to fight 3 of these wind callers to get past a statue, which if you try to engage the statue without fighting all 3 of the wind callers, it takes you back to the beginning of the area. For a speedrunner, that's not good. So you definitely want to make sure you fight all 3, and their spirits sort of leave them. And there's a little sound that you guys should be hearing. And Lark mentions that the barrier is gone. Manawat says, is Deathbringer Jahara's Dragoon? That's a good question.
Yeah.
I always assumed so, because each dragon has sort of their protector, or the ones that you have to fight beforehand. But that's a good question. Is Deathbringer Jahara's Dragoon? I don't know. Or maybe, no, it's the knight that you fight outside the Bone Fortress, right? That knight that appears from from out of nowhere. It slits like reality, time and space. It just comes into existence, I guess, to fight you.
I wonder if, because something we'll see later is one of the Dragoons of Draconis gets powered up, and I'm wondering if Deathbringer is the same sort of thing for Jajara.
I see. You know that knight that you fight, I know you're really interested in the lore. If you explore the Bone Fortress, you can see his brother.
Ooh.
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
Recall correctly, there's some real loud audio coming up in just a second for anyone who is on headphones. For whatever reason, and it happens earlier too, but I don't think it's quite as loud, when Lark takes down all of these bird dragoons,
Mm-hmm.
I believe it just plays the exact same sound on the same frame at the same time, so it just triggers the sound 4 times. So the volume of the sound just stacks and gets real loud.
I think it happens twice. It happens here when Lark does it with these wind callers, and then it happens again when Sierra does it when she's being when she enters the underworld. They have sort of that same slashing animation with that loud sound.
Yep. And it just stacks up the death sound.
Mm-hmm. God damn it, he went to get that experience like 3 times and he barely missed it.
Well, and so you were talking before about your pets getting experience. Mm-hmm. They don't ever seek it out, neither do NPCs. So it's kind of nice because they never like intentionally steal your experience.
No.
But also, if they would just go for it. Oh, well, I was going to say, we should probably talk about how pretty this dragon boss is, but that's it for the dragon boss.
One thing to notice, this dragon boss, when he died, he started flashing several different colors, and there was these balls of light around him, sort of as a death animation. Each dragon boss, it's very strange, but they all have their own unique animations when they die. And so we'll notice that I didn't bring it up, but Hirodama, well, I guess he's not a dragon boss, but Hirodama, the first boss in the dragon storyline, had his animation where he sort of like blows up big into a ball of light. And so it's just cool to notice, especially since he's going to fight them all back to back to back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's cool that Dragon gets all stacked up together in the run.
Ellervated, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Do you want to fight Deathbringer 2? I will redeem it right now if you say yes.
Yeah, sure.
I'll
stay on the mic so you can kind of walk me through it.
Sure, I'm redeeming the Deathbringer 2 fight right now. It's an optional boss, but because Ellervated's already in the red, I figured, why not? Let's just waste time and do this and have fun with this. Because it's a boss you don't normally fight in the game.
I've never done it, so it's going to be crazy.
I'll run you through it.
Okay, cool. I can't wait.
So it's a boss that's only available for a limited time. You have to fight him after you fight Jahara, but before you complete the Crimson Dragon. So if you're playing the game casually, it might be a few quests before you do that. But in the speed run, it's literally 2 quests later between the Jahara fight and the Crimson Dragon fight. So it's really only available for a limited time.
Also, I just gotta say, this quest is required to be able to get into the Bone Fortress. So similar to other areas where you have to do a thing to unlock the rest of the area, there's this one. And it is such a weird quest where you have to talk to very specific NPCs. Yeah,
it's also pretty interesting. If you talk to the students, sort of not doing the quest, not going and talking to the right people, but just talk to the students in that first area, one of the teachers pops up and sort of scares the students and tells them stop wasting time. It's the one that's wrapped up like a mummy.
Yeah.
It's not Mafienz and it's not Kathinja, it's the third teacher.
I don't know their name.
God damn it. But yeah, it's pretty interesting that they'll pop up and tell the students, stop wasting time, you're here to like learn.
It's not
It's like, okay, come.
is it? That's the stained glass window?
No, it's not Nunuzak. It's not Nunuzak. I'll probably, it'll come to me later.
Yeah, there are just too many NPCs in this game to easily track one down.
So yeah, just by this talking right here, I now think that this sort of knight is the dragoon for Jahara, just because Deathbringer is sort of a larger than life character that it wouldn't make sense for him to be it, and he seems to know Lark, so that makes sense if him and Lark are on the same level.
Apparently, the teacher's name is Miss Thessinus.
Oh, Thessinus, yes. Thank you for that. So, what's his name? El just picked up a giant's horn here, casually on his way to recovering his chocobo. And that giant's horn, he's going to use it to make his 159 hammer even stronger. He's going to, later on after the dragon run, when he heads home, he's going to temper it in as the last item on his weapon to make his hammer 218 attack, which is a bit overkill, but being that he still has half the game to complete, it sort of saves him time in fighting enemies. A lot of the bosses that would have taken 3 or 4 hits take 2 after doing that, so...
Which means it's less likely they're going to get an ST off.
Right, it's just a huge time saver.
Yeah, it's a pretty small detour for guaranteed extra damage and quicker kills.
Yeah, I think a lot of the damage, like time save, comes in when you're fighting multiple enemies and he's able to kill them in one spin. That just helps out so much. As opposed to spinning twice or spinning and then, power canceling.
Which, have we talked about how power canceling works at all yet? I feel like...
We haven't, but we can mention it quickly. So basically, when you assign STs in the menu, you use the shoulder buttons. There's 4 of them. And the way power canceling works is you leave one of those shoulder buttons empty without an ST. And you push it just in the right moment after you do a power hit. And you hear like this little sound if you've done it correctly. And you're able to power hit again very quickly. Or at least more quicker than if you didn't cancel it.
Yeah, it tries to cancel the power attack into an ST, but since there's no ST assigned, it just sets you back to a neutral state so you can immediately launch into another attack.
Yeah. L has been working on learning the jump cancel, which is it basically works like a power cancel, but the animation I think is slightly quicker, and but it's more complicated to do on the controller. So I think there's some places where L does do a jump cancel, but for the most part he does do power cancels, which are easier to perform. But I think if you were to learn that might save time as well.
The power cancels, it's a dangerous game because the attack animations look so beautiful, but when playing through it casually, it's hard to not power cancel. It's like, yeah, I could do a combo attack, but also I could just power cancel. Yeah.
Me and El were talking about, just because he takes so long to finish the game, if maybe routing in like the strongest STs for hammer might be just fun to do, and possibly not take that much time in the menu if you could do it the right way. We were looking at it. We haven't really spoken more about that other than just looking at how you would do it. You have to learn some of the movements because you don't always, there's the spin movement, there's the lunge movement. You have to learn some extra movements to get the level 4 hammer STs. But yeah, it might be fun to see just because he has so much time to do it, to learn it. Yeah,
that would be really cool. Yeah, there's an entire host of skills and special techniques we never see. Not to even speak of the other weapons that we don't do anything.
Yeah, and each ST is weapon specific. He had a really good Deathbringer fight. That was 0 ST Deathbringer.
Yep, super quick. We'll get to see Deathbringer sort of again in a little bit. Not exactly the same model, but very close. I love the little bit of tech when first entering this room where you run in circles to get your NPC and pet to try to catch up with you. It's just one of those weird little, it's one of those fun things about speedruns where it's, looping around in circles.
Yeah, he does it
for a moment to save time.
So he does that here before the Jahara fight. He also did it when he was first approaching the wind colors in the Northern Peaks.
I've been laughing so hard at some of y'all's commentary too. Y'all are funny. And chat is funny too.
So I just want to mention, because he's about to kill Jahara here, just to take notice in. So when Jahara died the first time, he basically broke up into several bone pieces, and so just because his animation here is pretty unique when he dies, he again breaks up into bone pieces, but he also shrinks. And there you go.
It's interesting too, because the first time you fight him, he shatters into all those pieces, and then they just kind of get slammed back together in a nonsense shape. Like, same pieces, different shape. Wow, nice moonwalking, Chocobo.
So L, you're gonna have to re-enter the Bone Fortress.
Okay, cool.
Again. And then you're
Instead
gonna
of dropping White Forest, just go right back in.
Right. So you're just gonna go right back in. You're going to engage the elevator. You know, just hop right into the elevator.
Yeah.
And go up to the 3rd floor.
Okay, third floor.
And just go right to where you fought Deathbringer again.
Cool. Do it.
Yeah, I figured he was already behind time, so I figured why not?
No, it's good. Yeah, this is literally the first time trying it, so I'm pretty psyched.
Yeah, it'll be funny it'll be fun to see like how much time it would add to, just to know.
Yep. Use walks over here.
The nice thing is, I think you came back in right at 2:42 even, so we'll have a really precise time of how long this takes.
Oh, nice. Cool. Yeah, we were talking, just because, you know, sometimes when you do these marathon events, there are sort of the stretch goals, and
hey,
so
what am I doing wrong?
Oh, the pillars. You want to engage the elevator by stepping on the pillars. Oh, all 3. Yeah, sorry. All 3 pillars.
Cool.
Oh, you have to do each one manually this time.
Yeah, you have to do each one. Sorry, I thought I thought I had mentioned about that, but I guess
no worries,
I did it.
No worries. Here we go though. This is gonna be crazy.
So yeah, it was engage the elevator and then go up to the 3rd floor. And if we get to see an ST, we probably won't. But Deathbringers 2 ST animations are completely different than Deathbringer 1. And if you had the Saga Frontier 2 save, you would see the 2 bandits from the Lone Highway.
How sweet this is.
They would be, yeah, it's pretty cool because Deathbringer is sort of a mix of Deathbringer and Jahara. You can see Jahara's head coming off his left shoulder. His leg has
animation looks different.
Yeah, it's
sick.
crazy. Even his head has little bones on it. They've sort of taken time to fuse both enemies,
cool.
But that's it. He breaks up, and then you just gotta leave manually. Yeah, eventually it'll be cool to have the Saga Frontier 2 save, and see the extra animation with the bandits, sort of.
Ellervated, do you have a Saga Frontier 2 disc?
No, I would like to do that one day.
I don't know if I have it or not. I wonder how much they go for these days.
Oh man,
yeah,
that's a good question.
It might be easier to. I know that there's a way to connect a memory card to the computer, just to do it emulated. Save the file on the emulator and transfer it to a memory card.
Yeah, I bet you somebody has that out there.
Yeah, it's the same memory card reader that you would use on the PS3. There's a way to connect it to the controller of PS1 or PS2 memory card.
Yeah.
It's the same reader. You could use it on a computer. Find me the adapter and I'll buy it.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I guess I forgot. I guess I couldn't remember whether I dropped the pet off now or after the next one. But here I am dropping the pet off.
Ooh.
That was fun.
Looks like Saga Frontier 2 will run you about $30-40 potentially, so that's not horrifying, at least.
Yeah, that's not too bad. Not like trying to buy like Earthbound or something.
Yeah,
I see one disc only for $24. Yeah, it's at least reasonable. It's not significantly more than the game originally cost.
Yeah. Manawatch has it. Cool.
So L, for just in terms of your run and your guide, you have yourself dropping off the pet right before tea time of danger, before going to the ruins.
Oh, my bad.
But it's fine. It's
Okay.
fine that you did it now.
Cool.
Oh, for reference, it was about 3 extra minutes or so.
Oh.
Okay, not terribly bad.
Like, it's real brief to...
Not bad.
And also, it's sort of like there was a bit of extra time figuring out the floor panels too. So maybe, let's say, 2:45. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's not bad at all for... I mean, the fight goes so quick. It takes more time to get there and back.
It's more like, oh, cool, look at that guy. Oh, he's dead now.
Yeah, let's take 10 seconds to admire the sprite. All right, finished.
Yeah, pretty soon. So right now, Ella is doing the Dragon Princess, where he fights the third dragon, Vidis, with the Dragoon of Vidis, which is Sierra, simultaneously. They're not separate battles in this event. But after this, when he does do Crimson Dragon, he is going to be on the lookout for that mirror piece, because someone redeemed picking up the 4 mirror pieces, and that's the first opportunity he has to do that. The other 3 mirror pieces, by the way, just for reference, one is in Medora Beach, close to the birdcage, or inside the birdcage, I think. One is in the Tree of Mana, which he'll get right before finishing the game. And then there's one in the Bejeweled City, in the same room that he gets Sapphire.
Nice. Man, they are out there.
Yeah, there's 4. There's only 4. I think there's also only 4. There was another item that there's literally only 4 of in the game, and you can only get them in chests. I forget what they are, though.
So I don't even remember. Do the mirror pieces even do anything special? Are they for anything in specific?
They are for something extremely specific when you're tempering. So the way the mana levels work is that certain mana levels conflict with other ones. Right? So for example, if you raise light Luna on your weapon, it's very hard to raise shade because they conflict with one another. So when you add a mirror piece on to a weapon, it basically reverses those relationships, and so it makes it easier to add the other one. It's not too important when you're raising the first few levels, right? So if you're just making a strong weapon, it doesn't matter. But if you want to raise a weapon really high, you actually have to have certain mana levels consume other elements that they're opposed to. So the way you do it is you use the mirror piece to reverse the relationship and have the weapon that's normally consume the one that's easier to raise. That's literally the only reason you would ever use it. It's a very specific thing to do in tempering, and if you want to raise your weapons to like 999 attack, that's when you would use it.
Cool. Yeah, I knew they were super unique. There was a very limited number of them. I honestly did not, for the life of me, remember what they were for.
Yeah, it basically creates a mirrored world card when you're tempering that just reverses the relationships of the elements. That's what it's specifically used for. But during normal tempering, you're never going to need them unless you're doing a temper where you want to consume something that's hard to raise. Yeah. So he basically just beat Vidis there, and Vidis doesn't really have a death animation because Vidis stays alive. So the screen just fades to black, which is very different than every other dragon that you kill.
Yeah. Unlike the others, you're not actually murdering them. You're just defeating them.
Yeah.
Which also, Vidis, the other dragons look like dragons. Vadis has got a whole other thing going on, which I really like.
Yeah, Vadis sort of looks like Flamey from Secret of Mana and from Trials of Mana and from Dawn of Mana. I think that's the only thing in Legend of Mana that looks anything close to whatever species Flamey is.
Yeah, I don't think there's... For all of the creatures in this that are crossovers with the rest of the Mana series, there is no direct Flamey analogy. Oh.
So yeah, in both Dawn of Mana, just to for a little bit of lore, in both Dawn of Mana and in Trials of Mana, Flamey is referred to as like the sacred beast. Sort of just a little bit of lore, and it's the same character in all of the games. So Flamey is not like a different character in each game. It's the same character that just lives a very long time that appears in all of the games, which is cool to know.
That's really rad.
Yeah, I think in Secret of Mana though, basically Mana Beast. But in Secret of Mana, which is a game that appears later, you basically get Flamey as a baby and then he grows up. But Dawn of Mana, which occurs before Flamey's already a full-grown beast, so it's kind of weird, but it's basically supposed to be the same. But the story's all messed up.
I don't know. Time, I am sure, is a loose thing in this universe.
Yeah, it's not very consistent.
So, okay, I'm trying to remember Sierra's exact relation to Lark. Isn't that his sister? Yeah. And she is not happy that he is working for Draconis.
Oh no. But I think, so even Lark's intentions are hidden even until the main character. Because Lark is only reveals what he's doing sort of after you defeat Vadis, and Lark goes up to get that last mana crystal energy. He's like, oh, I know that, Draconis has bad intentions, I'm going to... Oh, there you go, he's getting the mirror piece right now. Oh yeah, that's the first out of 4. So, that's when he truly reveals that he's not working for Draconis. He sort of has his own idea of what to do with the mana energy, because I think only one of them can be released from their underworld bonds, right? And so, when he eventually gets to Draconis here the first time, Lark sort of challenges him, just verbally challenges him, and sort of gets his ass handed to him in this weird transformation sequence. But, yeah. Turns out Lark wasn't really the bad guy, but it seems like you're on the wrong side. You know what I mean? Defeating all these dragons and stuff.
Draconis is definitely the wrong side, but Lark is secretly in it with good intentions.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Sadly, that doesn't really work out for him in the end.
Yeah, it's a bad situation.
Though this boss coming up, I think this is the first centaur we see.
Yes.
And again, similar to the bunny ape creatures, they're all similar but slightly different.
Mm-hmm. It's cool the way they're all like slightly mechanical or steampunk in nature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they definitely have a slightly robotic feel to them, which is really rad. I'm trying to look up the next one fight, because I believe it's later this same event.
Mm-hmm. It is the same event.
Yeah, the final bosses of each event. So, I have a theory about the other one. When we finally get to it, I'm gonna pitch you my question and see what you think, but I'll wait until we can see what it's like.
Let me look it up in the in the guide, because maybe the answer is there if I don't know.
But yeah, this being the conclusion of the dragon story path is a pretty lengthy event, which is fair. All of the story path conclusions are big, long, intense events. Fortunately, they also afford breaks.
Yes. So yeah, after this event, he'll have his first break. So he just finished beating Lark the Centaur. The second one he defeats is called Zenoa.
So Zenoa has a vaguely bird look, and I'm wondering if because Akravidor with all the bird people dragoons was defeated, if that's something that Draconis took over one of them and made them into a centaur as well. It's got a very bird-like head and feathers on its butt.
I'm gonna have a close look because that's an interesting theory. Does the encyclopedia for Zenoa, because I know there's encyclopedias for the bosses, right?
Yeah, it's just their picture and their name.
Oh, dang it.
So, zero lore on the boss entries, sadly.
Yeah. A lot of the bosses are, like, so obscure. Like, why am I fighting, this boss? And it's sort of like, especially for the bosses that seem random. Let me just pull out a quick example. I think the orc boss, the one that's sort of like shark squid, it's like, what's he have to do with anything? I know Deathbringer has sort of some lore actually doing with the story, but a lot of the bosses are just like, where'd you come from?
Well, so the centaur, we see two centaurs directly in relation to Draconis. But the third centaur we see is in the Jumi storyline.
Right.
So it's like, oh, okay, maybe there's some connection between these, and then the third one just complete wrench in the works.
I'm trying to think of what the other centaur's name is. The Iron Centaur. Yeah, that you fight in the Tower of the Ares. That's the one you're referring to. So according to this, there's a bit of information in the strategy guide for Lark the Centaur. What's the other centaur's name? I just said it.
Zenoa.
Yeah. Let me look that up. There is information here.
Ooh.
It says one of Tiamat's servants, Tiamat being the Crimson Dragon, that's like the official name of it, the protector of Flame Castle. The attacks it uses are basically the same as Lark the Centaur, so you can appropriate the dodging and counter-striking methods, blah blah blah, explained during Lark's paragraph. Blah. That's not a lot of information other than he serves the Crimson Dragon and protects the Flame Castle.
So that room Ellervated was just in, where you get halfway up the floor and it opens up in a trapdoor and drops you down. There is a trigger in that room that spans across the entire room. So even if you go out of bounds to the left or right, when you cross that Y coordinate, it fires off. So at one point, folks were looking for a way to skip past that trigger. But even out of bounds, it activates.
I wonder if... Okay, so I know that to actually get to and deactivate these traps, you have to sort of turn on the orbs. So right now, for example, he's fighting the Sky Dragon, right? And as soon as he defeats the Sky Dragon, that orb that's in the center of the room is going to light up. We'll see it happen right now. So that orb lights up, and then that deactivates certain traps. There's 3 that he has to activate. So there's one for the Sky Dragon, one for the Land Dragon, and then there's one for the Centaur that he defeats. So I wonder, even if you're able to skip the trap, if you're able to get to the Crimson Dragon.
Oh, just because of all the other things you have to...
Right, because of like if the door will open to you, having not activated the 3 orbs. You know what I mean? I don't know if I'm making sense, but like they open passages for you, like to actually activate the orbs.
So the sky dragons are cute, but man, the little baby land dragons are absolutely metal.
You mean the kid ones, or this one that he's fighting now?
The one he was just fighting.
Yeah, the land dragons. Yeah, they look really cool. They look like, I don't know if you build Gundam, but sort of like a SD Gundam, sort of like a super deformed, cute version of a bigger dragon. These sword enemies are sometimes annoying to defeat. He has a really good weapon, so he could just like do blammo or spin attack and defeat it quickly. But without a good weapon, they have a tendency to become shields while you're attacking them and just block your attacks, or jump over you while you're trying to hit them, and then you have to reposition yourself. It's pretty annoying to defeat them in a normal dragon run, just because they're hopping all over, and it's necessary to defeat them to get their weapon drop. It's a good thing that he avoids that in this run.
Yeah, their hitboxes feel weird too. They feel a little more narrow than a lot of other enemies, which makes for an experience. Also, the more I think about like what enemies are where, there's a lot of these fights, like this one with the 2 wooden dolls and the chess piece in particular. It's like, what are they even doing here? Like magical swords, I get it, all over the place. Dragons and Draconis' tower, sure. But, well, I guess the wooden dolls and the chess piece make sense because they are all over this setting.
Yeah, there's some in the underworld, but I think you're right because they also occur in the junkyard. So are they like the souls of the previously alive junkyard toys that were brought to life? You know? I don't know. Like, why would they be in the underworld? It's exactly right. Oh, so I do see what you mean.
Oh, yeah. The birdish look.
Yeah. It's sort of like a boreal hound look with the tail.
Yeah, the feathers are very boreal hound.
Mm-hmm.
So I was thinking a little more after I asked the question out loud, and the toys, one of the things that comes up is just during the wars, so many dolls, magical dolls were created. I have to imagine that they're just everywhere. There are so many, they're even turning up in the underworld. They're just falling between cracks and showing up there.
That's interesting.
And Manawatsu... Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, I think he just got the Moonrock Tiara.
Oh, really?
That face enemy. Yeah, it just dropped.
Nice. So Manawatsu raises a good point. I don't think anyone has made any sort of effort at a retranslation of this game, but I do definitely wonder if there's a bunch of stuff that we are potentially missing on. The translation seems really good, and all of the interconnections seem to still be there. But
I was going to say there is a retranslation, but not in English. There's a Spanish fan translation that Juanfa, who often comes in to watch Ellervated, he plays the Spanish translation of this game.
Nice. Is it? I guess the question is it Spanish from English or Spanish from Japanese?
Ooh, I don't know. I'd have to look it up on... Ooh, this is a pretty quick Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon death animation, the rocks and the FMV sequence in the background, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, the story finisher bosses get real cool death animations. Full screen, special effects, the works, which I suppose is only fair since they are.
Yeah. Something to note is that if you're playing this game on a PS2 with the fast disk read speed on, the FMV animations have a certain probability of not going through their sequence, not starting, and you can get locked into sort of that screen without the animation playing, and there's really nothing to do. in that situation. It happens a lot when you're playing the game on PS3. It hasn't happened to me here. It always happens when I defeat Mana Goddess. And sometimes you'll be able to defeat it and see the animation and finish the game, and sometimes you defeat it, there's no animation, and you're stuck.
Yeah, I know the one at the very end of the game doesn't necessarily trigger. I didn't realize that could happen with the story bosses as well.
Yeah, it could happen. I know it's happened in the Bejeweled City. I've seen it on YouTube get stuck in Bejeweled City after you defeat that last animation. But sort of like there's 4 times where you get that background FMV, and that's basically where it gets caught up.
Yeah, you definitely. I mean, that's one of the tricky things about emulation in general, but even like emulation on or backwards compatibility, as it were. Just when you have a system, and it's one of the cool things about consoles is you have these systems with absolutely known specs. You know how it's going to work. You know what it's going to do. They're all built the same way, which is wonderful. But with that same thing comes, well, when you have something that's more or less replicating what it does, when you're adding on additional features or doing something a little different, and that spec is no longer guaranteed, if there's something that relies on a very specific hardware function, you are out of luck. I mean, that comes up with Game Boy Advance emulation. There's a couple games that for a very, very long time didn't work correctly just because of weird little timings between different pieces of hardware. So, one thing would fire off before another thing. So even though you're replicating all the chips' functions correctly, if they're not interacting with each other in the same order correctly, then it's a whole ordeal.
Yeah, it's kind of disappointing because in terms of playing certain games like Chrono Cross, there's different output when you're playing the game as to when you're in the menu. So like if you're playing on an old PS2 and you're going through a FrameMeister, it kind of has to resync whenever you go into the menu and you waste time. But on a PS3, it doesn't do that, and so it's sort of the preferred way to play Chrono Cross is on the PS3. But Legend of Mana, if you're playing it on a PS3, even if it didn't freeze up half the time on Mana Goddess, the load times are worse on a PS3 than on a PS1. And so it's really weird that like the PS3 is one of the worst ways to play it for speedrunning, because you get the HDMI output, beautiful smoothing on the PS3. It's just not good time-wise. Just on an emulation level, it's just not good.
So we're in Tea Time of Danger, and I hate this event. I don't like this area. I don't like this event. It's such a brutal maze, and the having to talk to characters to unlock certain directions, to be able to go, like, please just no.
It's a bit annoying. It's sort of one of those things where casual players, you see them like people on Twitch playing for the first time, and they get kind of frustrated trying to figure out which Sproutling goes, not Sproutling, what do you call it, Flowerling, goes where to open up the gates. L has gotten like to expert level with doing it quickly, and he's getting a lot of item drops, which is good as opposed to experience. Hopefully he could save some time here, but yeah, he's gotten to where he can do it pretty good. But yeah, the people who do fairy know this one well.
In the run, it's not so bad because it's all very knowns. You know who to talk to, you know how to set it up, but like as a casual player, you can just be trapped here.
Oh yeah, it's frustrating. It's frustrating. And yeah, there's I should mention this. The gates have such a narrow space where you can walk that it often is the case the Flowerling is blocking your way. And oh, there you go, it happened again. And it happened twice so far to him. And it happens so often that I think it's more frustrating getting through the tiny gates than actually talking to the right Flowerling, to get them to move and open the gates. Yeah, there you go, it happened again. You just consistently get locked behind the flowerlings, and yeah, it can waste a lot of time. It adds up little by little.
Oh, jeez.
Mm-hmm.
Got stuck for a while on that one.
Yeah, it's like, move out my way, get out of here.
Yeah, they definitely go at their own pace. So the flowerlings, the female flowerlings are super cute. They're just in these adorable little flower dresses. But the male flowerlings have a real, like, gross little gnomish character with a giant beard, and their outfit's pretty weird.
Yeah, I see what you mean. They kind of have like a Professor Baum look or something.
Yeah,
like
by comparison, they definitely drew the short straw on character design compared to the other flowerings. That was a tiara, I think.
Another one, yeah.
Yep.
That's his second. Oh, he's gonna do a total auto here. There you go. Nice. He doesn't do that often, but with certain item drops, he does. This is one of the few times you fight an ape mummy. You fight one here, and then you fight one as a boss. That's one of my favorite, actually, pets. They're a rare undead pet. You can pick them up in the eggs for undead pets. You pick them up in the Bone Fortress, where you fight Jahara. And yeah, the ape mummy is one of the rarest ones to get, but it's one of the fastest pets. If it's walking along with you, you don't have to wait for it as much as you would have to wait for a chocobo or a rabbite.
Rabbites are where it's at. I love rabbites. They're such an iconic part of the Mana series, and they're so adorable.
Oh yeah, it's a bit of a shame that they didn't include more color variations in this game for the enemies. Trials of Mana had such beautifully colored rabbites. They're green and they're black and they're white and they're yellow. And yeah, in this game you really only get, the yellow and the white ones. And one is your pet, it's so.
I'm struggling to remember why Tipo was even here. I want to say it was to gather ingredients for something, but I could be wrong.
Ingredients for tea?
Maybe?
Yeah, it's strange. Like, but yeah, you were mentioning earlier that Tipo sort of ends up in strange places.
Yeah, Tipo gets drug along on various sorts of things. I just can't find this segment. There it is. Now, I'm just thinking about this. I'm like, why is Tipo even here?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Tipo wanted to go off and pick tea leaves and then got lost in these horrifying ruins and attacked by a Dracula.
Count something or other. Dovula. She's female, right?
Yes.
She's like female Dracula, yeah.
Leader of the Succubus clan, apparently.
Oh, nice. That's a cool callback to the other Mana games. There are certain, sort of recurring themes, and in Sword of Mana or Final Fantasy Adventure, there's that bat that turns into a vampire type enemy, and in Trials of Mana, one of the three main bad guys is a vampire type enemy as well. So
oh no,
I'm just doing this to annoy Mana, by the way.
Yeah, I've played a bit of Trials of Mana. I need to sit down and actually finish out a full few games and see all of what it has to offer.
I hadn't played the remake. I didn't play the remake, but I did play the original a few times. So
I played the fan translation back in the day. I think we're done talking about Trials right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we're done, Mana.
The one thing I will, so any more Trials talk, I will definitely keep non-spoilery, but the art in that game is so pretty. Like it, oh geez, this flowerling. You can definitely see the growth from Secret of Mana. Like the art is good in Secret of Mana, but it's definitely a Super Nintendo game.
Yeah. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, once you hit Trials, the sprite work is just gorgeous. I mean, part of that is just being a late SNES game.
Mm-hmm.
Just Mana, just play the original. There's
actually the
out there. I think the version. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say the official translation is available to play emulated on a SNES emulator.
It's been dumped, so
it's been dumped.
It is out there. Yeah. So there's the original fan translation, the proper translation. Though, okay, we got to talk about this real quick. It cracks me up that Square has been so bad about maintaining their source code. That Trials of Mana in the collection is a ROM hack.
Mm-hmm.
It is. I mean, it was essentially done in the same manner as the fan translation. They took the ROM and they altered the ROM directly because they didn't have the source code to rebuild it with the proper translation.
There was a similar situation with Final Fantasy VIII where they didn't have the original source code and they had used a ROM to sort of port it over to the newer.
Yeah, Final Fantasy VII, because 7 had been ported to PC by Crystal Dynamics.
Mm-hmm.
When it came time for them to make the remaster, or I guess not even remaster, but re-release on PC a few years back, they had to call up Crystal Dynamics and be like, hey, remember how you ported that for us? Could you maybe hook us up with the source code because we lost ours?
Yeah, you would think someone would have backed it up on a hard drive or something. Or, like, what happened to those computers that they originally built it? Like, did they just throw them out? I mean, I understand that eventually things have to be updated, but it's kind of scary to think that there might be a computer out there, somewhere, with the original source code for these games, just to give it to a former employee upon upgrades or something like that.
Well, I mean, the same sort of thing happened with Sega, and how... Yeah, so as Mana said, storage space was not cheap back then. It was not easy to just archive all your junk because it cost a lot of money to store all that data. I mean, shoot, the first flash drive I ever bought was $50 for 128 megs, and I was stoked.
Yeah.
So the amount of money they were paying for hard drives back when they were making these, I don't even want to think about it. And then it's like, well, we got to work on a new thing. We don't have room for the old thing. It's already out. It's released. It's working. We're done. Sega, when they merged with Sammy, or one of them might have bought out the other, I don't remember the details, but a ton of Sega source code got lost. So people rant and rave, myself included, about how amazing Panzer Dragoon Saga is. But your options are basically shell out $1,000 or play it emulated, because it's probably not going to get remade or remastered anytime soon because the source code's long gone. Same reason that the Panzer Dragoon PC release had to be built from scratch by a different studio because there was no source code to work off of.
Wow, that's rough. Yeah, it was interesting too that when they re-released Trials of Mana, well, I don't know if this is spoilery or not. It's not story-driven, but just mechanics-driven. Some of the leveling up doesn't work properly in terms of stats. And so it's interesting that they didn't fix it when they re-released it. You know what I mean? Like, they kept it as non-functional, in the update. Yeah, that was rough, Ellervated. I saw that took a long time to get out of there.
Mm-hmm. So Gennaro asking for the source code. Gennaro, are you referring to 7 or Panzer Dragoon or Mana? Because there's, I believe, been articles about all 3 of those, but I would have to hunt them down. Oh, Legend of Mana? I don't know if Legend of Mana's source code exists or not.
Okay.
Roll the dice on that one.
1 second. I'm doing a quick Google search.
I would assume it's been lost because that's clearly how Square rolls. But so, and I mean, to be fair, there are a lot of games where these things have been lost. And there are many, many, many titles that the only reason the source code exists today and people get to see it and talk about it and learn from it is because people stole stuff from their work. So if any of you... Oh, cool. If any of you work somewhere where you work on games or interesting software, steal from your work, please. Preserve it for the future, because your work's not going to. It costs money to preserve stuff, and they don't care.
So, oh, wait, that didn't work out too well. Why didn't that work out too well?
That's a weird... The comma broke the URL.
Yeah, that's... let me try that again. Oh, I can't send it because that's identical. Well, that's lovely. Lovely. Again, the comma broke the URL.
You just copy and paste it.
Well, that's what I tried to do.
Oh no, I mean like people in chat can pull it out.
I'm just gonna put in a quote then, which might elucidate some of this information. So it says, Nintendo, one of the largest video game companies in the world, seems to have an archive of every single game released on every Nintendo console in the world. In the interview, Square Enix said that the company lost the source code for the original 3 Mana games and had to retrieve them from Nintendo. So I guess to do the collection of Mana.
I have a lot of issues with Nintendo. I think they have had a similar effect on video games that Disney has had on movies and animation, which is to say they put out a lot of cool stuff, but they've also kind of ruined copyright law to the point where it's hard to even preserve and save things.
Oh, yeah.
The good thing is Nintendo does in fact keep track of not just their stuff, but like every game that has ever been sent to Nintendo for approval. They keep track of. So there are several games that got approved for release on the NES and were never released, that because of that giant leak from Nintendo a little bit back, are now out in the wild because Nintendo had the entire code for the game. They were already approved, or we know about some of them because of lists that they maintain where it's like, yeah, this made it through the approval process, here's the checksum for the ROM. So if people manage to get a hold of a ROM, they can verify that, yeah, this is the real thing. Or if they get a hold of the source and build it, they can see this matches the final version that Nintendo gave the thumbs up on. So they've done a lot of good and a lot of bad for video games.
Yeah.
Like their stance is that emulation is illegal, which is A, hilarious because that's been proven in court to not be true, and B, even more hilarious because they do it on their own consoles all the time.
Yeah, I think they had used a ripped version of the Mario ROM in one of their, the original Mario. That was just hilarious.
There's a lot of conjecture on that, because the same person who was building the emulation for, Virtual Console actually worked on some of the early emulators. So it's possible, so here's the thing, is a lot of NES ROMs especially have headers. A lot of other ROMs don't use headers. Super Nintendo can go with or without headers, and there's a lot of, when you apply a patch, you need to correctly apply it to something that either is or isn't headered. So the NES ROMs in Virtual Console have the same headers as the ones out on the internet. They are literally byte for byte the same files. But everything other than the header is gonna be the same no matter what, because Mario is Mario is Mario. The data is the same as what's on the ROM. But the header was what really threw people off when they got it out of the virtual console, because they're like, oh, did they just download this on the internet? Because this is literally the same as the file on the internet. But the guy who made at least some of the software for their virtual console is the same guy who first designed those headers, so he may have just remade his header again. So it's
interesting.
The same thing built separately, if that makes sense. So
yeah,
they maintain their code. They probably didn't download Mario off the internet, but the Mario file that runs in a virtual console and a Mario file you can download from the internet are literally exactly the same.
Right.
Also, this quest. Oh, man.
Depressing. Diddles had it. I'd say he's done with it. So he's actually done a few quests. Nicolo's Business Unusual 3 has been is done with chasing the psychokinetic flowerling around. Now he's on to Siren's Song, which is, I think, the first time we actually see the birdcage. He has to trigger that by going into Palpata Harbor and hearing the soldiers talk about that boink. I think I mentioned this earlier. And so that's what he's doing now. And then he's going to quickly run over to the beach to get to the birdcage. There's a few things, he has to do to set it up.
Yeah, there's a few quests. I remember being stuck as a kid on a couple of the quests where I'm like, even with the strategy guide, there's so many people you have to go talk to and steps you have to do. I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm lost.
Right, yeah, it's not easy, like, to know what to do in this game.
There's one, I'm trying to find the name of the quest. Is it one of the Gilbert ones? That doesn't sound right.
It's not the one with the days, right?
Wasn't the Quiet Sea. No, there were Drowned Dreams. I can't recall. There was some quest I remember being stuck on for ages, and I'm like, cool, I'm just trapped here. I don't know what to do. And then, like, months later, I came back and was finally able to sort it out and get through it. I think it might have been this one, actually, that we're on right now. Siren Song. I think I was trapped needing to talk to someone in Polpata Harbor. I don't know, there's so many quests, it's hard to keep track.
Yeah, if you don't go to sort of that beach area, and the game doesn't tell you to go there, but you have to go there and hear sort of conversations to continue it. It's not only talking to Elle, it's like heading to the beach and hearing the beach area of Popata and hearing them talk, basically, to get that point to move. It's such a small thing, but it's important. It's weird that for the enemy chocobos, they went with like a dark color, just because chocobos are usually yellow. I mean, I know there's differently colored chocobos in all of the Final Fantasy series.
The baseline.
The baseline is yellow, so it's weird that they went with that. The same for the rabbits. Like, your pet rabbit is yellow, but every other rabbit in the game is like a white color. So it's weird that they would go with that instead of the normal yellow rabbit that actually you see in every single loading screen.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember where you even encounter rabbit enemies. I mean, you see rabbit, as you said, on the loading screen, so you see a rabbit all the time while playing this game.
Luon Highway, I think there's a few rabbits.
But yeah, there are so few you actually encounter as enemies, which is very unlike, say, Secret of Mana, where there's a ton to just grind out right at the start.
They're everywhere. think this is the second or third time we see Flamshi or Flamesh. I'm not really sure how to pronounce her name, but the mermaid that's sort of a friend to Elle and Monique.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Flamesh, just because that sounds way better. But
Okay.
the E on the end definitely throws me off too.
I think she's French.
Yeah, it does feel like there's a handful of French names in here.
Because Dawn of Mana is voiced. One of the mana spirits actually has a French accent. And so, I don't know, Square just really like to do that. Harley Quinn also in Chrono Cross had sort of like a French accent going on as well. And so I think that's why they just like to do that in their games.
Yeah, I've been playing a lot of Sky Gunner lately, and all of the names in that are French, so it's just French names all over the place.
This is the other fight that just takes so long. Oh my god, and again, he thought he had killed it, but it came up and did an ST on him. That's annoying.
Mm-hmm. And even as powerful as he is now, he is at 30% health.
Yeah, so these enemies are a bit treacherous. Man is trying to pronounce her name.
There's a lot of options. I like Flamishi. It's a choice.
Yeah, so he has his strategy is to, knock them off of the vine as soon as possible and kill them before they can get STs off. But like the worst thing about this boss battle, other than if they hit you, they knock off a lot of HP, it's just waiting for them to spawn. You're like just standing around doing nothing, anticipating, when the heck the next thing is going to spawn, and it's a bit annoying just because, you're trying to go fast, Sonic style, and this boss just doesn't cooperate half the time you're waiting.
I mean, this is, I would say, probably the closest thing to an auto-scroller in this game.
Mm-hmm.
There's just nothing you can do to speed it up. There's no movement that can make it a little faster. There's, kill them as quick as you will, they're going to take a minute to spawn.
Yeah. This boss is actually horrible in No Future mode, just because I don't think killing off these little guys takes off more HP from the boss. It's the same. And the boss has a shit ton more HP. Not even just a little bit more, a lot. It takes 15 to 20 minutes to kill off this boss in No Future mode, even if you one-hit kill these tendrils as soon as they spawn.
There's a Trent face back there?
I did not notice that. Gosh darn it.
Oh, jeez. Kill the sound on that. I pulled up a clip to look for it and see. So I might have.
Yeah, in that fight, it might be an illusion. Oh, it might be just background things looking like Trent's face.
Oh, like the middle one in the roots, and it looks kind of melty.
I could see that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I see that. That is super depressing, and that's definitely a face because you can see the eyes. It's pretty distinct. Oof.
They took a long time to do the background anime. Everything is so detailed. Every area. Yeah, they just took a long time working on each of these backgrounds.
If you really look for it, you can see reused assets on especially some of the dungeon type areas where you're running through the same similar looking screens with similar looking trees. But even then, they do a good job of arranging them so it never feels like you're looking at tiles. So even areas that look samey look samey, not this is literally the same tiles placed down, and it's just the same thing.
Did Elle just miss the mirror piece that's here in the treehouse?
Uh-oh.
I'm not sure, because he sort of grabbed her and he didn't re-enter. I'm not sure if he plans to get it later or not. We'll see what he does.
Oh, he's just stopped.
Uh-oh.
No, I'll get it later. Okay.
Okay, cool. Cool.
Yeah, the Jumi corpse in the Jewel Beast. I did not notice that for such a long time.
Oh yeah, that's frightening. That's the stuff nightmares are made of.
I was afraid for some reason that if I went back in with Elle, I would lose her. I don't know what I was thinking.
Okay, it's fine.
Yeah.
No worries. Not a big deal.
So this event, I love that you get one of these harpies coming along and hanging out with you. It's really cool.
Yeah.
Like, their animations are interesting, and it's really... I don't know if you can recruit her again later.
I think you could go back into the tree and ask to recruit her later. But I think she's one of the better NPCs in the game, just in terms of her fighting abilities and stuff.
Mm-hmm. So this is one of the hilarious Gilbert quests where he is still pursuing these sisters.
He literally started flirting with the mermaid. It's so funny. Like, this entire game, it's like really weird with Gilbert.
Yeah, there's... So somebody on this team got done dirty by a guy who was just making the rounds.
Yeah.
They want to immortalize it here.
I always make the joke that he's not half horse, he's half ass. So, yeah.
Even just like that conversation right there, he's calling her darling and everything, and just goodbye.
And he always says, my love, like, my love. It's like, dude, like, cringe a little bit.
Please stop.
Mon chérie. Yeah, there you go. Oi, oi. She definitely is French. The way she talks.
Everything about this guy.
And I think they also Watts has a it's not Scottish accent, is it? Like, oi, da da da. It's sort of like a rugged. I don't know what you would call it, accent that Watts has.
I don't know. It definitely sounds UK, like somewhere in that area. British Isles or whatever you want to.
So back into the birdcage. This is his chance, I think, before, because his stat chest right there.
Sorry, we're coming up on the orc boss fight before too long, aren't we?
Yes.
What a weird name for a boss.
Is this still Gilbert Love is Blind, or
I think so.
Or is this Siren's Song?
I think this is Gilbert Love is Blind. I think, didn't he already do Siren Song?
Yeah, maybe. Let me look that up.
So that was, yeah, Siren Song ends with Tropicalo.
Oh, okay. Sweet.
Pretty sure. So yeah, we're in Love is Blind. Man, just the number of steps for this event on the guide. That is...
a lot of it is just traveling. He pieced this out a bit more than normal, because I don't think you do this quest in the other runs, right? Like, you don't do this in Fairy or Jumi.
Yeah, no, this is deep in the Gilbert path. There is no reason to come here unless you're doing everything.
Right, so he had to learn this event specifically for this. In the guide, some of the things that he knew already, he just said, oh, complete the event. Normally. But in this one, he's like, walk here, fight this, go to the boink, do the birdcage, talk to this person. Like every little thing is a different step because he had to learn it new. So that's why it looks longer.
Mm-hmm. I was not watching. Did he get the mirror piece?
I was looking in the guide just to find the. I didn't notice. We'll have to see. We'll have to see later. So yeah, in this one he does fight the orc, and the orc in the guide has like a little description. It says, a monster of the sea, feared by sailors. You can dodge orcs plunge death blow. If you wait in his after it plunges into the sea, it's just basically strategy for how to beat it.
Yeah, it is a straight up horrifying monster, gotta say.
It's like a shark tentacle floating thing. It's just weird.
Yeah, it's a whole squid shark disaster.
There's a few enemies that sort of float. I have no other way to describe it. Like a few bosses that float. There's Orc, there's Deathbringer.
Spriggan.
The Gorgonite sort of floats around.
Mm-hmm.
I think they sort of look cool. They kind of have like a similar... in terms of their design, where like their heads are kind of big, or in terms of Orc and Gorgonite, like big head and like appendages coming off while you're floating around. It's kind of cool.
Cool. Ellervated did grab mirror piece too, so we're good.
Nice. So the next one that he'll have to get is in the Bejeweled City. So it's close to the end of the run, and then the last one is in the tree.
Basically at the very end of the run. So, Elle's thing is that she does not sing anymore because she sank a ship, which, for those of us who remember back during Drowned Dreams, that was definitely her that sank the ship on accident. But she sank the ship.
Yeah. It's weird because the first harpy that sings also like had sank a ship, right? And then that jewel sort of ended up in the hands of that fish person. Mm-hmm. And then this time when she's singing, like the entire ship is like on fire and there's explosions, and it's not just that the people listening are sort of mesmerized by the beautiful spell. It's like an entire disaster happening.
Yeah, she is... I don't know if it's her song explicitly doing it, but it definitely seems like she is summoning explosions with her song.
Mm-hmm. I think the mermaid has similar abilities, right? Does she ever use it in this game? I know, like, mermaids just in general lore, like, you're not supposed to listen to their song.
I don't know. I was looking at the info about the mermaid, and apparently she ran away from home.
Mm-hmm.
And met up with Monique and Elle, and now hangs out with them.
Yeah. She seems like, if you talk to her casually, she seems like not to want to associate with other people.
Yeah, it specifically mentions that she's a bit difficult to deal with. So, she's a teenager with a lot of attitude. She should be a Power Ranger.
Mana says he doesn't think she can because she's practicing singing in the market. Yeah, that's interesting. I just thought it was cool because they were all friends, and in general, like, sirens and mermaids have the ability to sort of mesmerize people with their song, and they were all friends in this game, so I figured that's what brings them all together. this is like the most insane thing. There's one penguin that just can't stop spinning here. Just if you look at him closely, like all three penguins are spinning, but there's one in particular that spins slightly longer than the others.
Oh, yeah, just
Yep.
everything's blowing up, still spinning around.
It's like, what's wrong with this guy?
All the way up. I would love.
God.
I want a remake of this game where Vanillaware does it, so it's just the game as is, but with their really, really beautiful art. And this boss fight should have that penguin in the background still spinning.
That would be hilarious. Oh my god, that would be... Oh my god. What was happening there? He couldn't attack the orc for a while.
Yeah, but that didn't seem like an ST?
No, like the orc didn't really do much. He was just glowing. That was strange. Ellis had a few WTF moments like that where sort of he attacks and the attack lands, but the ST has to go through before the boss can die, or like just some strange things happening in the past. I don't know.
Yes, I mean, to be fair, spread out amongst 7 hours and multiple runs of this category, eventually you're going to see some weirdness.
Noam says he wants to make a GIF of the spinning penguin. Just an infinitely spinning penguin. If you make that GIF, that'll be really cool.
Yeah, that would be amazing, because that is... The penguins in this game, in general, are really sort of identifiable, and you see one of them and you know you're looking at a Legend of Mana penguin. Oh, yeah. No, we're not going to do the GIF thing.
Oh, God, no.
The only thing I have to say about that is the word jib, G-I-B, like when you're talking about getting jibbed in Quake or other Quake-like games, has explicitly been said to be pronounced with the soft J sound because it is a shortening of giblets, because you blow up into giblets.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that does not have any reflection on my opinion on how GIF or GIF should be pronounced, and I'm not even going to say it out loud right now because I don't want to spark that debate. Okay, well, Ellervated threw his opinion in chat, and he is objectively correct, to be honest. Okay. I just didn't want to get into it. Because it is...
Here's what I say. I think the original creator intended it to be different than how it's most widely used. But I think language is very flexible, and it evolves. So in terms of Ellervated saying that G has a hard G, that's how it's most widely used, and I think that is correct.
Yeah, I guess part of it is, though, ultimately, I hear it pronounced both ways so often. It definitely seems to be a solid mix of GIF and GIF. And really, the entire point of language is to communicate. And you know what people are talking about either way, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, no, we're getting into it, Manawatts. You brought this up. Oh yeah, these statues are beautiful. Also, I forgot to shout out the fact that when you first enter, the moon has a really wild-looking face. Like it's I don't even know how to describe it. It's
like
intense.
Jack Skellington?
The moon is intense. No, it's let me see if I can find the screen. Actually, wait. Let me see if I can make a clip that has the moon's face.
Oh,
that would be
cool.
That's a little too late. Let's slide that a little earlier. Yeah, it's like breathing out a cloud. I'm just gonna screen. I'm not gonna clip this. I'm just gonna screen cap it and throw it in the Discord.
I did not know that.
Someone pointed that out to me at one point because I had never caught it before. But yeah, it's a red little face.
Yeah, there's a few times where the moon looks really cool. Like the Boreal Hound has the red moon. And then just recently I saw the moon again. I think it was during Crimson Dragon, where like the moon comes up or something, like while you're fighting the dragon. That just looks cool.
Yeah, again, as we've said a few times, there's so many really impressive details in the backgrounds. Oh, but now that we're finally in the tower, let's talk about something we all hate. This tower is such a maze.
Yes. It's hard to know because it's roughly shaped like a square, right? Like there's a forward portion and then there's a back portion, like towards the screen and away from the screen, you could say. And knowing where you have to be, which of the two portions you have to be in to find the upstairs, because sometimes you go to a stairs and it's a downstairs as opposed to an upstairs. And yeah, it was just so confusing. You can go the long way, which is strictly taking the stairs, but all the speedrunners I know just do the elevator trick. So L went up on the elevator, then goes down, and then figures it out from there.
Yeah, because then there's a different elevator you can take, and yeah, it's a whole...
It's a mess.
It's a thing. You can only get to certain spots from certain sides.
I still don't think it's as bad as first entering the jungle or going through the Mindus ruins. Like, if you didn't know, in general, you're heading up, so...
You can get through this just by continuing to look. And it tells you what floor you're on.
Yeah.
But, jungle in the ruins, if you don't know what you're doing, I hope you're ready to spend all day there.
Those ducks are pretty cool. Oh, jeez, just explosion of experience there.
That's not what you want to see.
Yeah, like you were saying, the ducks are counted as a demi-human in this game, so yeah. Which
means you can recruit one as a demi-human. I'm trying to remember what their name is. Let me find I made a guide at one point that was how to get several of the pets in Dragon without an enormous addition to your time.
Right.
Because Guri the Goblin is routed in automatically. It's not too hard to get to the others. There's Mambo the Tomato Man. Wow, what a name. Captain De Yang the Mad Mallard.
Mad Mallard, yep.
Fernando the Narcissos, which is those Yeti creatures.
Yep.
And then the last one is one of the fish dudes.
The Sahagan. Yeah.
And that one is just not feasible to route in to a dragon. These
there's
other
another
ones.
demi-human as well, the Succubus.
Oh, yep.
Which is Alicia. You can get her from the snowfields, but again, not feasible. Just because you don't have snowfields and getting it would take too long. And there's also Cheeto. Did you mention Cheeto, the Chubin Hood?
Oh no, I did not.
Yeah, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different demi-humans. Cheeto you get from the jungle if you had Dryad at level 3. Yeah.
Oh, here's that other centaur. Not for long, but also a very cool looking boss.
Iron Centaur!
So wait, where do you get Cheeto from?
The jungle if you have Dryad at level 3.
That's right. That was another one that was just not feasible in Dragon.
So the description for the Iron Centaur, since he fought him, is a warrior's ghost that wanders through the Tower of Liares. There you go.
I guess you've got at least the ghost underworld connection there.
Yeah, I could see that.
I don't remember what Fernando does. I don't think bringing L with you is going to be a problem, Ellervated. I don't think that breaks anything.
Fernando uses gloves. So actually all of the demi-humans are sort of linked to a different weapon type. So the Narcissist, Fernando, uses gloves. The Chubin Hood uses a bow, right? So I forgot what the other pets were. Jesus.
Tomato Man. I mean, the Tomato Man, I think, is just a straight up Tomato Man.
Yeah, he doesn't really do anything.
I don't know why he counts as a demi-human.
Yeah, it's strange. He sort of has like salamander, like fire abilities though. So he's kind of like magic user, I would say. The same way Succubus sort of uses shade, right? And then Guri the Goblin has an axe. So Cheeto is the bow, Guri the Goblin has an axe, Fernando uses gloves. And I think the other ones are magic based.
I can see that. Yeah, I need to actually finish up this guide and put it up where people can reach it, because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different pets. It'd make for a really good incentive for people submitting a dragon run to a marathon, because that's a lot of different options. Nice little bid war.
Oh yeah, who can get the pet they bid up specific pets? That'd be so funny.
Alright, so Elle's on the way back down. I'm gonna hit the facilities real quick. I'll be back in just a minute.
Yeah, so Elle is now finishing up this quest. He's heading down the Tower of the Ares, right? The Looking Glass Tower is the name of the event. A lot of cool little enemies here, these little bat enemies. Pearl is sort of trying not to get hit badly. She doesn't really help you out here while you're guiding her down the tower, unfortunately. There is sort of a boss battle, I think, when you get to the bottom of the tower. Almost there. So now that he's sort of at the bottom of the tower, I think they engage battle with the first Jewel Beast. Pretty quick there. All of the Jewel Beast enemies are slightly differently colored. And so there's a Jewel Beast that you fight here. There's one, I believe, that you fight in Geo. There's one in the McKiv Caverns. There's a few in the Bejeweled City. Yeah. I believe there's one in the Duma Desert. And so I think there's 4 different variations of Jewel Beast that you fight. They actually use the main character's name here. It doesn't show up too often, sort of in conversation, so it's a cool little note. And then he finishes Looking Glass Tower. The next event he's going to be working on is Gilbert School Amour, which is a bit annoying if you don't know where all the students are to talk to. But Elle has this down to a science. Now, also, he placed down the Feek Snowfields, which is beautiful land we'll be going into a few times. And also, if you want to get a succubus, where you would get a succubus. Demi-human, assuming Shade is level 3.
Here we are watching Ellervated tell kids to cut class.
Yep. He also has this little like scene with Gilbert and Kathinja here. He's trying to sort of hit on the teacher, you know, like And she's she has a little attitude. She's a bit of a she's not having it.
Kathinja is the wrong person for Gilbert to pursue.
Yeah, I think he has a certain fantasy, like that strong teacher persona, and he's a bad student. And he just wants to live it out, you know what I'm saying? Like, punish me, teacher. And she does to him what she does to all her bad students. So,
Yep.
I don't want to go to class. Fine, do what you want. F you, I'm going to class. So, that's basically how the students are. You have to convince them by choosing the correct option for each student. And then there's one student, sort of in the store, that will absolutely not go to class until all the other students have gone to class. Niccolo also picks up Niccolo here. So technically, he picks up Niccolo so that he can do Niccolo's business unusual later, number 4. So he's going to keep Niccolo for 2 or 3 quests here. He can basically tell the student, I hate school. Yeah, I'm going tomorrow.
Just bring Niccolo along for the ride. Why not?
Manawat says teachers have kinks. I don't know. Depends on the teacher, right? Kathinja certainly looks like she would. I'm just saying, like, personality-wise, it seems that way.
She's a very intense lady, so
yeah.
I can only imagine what she's got going on.
Yeah. If you look at her artwork, it's kind of sort of intense because she has like a snake-like vibe and a huge what do you call it, like reptilian style tail, and her hands aren't hands, they're more like claws. Yeah, she has an awesome artwork.
I'm trying to find her encyclopedia entry. I really
so her encyclopedia entry, I think I found a picture of it. It says, the most popular professor at the Academy of Magic. She has the power to explode things by staring at them. She always looks out for people and is friends with Vicinus. So the mummy type teacher.
Nice. Yeah, I need to gather all of these character profiles into one spot. So
Popular.
Track them down.
It would be cool to have like a HTML based encyclopedia, you know?
Yeah, it would definitely benefit because there's the world history entries on the legendofmana.info site.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't have the character entries. It doesn't have any of that sort of stuff, which would be really, really nice to, like, it's a good site with a lot of stuff, but there's all these beautiful portraits and weird descriptions of these characters.
Yeah. The guy who made that site is like an intense gamer with a huge physical collection. The guy who made the legendofmana.info.
Yeah, I remember looking at some of his other sites and like so user interface design is a thing, which I am not good at. I'm a big fan of when I'm like coding something or working on a project, I want either a UI I can plug my stuff into or it is bare bones as heck. But props to this guy for putting together a really slick looking site.
Yeah, I think that's what he does in terms of like job. His name is Craig Erskine. He sort of has like his own website of sites that he's made, so I assume that's what he does in terms of artwork and making awesome websites.
And so Gnome, I appreciate that, but I really want to go grab all their encyclopedia descriptions like in screenshots and have them in text and screenshot and then have them on one page because these are all split onto separate pages. which, I mean, I guess you can navigate by the thing at the bottom, but I just want to be able to scroll up and down and talk about that sort of stuff.
Yeah, it would be cool to have like maybe an alphabetical list in the beginning, and you click it and just brings you down to the exact same web page of where it kind of like how Wikipedia works, and they give you the outline in the beginning, and you click it and it brings you down to the section you want of the article. You know?
Yeah. I guess the real thing to do first is to amass all the screenshots and data, and then figure out which one that is. But yeah, I mean, I guess it's a testament to just how much stuff is in this game that there is so much information to hunt down.
So I think this is the quest that's usually skipped when you do well, not skipped, but you start it and never complete it when you do ferry.
Oh yeah, you walk in and then walk immediately back out, which I want to say fails the quest, but it counts as completing it for purposes of progressing ferry. But we need to see that splash screen because it's all events.
Right.
So, okay, so speaking of that, like, I feel the quest and it just moves along because the lore is boring. Yeah, the lore is not something you want to see too much of in a speedrun, and there's no escaping it in this game, but you go past it so fast, it's not that bad.
Right.
It's almost kind of sad because there is all this really cool lore, and we're just mashing through text boxes like crazy.
Yeah, a lot of the story is like for the three main storylines is inescapable though. Like there's extra stuff that we skip, but a lot of this is just like waiting for text boxes to load.
You know, at least the text scrolls pretty fast. I don't know how familiar you are with Xenogears.
A little bit, but yeah, that's more of a yeah.
So the text in that scrolls extremely slowly. There's actually a really weird bug that you can perform that I believe involves physically swapping disks to get it to trigger. And it makes the text scroll at a reasonable speed. Not even like super fast, just a better speed. And it is an integral part of the speedrun.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
Let me see real quick how much of a difference it makes.
There you go.
So,
splash screen for Pokio just finished. And since he has Niccolo still with him from the School of More, he's going to go right into business as usual in the mines.
So this was just... I think there's a better timeout now. Yeah, the English any percent first place for Xenogears on speedrun.com is 14 hours. The any percent fast text is 12 and a half hours. That's an hour.
Almost.
Yeah, hour and a half, 2 hours of difference just from text speed. Also, that's just a dang long run.
Yeah, that sounds intense. I mean, that game had to be severely shortened too, just because they didn't program the entire thing. I think one of the discs starts off like fast forwarding time and just telling you the story as opposed to you playing through it.
Yeah. So, and there were a lot of rumors for a long time that like the team got yanked and put on Final Fantasy VIII because Final Fantasy VII was so successful. I think what it finally came down to is the main director of the game is like, no, we were just told your game is shipping on this date. It has to be ready by then. So you wind up with this sort of scramble to get everything done that you could and throw all the stuff in at the end of it, which, like, I have to imagine a lot of the stuff towards the end, the big important stuff like the bosses were already designed because those are big important things that you want to have ready. But a lot of the dungeons were probably not fully set out yet. So yeah, there's a lot of people that joke about how you just spend the second disc of Xenogears sitting in a chair while characters explain what happens, and then you fight a boss and then you sit in the chair again. And they're not wrong.
It's interesting to think about, like, in Xenogears and in Legend of Mana 2, if they had all the time in the world to do what they really wanted to do with these games, how would it have turned out?
So that interview I mentioned earlier, I know they mentioned, because I think there's either 12 or 13 weapons in this game. They had originally wanted to have 15 different weapons. One of the guys on the team, quote, "I just want to craft weapons all day." But yeah, they point out that they used every last little bit of space on the disc. If it was an audio CD, they've used up everything but 2 minutes.
Oh, wow. There's 11 weapons in the game.
Yeah, they had originally planned on 15, which is wild.
That kind of makes sense because some of the items in the game don't even do anything, like not even for forging, not for like anything at all. They're like useless.
Yeah. So here's some interesting stuff. The land make system was Ishii. The land make system was originally very different. It ended up getting simplified in a good way. Takai. There were lots of ideas, though they never got past the idea stage. One was that if you place an artifact on top of a land that already had an artifact, it would add some new institution or feature to it. Another idea was being able to combine 2 lands into a new unique one. In the beginning, we had a system... Oh, sorry.
I was going to say that's really interesting to think about how that a system like that would work.
Yeah. They talk about... They had a system where pets could evolve and get stronger depending on how you bred them. You could have a rabbite and end up with a Rebellion, that kind of thing. For the orchard, too, we wanted a more elaborate system with the fruit. It would rot if you didn't tend to it, or you could do things to produce better crops and yields.
Yeah, that's the fruit system is really, like, if you want the rare fruit, like the lucky clovers or a toadstool shed, they almost never. Very difficult to get them.
Yeah, they definitely... Their plans for this game were ambitious, but at the same time, they also got a lot of that ambition in, which is, I think, part of what makes this game still fun to route and play and talk about. They wanted to be Pokemon and Harvest Moon and another sequel to Secret of Mana all at once.
Yeah. It's kind of sad that you can't have more than 5 pets, but in terms of like saving every single pet's individual data.
The memory cards. Does this one, I can't remember, does this already take 2 slots? Or just one?
1 slot. One.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can only imagine how many slots you would wind up filling up.
Yeah, I remember there were very few games that took up like a crazy number of slots, but I remember being back in high school playing Gran Turismo 2 and just having an insane collection of cars that took up every single slot on my memory card. Like I had a memory card specifically for Gran Turismo 2. It was insane.
Yeah, I can see Diablo 1 taking up a whole memory card. Yeesh. Because there's just so much random stuff that can spawn, so the game's got to track everything for every item.
So yeah, since he finished Dragon, he came home and it started up Cage of Dreams. So he's going to go and complete that quickly. Or continuing on. Well, as he continues on. Have you heard about that game that was recently kickstarted? The RPG that's coming out? The
Suikoden follow-up? Eiyuden Chronicles,
yes,
I think?
Eiyuden Chronicles, right. They met all of their stretch goals. It looks really beautiful and awesome. And I think just the team being unimpeded by, a parent company, they have like the time to work out, all the kinks and stuff. It looks like it's going to be pretty awesome.
I'm pretty excited about it. I didn't back it, which I feel a little bad about, but I am excited to see what comes out of it ultimately. The problem I've hit with games in general is I don't have time to play a lot. So the idea of spending money now on a game I won't get for a long time, that once I finally get it, I probably won't have time to play for years, it seems like a silly investment.
Yeah, it's kind of insane the number of games that get kickstarted, and sometimes they're really successful, and sometimes you get something like Mighty Number 9, which is, an okay game, but it's not what we expected to be a spiritual successor of Mega Man. And so in terms of RPGs, there was a game I had kickstarted. Well, I had put in money a long time ago called Elysian Chronicles, or I think it was something like that. It was supposed to be an RPG on the Dreamcast that sort of looked like Secret of Mana and looked just amazing. And they were promising, it was going to come out on the Vita and on the Dreamcast and all this stuff. I said, this looks amazing. Never came out. I think it just, stuck in development hell. And so, some of these games you're like, but when it's a game like this, where the original team that made these other games are getting back together, and doing amazing stuff. They sort of did that with the spiritual successor to Castlevania recently.
And I
Ritual
think
of the Night.
I think in the same vein as that, I was confident as soon as Aiden Chronicles was announced. I'm like, well, that's going to get backed, and it will eventually come out, and I will pick it up when I have time for it. If it had been a question of like, is it going to make it, I probably would have thrown in behind it to help make sure it happens. But yeah, there's been a handful of games now with original teams making really good stuff.
Yeah. It's sort of hit or miss, but I feel like there's more confidence when the original team gets together and does something like this.
Yeah, there's a reason I'm excited about Balan Wonderworld. And I was not excited about Knight's Journey of Dreams.
Knight's Journey of Dreams, was that on the Wii?
It was.
Yeah, I own that game. I've never played it. I played the original Knights. But,
you're doing the right thing. Leave it in the box.
That's hilarious.
It's a very pretty game. The best way I can describe it is it was made by a team of people who definitely loved Knights and wanted to make something like it, but did not understand what was good about the original.
I see.
They didn't know which parts to include and expound upon.
That's rough.
So we are at Lucky Clover. Should probably talk about Legend of Mana too, since we're
just talking about every RPG other than the one that's being played now. Yeah, he's starting up Lucky Clover now. That's the quest with all the crazy days. It's a bit annoying because you have to do things on certain days in order to talk to Esmeralda and to get the different gems that are strewn across Geo.
Yeah, you wind up taking a bunch of naps in Geo to help time pass by.
Yeah, I think he's sort of made it. I don't know if he even has to look at the guide anymore, but he sort of made it so that he knows exactly when to sleep and when not to. So, yeah.
Yeah, so that is something, it comes up pretty minor in this game, but we talked about it a little earlier, where what day it is determines what NPCs are where, which is really cool. And you don't see that in a lot of titles until later on, where they can have more complex NPC routes and that kind of thing, like Shenmue, where characters are specific places at specific times, and they have a routine for the day. And in this, it's not so complex as that, but there's still a lot of characters going a lot of places, changing day by day. And your ability to even complete some of these events is contingent on doing things in the right place at the right time. Or I know we mentioned earlier, in the Jumi route, there is a event that you start to make sure an NPC stays out of your way for a different event that you do, because they're tied to both events, but you can keep them from walling you in one by activating the other.
Just to go back to the day system, so I think there's 8 days in this game, and each one is controlled by a different mana spirit. Aside from the NPCs being in certain places on certain days, it also controls how strong the mana magic is on that day. So on Aura Day, Aura magic gets a boost. And so if for some strange reason you wanted to play a magic game, your character just fully all magic, having all of the instruments, at least one for each spirit, and switching it up, might be a good way to play that. Yeah. Jeez, I think he's just doing setup now for Rachel.
Yep.
Yeah, he's trying to get that title to come up.
Which is also a super weird event. Because we get some really weird lore about Tipo in that event. And we get some information that I think casts a different light on what's going on. Like, things with the magical school in Geo already seem pretty weird and sketchy, but Rachel really helps cement that.
Yeah.
Also, so I find it interesting when he first picks up Alazul in the bar, he talks to him, and Alazul's all, "Oh, I'm looking for a friend." It's like, dude, we've gone with you and Pearl on a bunch of crazy adventures. Just say you're looking for Pearl.
Right. Pearl just keeps getting lost. Can we just bring that up a little bit? Like, the game literally starts off with her getting lost, and then she's wandering the Tower of Liaris by herself. I understand she has this whole split personality thing going on with the Black Pearl living inside of her, but why? Why does she just keep getting lost randomly? Is it like a Princess Peach complex where she needs her Mario to save her? What's happening there?
Well, and Alazul is clearly hanging out with her all the time. When is she sneaking away from him?
Yeah, what's happening? Does she go hey, look, a dinosaur, distracts him, and then just runs away? What is going on? It's just very strange.
Yeah, there's definitely some weirdness.
He just got Rachel to trigger. So it's also cool because Rachel triggers because on certain days, Mark is in a certain place and, his wife is in a certain place. And so, it sets up the day correctly for him to go to Geo and do what he has to do.
Yeah. I think, because I saw him entering Geo when you were saying Rachel popped up, you might want to try refreshing your player and see if you're a little behind. Oh, no, it's okay.
Yeah, my internet's kind of slow.
Yeah, I don't have it as bad at home, but when I throw Twitch up on one of my screens at work, just for background noise, the video drifts further and further behind the audio. The audio always stays up to date, for better or worse.
Yeah,
but
I try not to put the game audio here because then I hear myself talking, through the stream while I'm talking, and I'm I'm so confused.
Yeah, I've got my audio turned off for this as well, which is a shame because the soundtrack for this game is an absolute masterpiece.
Oh yes, let's talk about that. There's 3 different soundtracks that you could purchase for Legend of Mana. There's the official soundtrack that came out originally with the game. And that's available like through Amazon. You can get it. There's a music selection soundtrack which sort of has less tracks than the original soundtrack, but it's sort of all good tracks. So if you can't afford the original soundtrack, that's a good way to go. And currently on the Square Enix website, hopefully they still have some. I keep advertising it to everybody. There was a soundtrack that was remade recently. The original person who did the music sort of revisited these ideas and themes and updated the music and released a separate soundtrack for Legend of Mana. So awesome music. Any way you listen to it, it's amazing.
I had not heard about that. That'll have to go track down.
Well, I could post the link if you want to like save it. Give me a quick second. I gotta search for that. There's also awesome Rabbite plushie on the Square Enix website too.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, so I don't think there were any other composers on this. Yeah, I think this was all Yoko Shimomura, who has done a lot of really good game music. I mean, Live a Live or Live a Live, First Breath of Fire, First Front Mission, Super Mario RPG, some stuff on Kingdom Hearts, Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga, Heroes of Mana, Xenoblade Chronicles. Like, the list just goes on. She has done good work on so many things. Okay, Rise of Mana? That's depressing.
I'm trying to copy the link here. God damn it, it's loading the page. Alright, well, there you go. So yeah, this is a link to the arranged album. If anybody's interested. It's called Promise. And it's basically Legend of Mana revisited. And so this was produced in 2015. And so the game came out in 1999. So 6 years later, they revisited the music and sort of updated it and made it more contemporary, but it's the exact same music. It's so good.
I'll have to check that out. That sounds real good. So glancing at Wikipedia and seeing that Yoko Shimomura did music for Rise of Mana, which was a mobile online title, which is now doesn't exist anymore because it's been shut down.
Oh, so you have to be online to play it. I see.
Yeah. So I would like to talk briefly about the direct sequel to Legend of Mana that came out exclusively on cell phones in Japan, called Friends of Mana. I think I've found a total of 5 or 6 screenshots of it. I have never found any actual video, and there are a few pages of concept art for it in the Art of Mana art book. And it looks super cute. It is definitely taking place in the same, like, very clever asset reuse of the locations in Legend of Mana, which is really rad. But I want to play this game so bad. It's a direct sequel to my favorite Mana game, and it is impossible to play because it was exclusively on Japanese cell phones, online only, years ago.
Yeah, that's rough. I think, was there a Kingdom Hearts game that was similar?
I don't know about Kingdom Hearts. I know there was Final Fantasy VII Before Crisis, where you play as the Turks. That was cell phone Japan online only. Though someone actually in RPG Maker remade Before Crisis.
Oh, wow.
So you can at least get the experience of that. But Friends of Mana, like I said, I can't even find screenshots for this game.
Was that part of like the World of Mana? Sort of like the World of Mana was like a collection of games. Dawn, Heroes, and Children are part of the World of Mana. Was Friends supposed to be part of that as well?
I don't know.
I know Adventure of Mana is not. Sort of the remake to Sword of Mana was not part of it.
Let me translate this page again real quick. It looks like it was part of the World of Mana, at least in Japan.
Oh, okay. So yes. All right. Awesome.
But yeah, it just was not a thing that ever came out here, and because it was exclusively on phones, it's very thoroughly undocumented. Yeah.
I wonder if there's a way even to get a, just to download the app. You know how you can download, the apps online. Just put
It
them
was
on the Android phone.
It was for specific models of phone, and I'm pretty sure it was another one where you had to be connected to the server to play. Because some of the screenshots I have are of people clearly in a hub area talking
like
to
a
each
lobby.
other.
I see. Damn, that sucks.
So yeah, it was for SoftBank 3G terminals.
Oh wow, so that's a very specific phone.
Yeah, there's there are models of the phone that came preloaded with it. So I have considered buying new models of those phones from Japan just to see if I can find one that might have it still preloaded on there, the trial version specifically. But it's really hard to justify buying a new cell phone that I can never use because it might have a trial version of a game I want to check out.
That you can't play. It might have a version of a game that you can't play.
Like, even if the trial's on there, will the trial work without the connection to the server?
Right.
Like, who knows?
And you might need to get like a phone plan, like a Japanese, right? Like, would it work with an American phone plan?
No, I'm pretty sure no. Like, the phone would literally be just for this. I cannot justify this financially. Even though they're not that expensive, it's just one of those, like, I mean, I could go buy a lottery ticket and my odds are probably better of getting something worthwhile out of that.
And it was a direct sequel to Legend of Mana. That's
Took place 10 years later. I'll link because there is no information on this in English. I'll link the Japanese Wikipedia page for you in the Discord.
I found a mana.fandom.com article about it, but it's very bare bones.
Yeah, there's more on Wikipedia. I mean, you got to deal with the machine translation, but you can at least read a tiny bit about it. It's something.
That's cool. So this is the room with all the Trials of Mana characters in stone, and I'm wondering, like, how did all these stone things come to be? Was it like, were they stoned by the Gorgonai? Was it Cathinja? Was it just like artwork someone made? Like, what's going on with all these?
My personal headcanon is they all showed up and started hitting on Cathinja, and she was having none of it. Because we also see Gilbert here in the basement.
Right.
Also turned to stone. So.
And it looks like there's a mermaid behind this girl. What's her name? The one with the diamond.
Diana, isn't it?
Diana, right. Like, right behind her, there's like a mermaid holding a trident into the air. That's like a stone. You see it? Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's just weird.
Hey, is that a Pokemon in the back right? Do y'all see that?
That golem looking? That goblin looking thing? I'm not sure.
I think that's either meant to be a moblin or apologies in advance, but it had like tanuki testicles from the look of it. So just big, giant sack right under its gut. I don't know. I kind of want to go.
I'm going to go with definitely not Pokemon, because I think Nintendo wouldn't like that very much if Pokemon had appeared anywhere in a different console.
Nintendo doesn't like anything, though.
Oh, well, yeah.
It is almost certainly a moblin. Looking at its little face, it's got the, like, hood with the ears and the teeth coming down, and then it's holding an axe that's hard to see behind one of the other statues. So pretty sure it's a moblin statue. And this poor teapot that is not Tipo. Just to be clear, So we haven't gotten to Rachel quite yet, and I was going to wait to talk about it. But I think I talked about it a little bit earlier. Tipo was made in Geo. Tipo is a magical construct that was built here. Mm-hmm. So it seems really weird to me that they've got a Tipo-esque magical construct running that shop. Like, is it just running the shop for someone else? Does it own the shop?
You mean the inn here in Geo?
Yeah.
Huh.
Because
I don't know. It's kind of strange. Yeah, I see what you mean. Like, if it was like, what's the purpose of Tipo being made if he's not doing anything special other than just running a shop, right?
Yeah, because Tipo. Well, so the implication when we get to Rachel later is that Tipo was purchased. Like, she is a construct that they bought to have kind of as a pet, I guess, because they're not having her mind the shop. She's just hanging out. So as far as I can tell, Tipo's basically a pet for Rachel. Yeah, like it's like Rosie from the Jetsons. There's one of our many jewel beasts.
Mm-hmm. This is the second one he's fought. The first one was in the tower.
Yep. So yeah, Tipo in Rachel, they actually talk about, I think Mark is trying to make Rachel happy and is even like, do you want a new Tipo? I'll send this one back to get the Model 2.
Oh, wow.
Which is, I mean, damn, man, that's cold.
Yeah, kind of the same way, what do you call them? Niccolo relates to the Sproutlings. Don't care about your species, bro.
Who cares?
They sort of seem like more upper class, though. Mark, Rachel, like those people. They're not Jumies, right? So...
No, they're bug people. Or at least Mark and Rachel have bug features going on. I don't remember if Jennifer does or not.
Mark sort of seems like a knight, like just like in terms of armor and how he's like bigger built and stuff.
Let's see. Let's see if I can find the info for Sproutlings, Capella. Actually, I could probably just get this on the wiki that was linked earlier.
So now that he finished Lucky Clover, he's going to do Cosmo. But he spoke to the cactus to sort of go through the whole quest for getting the cactus back. Little cactus, which he won't do it for a long time, but there's a lot of like little things. You have to kind of follow the path of where the cactus was throughout the entire world to get him back.
Okay, yeah, so Jennifer's a butterfly. So they are all bug people of a sort. Also, so Mark, the shop, is called Knight of Gemma, which is a reference to Gemma from Final Fantasy Adventure / Seiken 1. Mm-hmm. I wonder if him being in the cool armor stuff is either A, because he's a bug person, or B, he's trying to do like a whole armored motif because it's the Knight of Gemma. It's marketing.
Just one second. Gemma is spelled with a J or a G?
J in this. I think it's J in Final Fantasy Adventure as well.
Because there's also the Gemma in Secret of Mana 2, the knight that helps you out in the beginning. Right after you fight the Mantis Ant who gives you advice to seek the Mana shrines. His name is Gemma as well.
Let me double check now that I'm not thinking of that. Oh, so in Final Fantasy Adventure, it's the Gemma Knights, but it is spelt with a G. Mm-hmm. And I think Yeah, there is a specific Geminite who shows up and helps you out. Man, I need to play through that casually again. I should probably do a casual playthrough of the whole Mana series.
That'll take a while.
Yeah. I've forgotten so much at this point, though. There's so much going on in these.
I like the way they take the elements, just like the basic elements. You have a guy named Watts, you have the mana sword, you have a mana tree, you have the mana spirits. Let's make a game. Like they all have like those same elements. It's sort of like it's so interesting the way like most of the games end the exact same way, and they start with like a hero getting some kind of legendary weapon, and they all have like multiple weapons, you know. In Final Fantasy Adventure and in Secret of Mana, the weapons help you traverse the areas, you know, especially the hook or the whip to cross gaps. They didn't do that with Legend of Mana or Dawn of Mana, but still, it's like an interesting way to create a game. Like, let's just take these like elements that kind of were like in the first game, and let's just make a whole new game. It's interesting.
Yeah. Without spoilers. Do they have weapons that change the way you navigate the world in Trials of Mana? 'Cause I can't recall for the life of me.
No.
If there's anything. Okay. I thought so. Because Trials definitely feel like I said before, it feels like the midway point between Secret of Mana and Legend of Mana.
Yeah, that's when they sort of switch gears in terms of even the way the characters are sort of well, that's not true, because Legend of Mana, you could change your weapon. But, like, in Trials, they're more locked in.
Mm-hmm. Oh, another Jewel Beast.
Yeah, this is the third Jewel Beast.
2 hits. Oh, nice.
I love the way they explode. It's just like all the sprite pieces are, like, everywhere.
Also, I just gotta say, Black Pearl is so rad, and it makes me so sad that we don't take her instead of Alazul when we do the final event for Jimmy. But she gets, and that's part of what makes her cool, is she gets this really cool Sailor Moon style transformation animation, which plays before every fight and makes it take forever.
Yeah, it's kind of I'm not going to say disappointing, because this game is lovely the way it is, but when you play other RPGs and they have those FMV scenes, especially like Final Fantasy IX, when the Black Waltzes are attacking, they just look so beautiful, and I feel like some of the story here would have been so cool to see as an FMV scene. You know what I mean?
So, yes, I absolutely agree. I think that would have been amazing. I don't think they could have fit it on the disc.
Right.
And I can't imagine, because most of what's on this disc is just 2D graphics and text and gameplay systems. Like, I can't imagine how much they would have to cut to fit in even one more scene than what they currently have.
Right. I mean, so many RPGs Square made were 2 or 3 CDs. I would have loved to have like a beefier game and probably paid more for the CDs.
I wonder though, like, I guess you could probably do it, because there's a lot of text that once you get past a certain point in the story, doesn't come up anymore. There's a lot of scenes that once they play, you wouldn't need to show again. My concern is because things are so non-linear, like, would you wind up in a situation where you need to play an FMV on disc 1, but you've already got to disc 2?
Yeah, that would be
Yeah, there's nothing better than you hit a loading screen and the system goes, please switch back to disc 1.
And then right after the FMV, switch back to disc 2. It's like put it in for a movie scene. Last 10 seconds? Are you kidding me?
There's a couple games, I want to say on the Famicom disk system, where certain data was stored on certain sides of the disk.
Oh, man.
So it would be like, okay, cool, you're doing this thing, flip the disk over so that I can load it. And then as soon as you get done with it, it's like, all right, now flip the disk back so you can go do this other thing.
That doesn't sound fun at all. Yeah, but
nice.
now that discs aren't really an issue, if they were ever to remake this game.
Yeah, no, you could. I mean, putting this on either a cartridge for the Switch or just as a. I mean, even as a on-disc game for PS4 or Xbone, those discs are so big.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like Ellervated's last split was 44444. Which is, that's a good number.
That's pretty funny.
I had a run of, what was it, Nights into Dreams Christmas, that I was really, really bummed out because my time was 11:11, and I'm like, well, I know I can make a huge improvement to that time, but that's a really good time.
Right. That's pretty funny. Like, the time just looks good.
Yeah. I just want to leave that up on the boards. So we are in Can't Look Back, which this one involves going all over the place.
Yeah, he also does some things for the cactus. Basically, he spoke to Gaius in the Luon Highway. He's going to speak to Selkie because Gaius says, "Oh, go speak to Selkie," and then Selkie's gonna say, "Oh, talk to that kid in Geo," and it's so the student in Geo, Brownie, and so like you're basically following the path of the cactus. The cactus, by the way, was looking for advice for how to cure Bud, right? Because Bud is not doing too well.
Yeah, we leave Bud sick for a long time because we've got a couple more events after this that are still doing setup for completing Lil Cactus before we finally do it. So poor Bud is just going to lay there curled up on our kitchen floor.
Uh-oh. What's going on, El? What's going on? It's going back and forth and back and forth. What's going on, El?
Did he take the wrong path?
I think he literally just got into the jungle, so I don't know if you're looking for Selkie, basically, where the it's the same path you would take when you're just going to find the wisdom. There you go. I think he's on the right path. Yeah, northeast is basically the general direction you want to head into. Yep. There you go. Whew. He basically went the right way, came back, went the wrong way, went back, went the wrong way again, and I'm like, Jesus, like, the hesitation's stressing me out.
Stop clawing up my blanket and jump up here. I've got one of my cats, and she has wandered over and clearly wants to sit on my lap.
Aww.
And then just stood there and started tearing up my blanket with her claws instead of jumping.
Man, it all looks the same. Yeah, the jungle, to be fair, is a confusing area to go through.
I think, I mean, I like that because the whole point is the fairies have made it this bizarre maze that's difficult to navigate to the point where magically you get lost. But also, yeah, I mean, you still have to get through it, though.
Right.
It's not watching a show where the characters experience that and then they finally figure it out. I have to navigate it every time.
Yeah, if you're playing casually, it's sort of like a good opportunity to level up, right? Like, most of the scenes have an enemy here or there, and, if you're not taking the time in between events to level up, a good way would be to get lost in a dungeon. But when you just want to... He's just going in to speak to Selkie, like this one thing, It's,
Yeah, you don't want to hang out there, get in a bunch of fights. So, yeah, Geo, we had one more conversation because Selkie indicated that we need to talk to Brownie, who is one of the students here in Geo. So all the way to Geo, talk to that person to further Cactus a little bit more, and then now we're finally actually on to Can't Look Back.
Oh, so it is Mephiance's brother who becomes the Dumir.
Ooh, that's brutal.
Yeah. Manawat says that I have a glass half full mentality.
You've been lost for an hour, but man, you leveled up.
I feel like getting lost is a good way to really learn a dungeon.
See, you say that, but I've been lost in the jungle plenty of times, and I'm not any better at finding my way through it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's tough. It is tough. But, like, if you're lost somewhere for 5 hours, you can say, I've definitely been here before. A lot of times, especially in this game, certain paths are not very obvious. Like, they're obscured by the scenery.
Yeah, there's... Jungle's not too bad about it. It's generally pretty clear when the edge of a screen or somewhere on the top or bottom of a screen has a big gap that you can navigate through. But there are some locations where, like that, the path Ellervated went through on the screen with the save point, like that lower left one, if you don't go far enough to the lower left, you're not even going to notice it's an option to head down that way.
One that comes to my mind is in the desert. There is an oasis that's like impossible to get to.
Oh yeah.
Like it doesn't look like a path. You just have to know to like go behind like this ledge and then it's there.
Yeah, for the desert, the one Jumi event where you have to actually go through the desert, I have very, very explicit like go this direction on this screen, go this direction on this screen style instructions because there's no getting through it otherwise.
Right.
Yeah. Alkan Mines is another one that I have a hard time keeping track of where the heck I'm at.
Whoa.
Just watching Mephiance's interaction with the students, the fact that the students are like, hey, we're in the middle of these giant snowfields, is it okay if we sit by the fire? These kids have got to be so scarred from dealing with Continja as a teacher.
I wonder if they have classes with all of the teachers or if each teacher has their class. Because it seemed like the Continja students were against the Mephian's students, you know?
Oh, in the Reach for the Stars?
The desert one, yeah. And it sort of seems like it'll be interesting, like, if you actually took time to speak to the students to see if they're the same students. You know what I mean? Like, maybe this teacher just likes field trips with his students. I don't know. It's one of those things where it'll be interesting to look at the lore of exactly, you know, what's going on here.
So now I'm just thinking about the, like, can you imagine the release forms that you send home to these kids' parents? Like, hey, we're going into the desert so I can acquire a powerful magic weapon and destroy the world. Or, oh, my brother got murdered by some monster out in the snowfields. Taking some students there. Okay,
this is the only time that this woman pops up. The one with the big hair, with the crazy animation. What's her name? Do you know?
I don't know. Let me look up.
Rather strange. Because she never pops up anywhere else.
Can't look back.
Yeah, let me look in the strategy guide too. It might help.
Because we never fight her, do we? Ooh, she has encyclopedia entry.
Ooh.
Her name is Crystal. Spelled Crystale, which is interesting.
That's appropriately named. She does look crystal-like.
Yeah. The beautiful snow fairy who guards the garden of icicle flowers. Yeah, she appears to be twisted fairy hanging out here. Mephiance refers to her as an ice witch. Also, she is a huge jerk about it because Mephiance shows up and is begging her to tell the truth, and she's like, I keep telling you that your brother's still alive. Stop telling people I killed him. Oh, and then she straight up asks, I just do not want to believe it, is that really Necratos? His magical powers were amazing. To survive in this brutal environment, he became a snow monster. He's still waiting for the fairies at the Garden of Icicle Flowers. So I think he turned himself into a monster so that he could survive the environment and wait for the fairies, and stayed as a monster too long, and his mind just sort of devolved.
That's interesting. Just because, like, the three big Dew enemies don't bear any relation to each other. You would think there's like, oh, that's my cousin to the north. No.
Yeah, you would think I wonder if then the implication is Dumir is like a whole, so like Ducade, Duink, they're just classifications of monsters, and he turned himself into one of those specifically because it would be good for surviving this environment.
Yeah. I know in Dawn of Mana there's a few of those Dew enemies. I think they use ice magic specifically. They sort of turn you into a snowman. But they have a different name. It's like Duram or something to that effect. So.
Yeah.
So now.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just say then the conversation turns real dark because Mephiance is like, oh, he's still alive? Well, since he's lost his mind and he's a snow monster, maybe I could at least murder him and send him to the underworld where his wife is.
I wonder if going into the underworld and looking around after doing his quest changes anything.
There.
You know what I mean? Like he mentioned it, maybe.
I wonder if he's there. Now I want to know.
Yeah, this is these are the unmentionable questions of Legend of Mana.
Yeah. Not the kind of thing you have time to check in a speedrun, sadly.
Yeah.
So we are now on to the Quiet Sea, which this one involves, if I recall correctly, actually moving around the ship a little bit to get to a specific spot.
Yeah, well, he started it off by going and talking to David, which is a penguin who had information about Little Cactus. So, like, not all of the time on the ship is doing this quest. Basically, he was working on the Little Cactus quest a little bit in the beginning. But yeah, it's kind of annoying where you have to, talk to the captain, go talk to the penguin with the bottle, just like run around everywhere.
Yeah, and then it looks like the next couple quests are pirate ship stuff as well. Next few quests, 3, and involve actually moving the ship around as well. So we get a whole little series of pirate adventures.
Oh, I'd like to say something really quick just about Ellervated's new setup. He's changed locations recently, right? And so, oh, by the way, he's talking to this barrel. This is pretty interesting. I think this has to do with the... I don't know if this actually has to do with this quest or the putty quest. But anyway, so previously he wasn't playing on an actual television. He was just playing with the captured footage on his monitor. And now he says that there's less lag when he plays. So I've seen his last 2 runs since he's gotten his, playing on a television monitor. And it seems like he does better in Treasure Map. Especially his last run that he did really well in Treasure Map. So, the problems that he was having before were sometimes the Dud Bears would get away from him. Hopefully he doesn't run into those problems, because that's one place where it would be rip run and you'd have to reload.
Mm-hmm.
Treasure Map Monkass. Yeah, sorry for bringing it up. But yeah, you've been doing better on Treasure Map recently. As a matter of fact, I remember the last time I saw it, you basically got all 3 of the Dud Bears in that last room without having to leave and come back. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, if you're, so as Manawat says, once you have console and CRT, you never go back. Their input lag doesn't exist on consoles, and it's generally fine on a good emulator, but console to capture to monitor tends to have some massive delay. Like it's only a couple frames, and you'd think that's fine, but even in a game like Legend of Mana, the delay makes things not work quite right. You mistime your STs a little bit, you don't power cancel quite properly. Like it does make a difference.
Yeah, he just did a safety save because we're going into the treasure map now. So safety save is needed to complete this quest. So just in case, you don't want to lose the run. 49 quests in.
You've got a 30-second timer once this gets going. So, or I guess 30-second timer per bear. So you can't afford to have anything go wrong. And if you do, you need a save to be able to get back to.
Yeah, he doesn't do a lot of safety saves. Me and him were talking before about if he were to do like a marathon type event, he might do another safety save right before Diddle's letter.
Yeah, I guess one of the things that's really nice about this game is combat is insanely forgiving. If you lose a fight, even a boss fight, it just takes you to outside the fight and gives you the chance to bail out. So there's no point where it's, oh, this is just too hard, there's no way to do it. So for a speedrun, it's great because you don't ever wind up in a situation where it's, well, I'm trying to do this thing, but I just happened to lose this one fight 3/4 of the way through the dungeon to finishing this event. It's like, well, you lost the fight, just do the fight again.
Right. Yeah, the danger is more where you mess up a dialogue option and reloading helps save time as opposed to going all the way back to the beginning and starting something. Like if you mess up the Diddle's letter one, if you tell them that Capella didn't read the letter, well then you got to go all the way back to the beginning of the area. At that point, just reload.
Yeah.
Choose the right option. And this one it's one of the few quests that you can actually fail. Like there's no going back once the dud bears, you don't capture the dud bears. So no pressure, Al.
Yeah, well, he's got the safety save, so worst case scenario, you can roll back to the save, which would be a bummer, but a lot less of a bummer than Rip Run.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, there's some Earth Splitters. Way too late to be helpful. I mean, he got one on his first try, so it's fine. But
that's so funny.
It's bears
There's
right
also
now.
In most Square RPGs, they have this trick where you press start select and then the 4 shoulder buttons and it restarts the game. It's like a soft reset. So that comes in handy in a situation where you have to reset.
These bears right now.
Oh god. There you go. Got one. They're like, wow.
So stressful.
Yeah. It's amazing because he has his places where he likes to stand, and he knows the bear's coming to you, so he doesn't have to chase the bear. He knows basically the routes the bears take, right? So he's not gonna chase the bear. He'll wait for the bear to come to him. There you go.
Gosh, watching these fights is just so satisfying because just boop, everything's done.
Yeah, one hit dead. With
the spin especially, just It's nothing.
Yeah, I mean, that comes in handy when there's lots of enemies. There's lots of, 3 enemies dead in 1 hit. That's really good.
Alright, down to the last couple of bears.
Dang it, this is rough.
There's a couple where I'm like, it's right there, should have got it.
Yeah, there's one thing, like, the bears don't always respond when you talk to them. Sometimes they shake their head.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, even though the bear's right in front of you and you click the button and everything looks correct, the game just doesn't register it. And so that's one of the stressful parts. We'll wait till this one comes around a second time. There you go, got him. Yes!
Nice.
There you go. Nice. That was cool. I'll be back in a minute.
Cool. Alright, so with treasure map done, that's 2 out of 4 driving the SS Buccaneer around quests. Next up is the buried treasure. I mean, which only makes sense because now we've got our treasure map. So we should go find some buried treasure. So once again, it's a quick trip to the wheelhouse. This ship, I don't know, it's always felt very maze-like to me, but there's probably actually a lot of consistency in the design. Yeah, few is definitely right. So once Ellervated navigates to the beach, then buried treasure will start in proper. So this one, I believe, involves you get some specific items. You have to give them to some dud bears. Yep. So it's you walking around, hanging out with dud bears, passing stuff out to them. It's a weird little quest. It's interesting, but I think it's pretty cool. So we're going through Medora Beach. This we last saw a long time ago with the... Oh wow, I can't remember the name of the quest. It was Summer Lovin'. You'd think I could remember that real easy. It's a hilarious quest name. So yeah, same beach, so enemies are just, even without this amazing weapon, would not be a big concern. Just got a couple item drops on that last fight, it's looking real good. So yeah, the treasure stuff and the pirates, their quests are interesting, but sadly there's not a whole lot of lore involved with these guys. Ooh. Reminder on my phone. It's cool. They have this ship, which is a lot of fun. We get to see them a few times. We first see them wandering around out in the woods with Tote. But yeah, they're just rad sea folks. Though it just occurred to me, the walrus captain, I wonder if he is in any way connected to the Xenogears walrus captain, who is the captain of the Thames and does his whole Men of the Sea thing. I don't recall there being a Men of the Sea reference in this game, but there are a lot of things that get said and done in this game, so I could just be forgetting it.
He sort of has that attitude, especially when the ship is getting destroyed and all the penguins are flipping out. He's like, no, like, you have to be manly. Like, you take it because you're, this is the life we live.
He is definitely a spiritual follow-up to that character, if not an actual reference to that character.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just out talking to dud bears, giving them stuff. There's really, I guess, not a whole lot to say about this event.
This event is a little bit annoying in terms of if you don't know which dud bear like to talk to trade what for what, it could take you a bit of time.
Yeah, it definitely casually would be a save at the start, try stuff out, make careful notes on what you've done, and when it doesn't work out, try something slightly different next time. Which is, given how many dud bears there are and how much there is for you to potentially figure out on this, that sounds like quite the undertaking.
So the diggers are trying to claim the treasure, right? And it just seems weird because that seems like a pirate thing to do. But they totally turned their back on that pavement guy, and they just sort of drag him off.
It's like, oh, you gave us one of the coins? Cool, we'll just get him out of here.
The walrus actually used the word "real man" right now.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. So that's interesting.
That's gotta be. That
A reference to the Xenogears, yep.
So yeah, now we're on to our final SS Buccaneer. Is this the last thing we do in SS Buccaneer? I think it might be. I think we're done with that location after this.
Yeah, that's the last SS Buccaneer quest. Because mostly all you have left is the rest of the Jumi run.
Yeah, Jumi, some of the random stuff, the conclusions of both Niccolo and Gilbert's storylines, Little Cactus.
Yeah, it's strange that like the three main storylines, that the other side quests don't like they weren't more fleshed out. I feel like some of these side quests, like the Niccolo storyline, should have had a different, more glamorous ending, maybe like with a nice, big, beautifully sprite boss that you have to defeat or something. It just sort of ends, and a lot of the side stories are like that.
Niccolo and Gilbert feel like they should have gotten, because with the like proper Jumi, Dragon, and Fairy events, you get the logo at the start of the event. The pirate events, Niccolo and Gilbert at the very least feel like they should have gotten that. Maybe even the Diddle ones, because there's a whole series of Diddle events. Yeah, I don't know. But again, like they already did so much in this game. That seems like a lot to ask for.
Yeah. There's some events too that just seem random, like other than the tutorial ones. Like Can't Look Back in the Feek Snowfields.
Yeah,
like
there's a lot of... Oh, sorry.
No, I was just saying, like, there's, and the field trip as well. I guess you have to do it for Dragon, but it doesn't have that Dragon screen,
Yeah, you just need to unlock the area.
Yeah, it sort of feels like some events, like they were trying to make events around like the school children, and they didn't finish, doing whatever they were going to do around there, and so they're just like random events that are happening.
There's nothing that ties them together, but there is definitely like events that are grouped together, but they're not cohesive. You have all the stuff with the school kids, but you don't really get any sort of like, here's the background on what's going on with the school in general. It's more slice of life, a weird slice of life, but slice of life,
Right.
and not really so much like a plot or an arc.
Yeah, it feels like if they sort of tied in Reach for the Stars and the field trip and Can't Look Back, and even the Little Sorcerers events, right? So like Daddy's Room and the Little Sorcerers, that might be a really cool arc in itself if they had done it that way.
Yeah, there's... I don't know. There's a lot of potential things they could have done. Honestly, I think even more than the story stuff, because I really love the story that you do get in this game. I would have loved to see... The combat isn't super deep, and you have tons of options for how you approach it. But I think I would have loved to see something that gives you a little more options for navigating the world with your pets or your golems, like equipping special things on them that let you get around in a different way, or certain weapons let you navigate. Same as Secret of Mana or the original Final Fantasy Adventure. Like, this thing lets you get from A to B in a totally different way.
I think what this game really does, for casual players, I guess, is if you could play the game however you want. Like, do what you want, just explore, go out there. You like the axe, play with the axe. You're the type of person who has to get every ST with every weapon, you can do that too. Like, there's no sort of limitations, but it's sort of open-ended enough where if you wanted to really just focus on one thing, one storyline, one weapon, maybe even one pet or no pet, or just the golem without the pets or whatever, you can do that. And so you're not hindered by things that you don't want to do.
That's true. There's not much in the way of requirements. Which, yeah, that's real nice. That it's just sort of, you don't like that thing? Well, you don't have to do anything with it. So is this one... I can't remember. Is this event failable if you talk to the wrong fairy?
No, I think you just have to go back and talk to the right one, but he does a safety save here, just in case, I think, because he doesn't want to go talk to all the other fairies again if he does mess it up.
Okay, so if you mess it up, it is start from scratch.
Kind of, yeah. You lose your level, basically, with the fairies. You have to build up that level little by little, and you lose it, so...
Sounds terrible.
For the most part, if you know more or less where it's supposed to be, you can sort of, but they move so fast. You see, they moved out of the way so fast, he couldn't tell which one was the one he's supposed to talk to, so he's going to retry. There you go, they had less movement this time. Again, you don't know if they switched behind the tree or not, so he has to go back again.
Vicious.
It's the one behind the tree, basically, on the left side. That's the one he has to speak to.
So that's one more event down. That puts us at 51. So next up, Where's Putty? I feel like, did Where's Putty get triggered a long time ago?
Yes, so the Where's Putty quest, you basically have to go all around the world finding Putty in various locations after he was kidnapped. And so he's just been doing that while he's completing other quests to eventually get up to this point. It's the same thing with a little cactus. You basically have to follow the cactus world. Rough. Dub.
There's a lot of deep communication going on here with Putty and the Dead Bears.
Oh yeah, they're having a deep philosophical argument. Poor dog. This is Star-Crossed Lovers now. I think this is one of the final Gilbert quests, yeah? No, Resume of Love is.
Yeah, Resume of Love is what finally wraps up Gilbert. Wait, have we not done? Oh yeah, it's coming up. So this one, Niccolo calls it quits, and then we'll finally conclude things with Gilbert. So yeah, again, like we see finishing Putty, then we're already at Polpota, so we can grab Niccolo, so we can get things started for Niccolo Calls It Quits, and mix that all in with Star-Crossed Lovers, and during this we even trigger Blessed Elixir, just the levels of things going on at any point in time.
Oh, it's staggering. The number of things you have to remember. Even like little things, like while he was in Geo a while ago, he had spoken to the bartender. This is his last chance to talk to that bartender in Geo to trigger something later. Little things like that, like when he was in the SS Buccaneer, he spoke to a barrel once to trigger a putty thing. He's been going in and out of places, looking for the cactus. Yeah, did he finish Rachel?
No, Rachel, I think, comes up after Gilbert. Yeah.
Right.
Right
But like
before
the
Cactus.
things that he's been doing to trigger the Rachel quest, as well. It's been going on for a while, so.
Mm-hmm.
And it starts early on, actually, with getting items for the Pee Wee Birdie. I don't even think he's done Pee Wee Birdie. I think that's one of the last ones he does as well.
Yep. Yeah, Pee Wee Birdie gets wrapped up right before finally finishing Fairy and then launching into the Jumi conclusion stuff.
He's been collecting things for that quest since, I think, the third or fourth event in the game, so... Yeah, this is weird because he's sort of doing two things at the same time.
Because this is all Niccolo, isn't it?
Right. Yeah, this is mostly Niccolo Calls It Quits. You eventually have to have that that little battle, right, with Niccolo.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, like, he's going to complete Star-Crossed Lovers before finishing Niccolo, then coming back to finishing Niccolo.
I do kind of love the sort of connection between the second thing you do with Niccolo is where you come with Niccolo to wrap things up for Niccolo Calls It Quits. It's a nice little closed circle there.
Yeah, definitely.
So we did Gato. I'm just...
Yeah, he's heading to Geo to get to that room with all the statues. I think Mr. Fuddy has some funny business going on with Niccolo.
Yeah, because
I
remember the two guys working for Sotheby owe him a ton of money, but if I recall correctly, he also owes Niccolo a ton of money.
Oh, wow. So maybe he's trying to swindle them to pay Niccolo.
Yeah, I can't remember if he owes him a ton of money or if Niccolo's going to charge him some outrageous price when he finally gets his memory back at the end of this.
I think it's the second. Like, Niccolo charges him an outrageous amount.
Also, that scene right there is one of my favorite in the game, where it's the quick follow him, and he very slowly walks over to the door. I lost him.
That's funny. One of my favorite dialogues is when it's coming up in Little Cactus when the cactus comes in, and they're like, the cactus walks. Yeah, it's kind of funny the way the sorcerers react to that.
Well, because the game makes a point of never letting you see him get out of his pod. He does it once you go down the stairs. So you the player see it, but you the character never actually witness Little Cactus running around.
That's true. I think I know he's done it already, but in other than the Little Cactus quest, the cactus does walk around in Cage of Dreams when it's first triggered. He's talking to the sproutlings outside the home.
That's right. But that quest is also definitely meant to be like the second to last thing you do.
Yeah, but other than that, I don't think it's I think the sproutlings
All right, I'm going to sneak away for just a minute. I'll be back very shortly.
Cool. So he just had his Niccolo fight, and now it's time to head to the waterfall. So you have to go, sorry, the bird's nest. Kind of have to go all the way. Oh, he did the bird's nest. Hold on, where am I? Looks like he has to start the Blessed Elixir title. That's where he's at now. There you go.
The Bop Niccolo on the noggin.
So now it's the Niccolo fight. So Niccolo attacked the main character here, barely did any damage. It was 7% of the HP. It's barely anything. So now that that's done, he has to go back to the Temple of Healing, which is basically back to the town. And then all the way to the outskirts. There you go. To the temple. After that, he is heading to the Dreamweaving room, where he finishes off the Star-Crossed Lover's Quest, which has, I think he started this a long time ago, and it's just now. Oh wait, no, he's starting it now. But it's a pretty quick quest to finish.
There's this guy attacking first.
Escott attacks first, asks questions later. He's pretty funny the way he does that. He really doesn't. He just comes in swinging, and it's sort of a character trait. He does that multiple times in the game, even when he's young.
Are you talking about Escad?
Yeah.
I got back for comes in swinging. I'm like, that sounds like him.
Yeah, he does it multiple times. It's just so funny. He basically came into the Dreamweaving room and just started swinging his sword for no reason. Like, he doesn't even say anything. He just comes in and starts swinging his axe.
Yeah, he. Oh man, so this one I find really interesting because the dragon storyline is very much, and they mentioned this in that interview. It's sort of a typical fantasy storyline. You have your big evil bad guy. You're duking it out with him, and there's someone working for him that's actually a noble knight, but that's the only way he can try to achieve his goals. Very typical fantasy. Then you've got the Jumi one, which is very much the story of this entire group of people and their struggle to survive. But the fairy one, in spite of being tied to the deep fairy war lore of this setting, is very much a personal story about Eskad, Erwin, and Matilda.
Mm-hmm. It's less clear-cut, like, who's in the right. And I think Matilda, well, she's not exactly neutral, but, like, Erwin has his plans for her, and Eskad is, like, has his plans. And then, what's her name? Dana is just trying to be a good friend, and protect her. And it's sort of like nobody's in the right, but everybody has like a different set of morals that leads their actions. And it's more sort of ambiguous. Do you side with Eskad or Deanna? Like, it could go either way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, do we have to pay? He charges for everything, didn't he? We have to pay for that? Or?
I think so. I don't think you can ever not pay Niccolo. Because even in, which event is it? It's not Fluorite. It's one of the flashback Jumi ones where you use Niccolo to warp. I believe he charges you in that as well.
Oh, wow.
But it's Niccolo. So even when you're in like a dream flashback, he's gonna get his cash out of you.
That's messed up. He should have teamed up with those bandits on the highway instead of trying to defeat them. Yeah, man, it's just business. It's not personal.
Not so much on a Legend of Mana topic, but more on just this run or long runs topic. Because as a person who specifically seeks out runs that are an hour or less,
Mm-hmm.
I already know this route has been rerouted for better bathroom breaks.
Mm-hmm.
But like Ellervated, what are you doing for food? Because I can just walk off and make a sandwich like I just did.
No, it's true. I've only had breakfast, and I'm just gonna eat big. What am I doing, by the way? I'm just gonna eat big. Well, that's kind of cool. I did this by accident, but I've never seen this before.
Oh.
Yeah, the other night comes in.
Sometimes my wife brings me things. I was talking about Deathbringer. Look at this. The gold knight.
So I was looking around, because we see that knight outside of the Bone Fortress where Deathbringer is. Thoma and Thona, the two brothers, are in Deathbringer's army.
Right.
So I don't know what his army is trying to do. I don't even know what Deathbringer has going on. He just seems to kind of be there.
Question mark, just to also answer your question. I have like crackers and cheese right next to me. Last time I took that short break, I was just cutting up like little pieces of cheese and crackers, and I'm sort of like trying to mute my mic whenever I put one in my mouth to chew. So, yeah.
I've got a sandwich with me now.
So I actually took a bathroom break during the less than 90-second break, where not a fake, you get thrown after the Lark fight. I was able to squeeze a pee break in there, and so I used the other 90-second break after killing Crimson Dragon to grab like a bar and a seltzer. I got creative this time.
Yeah, if I were to run this or any other game this long, I would definitely be like, well, I'm just going to take the time loss. Like, I'm getting up, I'll be back, clock's going to keep running.
Yeah, that's what I used to do.
It's tough to figure out when the most ideal time is. Obviously, he has his break right after Crimson Dragon, but is that long enough? And I can't imagine what would happen if you have like any other issues going on. Like, what if you have to use the restroom and it's the other
Yeah,
thing?
a minute and a half really isn't that. It's hardly anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, for like minute and a half, that's enough time to get to the bathroom, go to the bathroom. I mean, wash your hands, get fast, get back.
Probably not enough to wash your hair. You got a hand sanitizer. Like, fuck washing. The soap takes too long. Just hand sanitizer. Get back to the control. On this topic, I know David Blaine. Do you guys know David Blaine, like the magician and stuff? He has this whole thing where he fasts before doing anything that's going to take a long time. So like when he was buried alive or standing in the ice cube, or recently when he did his ascension, he basically flew up on a bunch of balloons into the sky. I think up to 25,000 feet. He was fasting for a while, and so he doesn't have the urge to use the restroom. He does take in water though, because lack of water would lead to dehydration. That would be a worse issue. But it's sort of extremely intense, his body preparation for these endurance level things that he does.
Like, it's an undertaking. There is a physical toll involved in having to sit down and do this for 8 hours straight. Like,
oh yeah, nobody should be sitting down and doing anything for 8 hours straight, guys. This goes out to everybody who works at a desk.
Yeah, I have a Fitbit that my wife had given me her old one when she got a nice new one, and it has a little reminder that 10 minutes to the end of the hour, it's like, hey, you haven't walked around much this hour. Do you want to get up and move around? And it has been so nice, because I'll be at work and I'll be sitting there and all of a sudden my Fitbit will buzz and I'm like, yeah, I should probably get up.
Yeah, like stretch the legs, get the blood circulating. Come on. No, that's really awesome. I often forget to do that, but I don't stream for long periods of time. And I stream is like 3 or 4 hours at a time, and so it's not like a 7 or 8 hour thing. But I see streamers do that, and they even have the redeem reward, like just reminding them, sip water, like get up and stretch, and people like the viewers have to redeem those things so they can be reminded, oh yeah, I'm a human being who has requirements.
Yeah. It's weird. I don't know. It's good that they have those so that you can remind the runner or the streamer, like, hey, go take care of yourself for a minute. But it's kind of hilarious that you're having your viewers store up points to tell you to do basic health things.
I mean, yeah. Yeah. I kind of see what you mean. There's this one guy who kind of makes a meme out of it. His name is Skara, and he'll like eat a snack. He has one like this to eat a snack, and another one that's like to drink water. He'll like drink dramatically, or like eat dramatically. You know what I mean? And it usually gets clipped, and there are collections online of people like saving all the links to the different clips where he's just eating or drinking. I'm like, this is the weirdest thing to collect. But it's sort of fun. It works for him. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds really tough, Manawats. That does not sound like a good time. Yeah,
Someone in those 4 years? What? Oh, I see.
8 hours at work, come home, sit for 6 more hours. Yeah, I'm fortunate that I have a kid who will not let me be at peace for that long once I get home.
Mhm.
I've got the Fitbit to remind me to move around. Yeah, there's not a lot you can do with a call center and IT job in that case. Like I do programming, but I make a habit of getting up and at least like doing a lap around the office, which was a lot nicer when there were people in the office instead of like 5 of us, because I could stop and talk to someone. And now it's like, well, I don't really want to talk to anyone. I just want to move around, but it's still at least something.
Yeah, I'm more sedentary. I sit down, but I get up and I walk around the house. I'm currently unemployed. I had a series of unfortunate events this year, but one of my hobbies is to go out metal detecting. And oh my god, the day after I metal detect, I am in so much. It feels like I did 1,000 squats, and like 50 like body twists. Like my sides hurt, my legs hurt, and I feel like that's about the extent of my working out and getting fit there.
Yeah, your metal detecting videos are a lot of fun to watch, by the way.
Oh, you watch them? Oh, thanks. You know what's really funny? Like, I speak to my metal detecting friends about gaming, and then, like, my gaming friends, I, like, mention, oh, yeah, I metal detect, or I found a gold recently, or whatever, but I don't expect them to cross over. You know what I mean? Like, the people who watch the gaming stuff, I don't expect them to watch the detecting video, so whenever they mention that, I'm like, oh, you watch my videos. Awkward. No, but it's cool. Thank you.
Yeah. Ellervated, I see you said mirror piece is gone. Didn't you already pick this one up?
Yeah, I was just noting that now the chest is gone. I was just being silly.
Oh,
Okay.
the chest disappeared. I see what you mean.
Yeah, no, the chest is gone.
Interesting.
It's magic.
Magic.
Yeah, no, for me it's a little strange because I have most of my hobbies generally coincide, and people that are interested in one are interested in the other. Because I do some tabletop gaming, I do video games, and those overlap pretty easily. But for example, I do SCA on occasion, which is Society for Creative Anachronism, which is a ton of fun. But it's really hard to get people who are into like medieval reenactment stuff and be like, why don't we talk about video games or assembly coding? And
No, but that's really cool. That's awesome.
it's a lot of fun.
So do you do like specifically middle-aged stuff, or do you do other type of anachronisms?
So SCA is a specific time window. Some people stray outside of it a little bit, but there is essentially what's considered SCA period, which I believe is from 600 to 1600.
Okay.
I do not know, Darren.
That's fascinating. Sorry, I'm a bit of a. I love, for example, the writing of Edgar Allan Poe, but that was in the 1800s, and of Herman Melville, 1800s. I have like the complete works of Poe and much of Melville's work, and I feel like language has evolved very strangely. There's a lot less poetry and exactness now, and I'm just fascinated by like this older time. You know what I mean? Stuff. Yeah. Especially nowadays, like when you read it, it's like so out of place by what we have now, like technologically speaking. But yeah, I'm just fascinated. I'm looking at the SCA website now.
It's really cool. We have a lot of fun doing it. The local area was almost dead before our group of friends joined up. And it's revived quite a bit since then. But especially with COVID, obviously, no one's doing events or even like fight practices at the moment.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, there's that. And then like the other really weird one is having a kid. All of the friends I have that do gaming, be it tabletop or video, none of them for the most part have kids. So talking about like the weirdness of having a kid is just it's not really, because they just look at me like I'm crazy because they have no point to relate.
Wow. Yeah, so I guess that limits your time for what you can do as well, even if the whole COVID thing wasn't a thing.
That is a big part of why my speedruns are an hour or less. Like even just doing this today was kind of a big. Like my partner had to plan the day around getting the kiddo out for a few hours because my kid's great. I absolutely love her, but she really, really wants all of my attention all the time. And it's fun, but when I'm trying to do something like this, like it just does not work. So
Right, yeah.
So, okay, Manawatts, to speak to what you're talking about, the armor and football style medieval combat. So there's heavy fighting, which is very sport-ish. I don't really like the one-on-one heavy fighting a whole lot. I really like war fighting because it's just big open field and a lot of fun and everyone just having a good time. Whereas I'm not huge on competition, so I don't super care for the one-on-one tourney fighting. War fighting is a blast. I do want to get into rapier fighting because one of the cool things about rapier is you can pick up a medieval manuscript about rapier combat, and the stuff is actually applicable to rapier combat today in the SCA. A lot of the styles have evolved since then, and there's a lot of different options and things to do. Yeah, it's basically fencing. It's at least close to fencing. It's not point only, so cuts count as well because they are blades, not just pokies. But yeah,
I think
it winds
coherent
up.
noise does fencing.
Oh, nice.
You've seen Tolroy in chat.
Cool.
That's super cool. Yeah, the rapier fighting part of it is just that it being an actual medieval thing I find really interesting. Part of it is I don't want to talk a bunch of smack, but the community around rapier fighting is very different from the heavy fighting community.
Is there like sort of more of a, what do you call it, like a gatekeeping sort of?
There's a lot of machismo and bro mentality.
I got you.
And it's pretty gross, whereas the rapier fighting, there's a much better balance of men and women. There's, it just recently became a official peerage in the SCA, which are the various classes of like top tier stuff you can do. So it just got that legitimacy. So a lot of people before now haven't been like, oh, I'm so important. They're just like, I do this and I do it very well, but I do it because it's fun.
Right.
So
as opposed to every detail has to be exact. Where's your chainmail? No, I'm joking.
Yeah. Most people, that's one of the things I heard about a lot before getting into the CA that wasn't really a thing. There's a lot of people that talk about the term often used, and I'm hesitant to use it these days because Nazis are a real thing again, but is period Nazi. So people that are just really, really strict about stuff being period.
Right.
And that doesn't usually happen. Most people are like, oh, hey, you're out here having fun? Rad, me too.
Yeah, that's a better way to deal with it. Believe it or not, there's a lot of that in the Lita community too. Like in Japan, there's some people that take it so strict, like down to the undergarment. If it's not like the right type, you're not doing it right. And it's there's a lot of gatekeeping in that too.
It's not quite LARP elevated. It's more just because one of the things they make really clear is they don't want to reproduce a lot of the things that did happen in the Middle Ages because it was terrible. And it's more just about going out and having fun. SCA is pretty heavily centered around heavy fighting, but also around like the arts. So making Echo, my partner, really loves to make medieval scrolls. So they're often given away as rewards, that sort of thing. But
oh, nice.
They're often made with period techniques, or every once in a while they'll get their hands on like period accurate style vellum. So stuff can occasionally get real fancy. When they do painting in gold, it is occasionally actual gold leaf being put on the page, which is rad.
It's cool that this sort of SCA bleeds into other things, fighting and making props, period specific, sort of the old way. It's sort of like bleeding into the different types of arts and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's more multidisciplinary than just, let's go out and have a battle.
Yeah. Which is great. So we're doing Rachel right now, or I guess wrapping up Rachel right now, which I feel like it's really important to talk about some of the crazy stuff that happens in this event, because this is where you find out, or it's made really clear that Tipo is a magical construct for Geo, and who I assumed like it was Tipo's family. She was just living with them, but I guess is Tipo's owners, maybe? It's like, oh yeah, we'll just trade her in for the better model if that'll make you happy. But the whole thing is kind of bizarre, because Rachel has gone and run off to the Magical Academy and has put a fake Rachel in her place to pretend to be her to keep her parents happy until she gets back, which is just wild.
Yeah, that is weird.
Yeah, so back to what Manawatz was asking earlier about main gauche. There, with rapier fighting, so with heavy fighting, you get a decent variety of weapons, but with rapier fighting, everyone's effectively using a rapier, but you get some really rad stuff in your offhand. Some people use cloaks, some people use parrying daggers. Every once in a while you get someone, because it is technically period, who will use a pistol, so they'll have like a rubber band pistol, which is pretty cool stuff. Yeah, Rachel's whole family is weird. Mark, Rachel, and Jennifer are just bizarre.
So, yeah, I'm looking over the Mana Wiki, and it says that both of the T-pose are different. The one in Domina that is Mark's family servant, and the other one in Geo, like they're two different T-pose made by the same manufacturer. It's interesting.
Presumably there might be a bunch of them out there, which is
right
weird. And then we got Ketch and Lillipes, which I think we discussed way back at the start of the run. Lillipes are very bizarre little creatures.
Yeah, we said it when they first entered the jungle. You brought up the fact that it's one of the few places you can actually see a Lillipede. But this event sort of seems disjointed in that it doesn't really have much to do with anything other than elucidating a little bit of the Lillipede's like culture, I guess.
I feel like it's a combination of that and a follow-up to the Hunt and Ducate. So you just see more of, here's what Sotheby and these weird guys that work for him are up to. It's again on that same, like, it has a theme that ties it into other quests, but it feels like a slice of life event. It's like they're just out doing this thing and you happen to run into them.
You know what's really interesting? Have you ever played the Atelier games?
I have not. I hear good stuff though.
Or the Manichemia games on PS2?
Same thing. I hear really good stuff, but I never.
Yeah, I've played a few of them, and they're sort of like slice of life, you can say, but they kind of heavily focus on the item creation and sort of, tempering, and it's not called tempering when you have a cauldron. What's it called? Alchemy. So it kind of heavily focuses on alchemy to be like the lead driver of the story. I feel like if Legend of Mana ever had a remake that was like that, like an Atelier game, that would be really freaking cool.
Yeah, I'd love to see. I mean, I'd be happy with anything else for Legend of Mana at this point. Like another direct sequel to it, or a remake, or anything like that. Because that's definitely not something we have seen at all. There's been lots of attention for the mainline Mana games. I guess kind of excluding number 4. But the side games have gone largely forgotten. Children, Heroes, this one.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate. But you know, Square did get a lot of money, first from the collection, and then from Trials, and also from Secret. So, like, the recent stuff they've been putting out in the Mana series have been hits. And I think, they'd be remiss not to follow it up.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in fairness to Square, I feel like Dawn didn't do very well. So I'm not surprised they let it lie pretty dormant for a while there.
Yeah.
But at the same time, people never shut up about Secret of Mana. And that's certainly deserved. It is a really cool game. But like the fact that people are talking about your game forever means maybe do something else with or like that game.
Yeah. The thing with, like, when they released Dawn, that was in 2006, right? Like, wait, let me see. I have the game here. Copyright 2006, yeah. And then Heroes and Children were also released the same year, like 2006 and 2006. So, like, all 3 games came out, and, while I think Children was okay, like, none of them were, like, standout games that people talk about all the time to this day, like Trials, those who played Trials, or Secret, those who played Secret, or even Legend of Mana, those who played it remember it very fondly. And so, I think putting out 3 games that were, for lack of a better word, lackluster, didn't really help the situation. And then putting out Adventures of Mana, which I thought was really cool as a mobile game, and then just a digital download on the PlayStation Store for Vita owners and I think PS3. Or PS4. I don't think it came out for the PS3. But that was actually a pretty good game. And the fact that it never came digital, didn't have a lot of advertisement behind it. It was sort of like led to the game being, obscure, sort of.
And that was not just a really good title, but a really good remake as well. Like it really nailed the feel of the original.
Right.
Which is, like, Sword of Mana is a great example, because Sword of Mana was also a remake of Final Fantasy Adventure, but it definitely was trying to take the feel of Secret of Mana and graft it onto Final Fantasy Adventure instead of letting it be its own thing.
Yeah, I only played Sword of Mana once, but I remember trying. There were, like, a lot of little things about that game that were interesting, but then when you try to do it, it was more annoying than anything else in terms of the combat, and yeah.
That's definitely fair. I mean, it was kind of a half update, I guess. Like, Adventure of Mana was willing to be like, this is just the original, it just looks real good. But I think trying to blend those elements from Secret and Adventure just made Sword weird and a little clunky in ways it probably shouldn't have been.
Yeah.
Oh, the recolored Mantis engines.
Yes. Actually, I think this one has a different name. Let me check the bestiary really quick. Pretty sure this one has a name.
I would assume so.
Sometimes it's so weird that this the guide. Yeah, this is the Hegs Ant. Hegs. Really weird.
That's quite strange. I wonder, is it just a recolor, or is anything different about the model?
Let me see. I have both pictures here. It's a recolor, slightly more bluish hue. That's about it. Other than that, everything's exactly the same. Even down to the little lines on the arm sort of blades. They're exactly the same. But it does look nice.
Yeah, well, and they don't do a lot of recolors, so it's very easy to be like, well, you made a lot of assets. You're free to recolor a couple.
Yeah, so every enemy in the game has a second color when you get them as a pet. But in terms of enemies that you fight that get recolored, there's a few boss enemies that are just recolored versions of the normal monsters, right?
Yep.
Let me see if I can find any examples.
There's the what's he called?
The Shadow 01 is just a red-eyed version of the Shadow Zero. The Punk Master is just a recolored version of the Punkster.
That's the one I was thinking of. Like that one, yeah. And there's a couple of the, I don't know how to describe them, two-legged dino head with a tail things.
Oh, yeah. So the boss version of that is called Gigarex. But the other one, I think it starts with a T. Give me a second. Gosh dang it. The other one is Tyrannos. So basically the Tyrannos is purple and the boss version is more red. But yeah, there's a few enemies that have gotten reskinned and then called bosses, and then there's a few that enemies that, you get them as a pet and they're just differently colored.
Mm-hmm.
This is Diddle Kidnapped, right? Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, this is... And Diddle winds up going on some adventures.
Yeah, Diddle, he's interesting. For someone with depression, he sure gets around a lot. Like, he sort of travels the world a little bit.
I feel like it's usually non-voluntary to some degree.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't ask to go to the underworld. He didn't ask to go into the White Forest. It's just stuff happens,
Yeah, it's
Poor guy.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say about like what Diddle is, because he looks like he is partially the instrument. I'm not sure. There's a lot of biology in this that's very like, I don't know, man. Something's happening.
Yeah, so an anthropomorphic record player, that's what he is. And I guess Capella just juggles. Which is strange.
Oh yeah, Diddle is definitely a record player with a face and arms and wheels.
Mm-hmm. He kind of, what do you call him? Phonograph, right? He has a huge speaker type thing on his, as a hat. I don't know what these sort of ear appendages are. It seems like he has 3 or 4 of them. One of his arms is the needle for the record. The other one controls his tricycle wheelchair thing. It's strange. It's definitely strange.
Yeah, I don't know what they look almost like fins of a sort. His ears.
Yeah, I don't know how that relates to record players at all. It sort of looks like you said, like fins.
Yeah.
Also gives him kind of like a dog look, a little bit.
Yeah. You don't really... So looking at his sprite, though, he doesn't really have fins like that.
He's
got,
right.
Yeah, that seems like it's just in the concept art.
Interesting.
Now I'm even more confused.
Yeah. I wonder if they were to remake this game with actual voices, if he would speak normally or if he would speak through the record player. Like maybe he speaks slowly because he's looking for the right portion of the record.
That would be so good. That would sound
be amazing.
Just little record skips and pops between each word.
Yeah.
And each word would be like pre-recorded. So every time he says a word, every time he says it, it's that same recording.
Yeah.
That would be amazing.
It would have to be lo-fi too. It would have to be like you're listening to a record, like with every little skip of the needle and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be an incredibly clever way to do it. So that, I believe, was Diddle Kidnapped. We are on to the Blessed Elixir. I honestly don't remember this quest at all.
Oh, this one's annoying. I remember this. You're basically at the end. You're looking for the Oasis Desert. And I remember when Elle was playing this and trying to figure it out. It was so annoying the first time. He couldn't find the Oasis. It was like very stressful. He was like running everywhere in the desert, could not find the darn thing.
Oof.
But it's very hidden. That's the thing.
Yeah, the desert's an event to navigate.
Does this have to do with the bartenders? Because he just went to Geo to talk to the puzzle guy at the fruit parlor. Now he's going to Lumina to talk to the bartender. So I guess Blessed Elixir has to do something with like getting a drinks for these bartenders, which seems really random and not part of anything else that's happening in the game.
It's for the nun, I think, for the nuns. Because where is it? Yeah, you run into the nuns. What is it? A strange rabbit came and drank up all the elixir.
Okay.
Without the elixir, most of the rituals cannot be performed. We need water from the oasis to make the elixir. If only I had a barrel in my soul. That's a weird way to put that. The blessed elixir is made with Gado's clean air and oasis water. If we have water from the oasis, we can make the elixir. So...
Let's see. Yeah, it's a very strange. It's also interesting to note that, like, you help out the diggers in their religion, like finding a putty, right? You help out the penguins, looking, for the whole treasure map thing, and basically fighting the Gorgonite, right? Like, you help out everybody in this game. You're just like, like so. How do I say? It's so important that you remain neutral because there's so many competing factions that you're working with.
You are running everyone's errands.
Right.
Oh, so apparently, yeah, the idea is you start the quest. They tell you they need the barrel. You talk to the bartender at Geo, the bartender at Lumina. And then ultimately, the bartender at Lumina, you wind up with a barrel in your soul. And then you can go to the oasis and get water from there. For whatever reason you can't before that. It's weird. I don't know.
Yeah, it's so hidden though, the oasis. And look, he throws the barrel, or she, throws the barrel, turns into its own backward faucet thing, sucking up the water.
Do we even see this animation anywhere else?
You mean the oasis area?
The barrel with the backwards faucet.
I don't believe so.
It's weird.
I know the oasis is used, I think, in the dream sequence. But other than that, I don't think... well, we'll have to see. I think the dream sequence is going to come up soon, and then we'll see if it has a barrel there or something.
I would assume not, because the barrel looks like it's just for this scene.
Yeah.
Also,
that is
some
interesting, though.
real good dialogue comes up from the nuns once the elixir is obtained.
You mean you'd have to go back into Gato and talk to the nuns, or?
Yeah.
Mm.
Because I think you have to go talk to them to finally close out this event. So I want to say he's doing... Oh, do you not have to go back and talk to the nuns to finish it out?
Yeah, it seems he got the splash screen after he filled it up. So.
Oh, okay.
But, yeah, I
Yeah.
assume you should talk to them after, and then.
Yeah, you get dialogue from them after. There's a really excellent line where you come talk to them, and the nun goes, "So it is water from the oasis. The world is saved." Well, maybe not, but thank you anyway.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, so basically from the beginning, he's collecting items for Pee Wee Birdie. Now, the Wimpy Thugling quest is one of the few ways to guarantee a flat seed, which is the last item he needs to finish up Pee Wee Birdie. And it's kind of like annoying, but if you're not farming like the fruits and vegetables in Trent, you really don't get many seeds. You can get them from the Lullabuds, but like there's not a lot of ways to get the various seeds in this game. And so yeah, it's just interesting that it takes so dang long, like from the beginning of the game all the way to what event is he on right now? To event 61, before he can get the last item he needs to complete Pee Wee Birdie. That's just insane.
Yeah, that is a long trip to close out that event. But at least it's consistent, and it's not, okay, we'll go farm this enemy until it drops this, or make sure you stop by your house over and over to get the seeds from the mana orchard.
Yeah, that's true. It is very consistent, but also I think the Thugling, the Sahagin, right, he asks for it, and you have to deny him the flat seed at the end of this quest, just so that you can have it.
Yeah, nobody cares about the saga. We need that flat seed. We're saving the world. I mean, we don't need the flat seed for saving the world, but we're saving the world.
Oh, that's right. He has the spear, the trident. That's the item he uses. Sort of because all the demi-humans have a different like weapon, and I was trying to get them all like say what they were. He uses the trident. That makes sense.
I love that he's so small that his entire body is his character portrait up on the top during combat.
That's funny.
Also, like, his portrait for conversation, wow, he is not a looker.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. Yeah, it's not a good look. Oh my god. That splash screen. That splash screen.
Oof. So at long last, Pee Wee Birdie can be completed, and then I think from here it's the end of Fairy, then wrapping up all the stuff for Jumi.
Yeah, he says like 4 or 5 quests, right? 4 quests for Jumi.
Yeah, the Jumi ones, Teardrop Crystal is so long.
I wonder if he's going to try to go for the
Diamond Skip?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it'll save him time, but...
I mean, he's already in the red, so it's not going to hurt.
Right.
Could be fun to try. But also, like, then that is extra time if it doesn't work out, so... I really wish there was some way to know going in what the RNG is going to be for each level of the... That's what I'm looking for.
Like each of the bosses, or
City. Like, well, just knowing which gems you're going to need for each door, because it does not seem to ever be consistent.
Right, there's no tell.
Yeah.
Like, if it was correlated with the color on top of the door, it would have been figured out by now.
Or even just if what you had on the first or even second would tell you what you would have on the third or fourth. But I don't think even that's true.
Yeah, I think it's I don't know about the code, but I think it's sort of random for each of the posts, right? So so long as it's not two of the same kind, right? So they're exclusionary, but other than that, it's random.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
and you can, I mean, you could potentially need the same one on every floor. Odds of that, I'm sure, are very low, but because it can require one you've already used on a prior floor, you
right,
could definitely
you just gotta go back and get it.
Yep. Yeah, that I feel like it would be nice if there was some way to make Diamond Skip a known, consistent thing rather than just hope for the best.
There was also another skip that Elle was talking about trying out, where when you're in Leucemia, right, that big snake-like thing that you're climbing on, there's a way to skip the dialogue with, is it Selvia? That tries, like, it's like blocking your path and you have to talk to them?
The wisdom, Selva?
Yeah, Selva. And so there's a way sort of like that you can walk past him without talking to him, but it's sort of like weird. You're kind of like forcing your way and sort of like wiggling through him. So it doesn't work all the time, but if you get it down packed to where you can do it consistently, it might save, a few seconds there. Ooh, this is it.
This area is so cool.
It's very pretty.
This is another one that comes up in the deep lore, the world history encyclopedia stuff.
1 second. Let me figure something out. Because he had to go to Gato just to get that artifact. When was the last time he went to Gato?
Oh, if there's some way to...
Right, to do that earlier, like when you're already in Gato. Right. So Star-Crossed Lovers is the last time. Is that part of the ferry run? I think it is. Is it? Or is it specifically just what do you call it? Gilbert thing. See, now I'm wondering. Let me see.
So side note, while you're looking into that, the Leucemia itself has a world history entry, and the King of Dragons, Argot, summoned a worm in the shape of a flamey. He summoned Leucemia, the worm of light, and the greatest of all the worms. Legends say that Leucemia leveled each and every mage tower and died trying to swallow an entire volcano.
That's pretty cool.
It's pretty metal. Also explain why it's this out dead husk of a dragon rather than a living thing of any sort.
So yeah, it's both part of Fairy and part of the Gilbert events. So you can't do Heaven's Gate without doing Star-Crossed Lovers.
So no moving that around.
I mean, you could do it earlier, but there's no opportunity. There's no going into Gato before, after completing that quest. after completing Star-Crossed Lovers. What happened?
Ellervated just wiggled past Selva.
Nice. Nice. That's a bit of a time save there. I wonder if he did that when he got his world record last time.
I don't know. I sadly missed a lot of that run. I caught the start of it and I caught the end of it, but I missed a lot in the middle.
I think I caught the first like 3.5 to 4 hours, and then I had to sleep because it was getting late for me.
Yeah, he sadly started, I think it was shortly before I left work, and then it was on Thursday when I usually stream, so I missed the end, because Thursday's basically, it's kind of sad. The time I primarily play games is on Thursdays when I'm streaming. That's pretty much it.
Wow. Yeah. Do you have like a large physical collection of games, or do you mainly play emulated?
So both. Like Skygunner is a perfect example. I have Skygunner. I have a PS2. I even have a capture for just regular component video.
Oh, nice.
But I play it on emulation because it's so much easier.
Yeah.
For purposes of streaming, I don't need to, run wires all the way across the room and see the TV and my computer at the same time. It's so much easier to just emulate it. And that's true for most of the stuff I play. I have a decent physical collection of stuff. I have a fair number of Saturn titles. I mean, I have Panzer Dragoon Saga. But when I play stuff, I recently did a full playthrough of Panzer Dragoon Saga, and I played it on emulation because it was just so much easier.
Yeah. I use emulators for a lot of the old cartridge systems. I have a Retro Freak, which is kind of like a Retron 5, but better because it could take TurboGrafx. And it dumps your carts when you insert them into the system. So I use my physical collection on the Retro Freak and basically play using the emulators on there. So kind of emulated, but still physical. So I'm the same as you, sort of like in between.
So I recently shelled out and bought. So I was waiting for a long time for Analog to get the cartridge adapters for Mega SG back in stock, so I could play Game Gear games on hardware on my TV. And they finally did, and as soon as they did, that day I ordered a Mega SG and the cartridge adapters.
Wow, no, the Mega SG is amazing, the things that it can do.
It's a real pretty system. So I've got that, I've got the cartridge adapters, and I also have an original Sega Genesis and Sega CD, which, by the way, for any of you pirates out there listening, Sega CD has no copy protection. It was so early in the life of CDs being a thing. They're like, consumers can't afford to make copies of these discs. So if you want to play a Sega CD game, just put it on a disc.
Yeah. Now you don't even need, you could get like the newer, what do you call them? EverDrive. And the Mega SD cartridge as well, FPGA Sega CD. So
I bought an EverDrive Pro not right before, but like half a year before that one came out, and I do not regret my decision at all. It would have been a little nicer to get that one instead, but I am very happy with my EverDrive as is. I really picked it up because I am starting to learn 68K assembly, and I want to make stuff for Sega Genesis. So I'm like, well, testing an emulator is cool, but there's something amazing about running my own code, even if it is just a hello world on an actual Sega Genesis.
Well, a lot of the newer games that are coming up for the Sega Genesis are really good. I've played quite a few of them since Fix-It Felix came out from the Wreck-It Ralph movie. They had made a Genesis ROM of the game Fix-It Felix. And, that sort of got me into, what Genesis games are new and coming out. There was one called Tanzer that sort of plays like a Turrican game, and it's amazing.
There's been a few good ones coming out for Genesis over the last few years. Also, is that a 2-hit airline?
Yes, that the hammer's strong enough to hit Erwin twice and win. And I think, by the way, if he didn't do the Giant's Horn, it would have been 4 hits. So the Giant's Horn helps him out in that battle to avoid an ST.
Yeah, hard for the boss to sneak in an ST when it's 2 and done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, NES, SNES, I feel like hasn't had quite as good support from the homebrew community by comparison.
No.
NES has had some really good stuff. There's, definitely some chiptune cartridges that come out for NES. Micro Mages just came out in the last couple of years.
Oh, yeah.
And then Genesis has had, what was it, Xenocrisis, I think was the game?
Xenocrisis. I think Pure Solar was one of the first aftermarket games that were really big. Coffee Crisis came out on the Genesis. That was really good. Cave Story had a version on the Genesis. Old Towers.
Updated.
I'm sorry?
The Cave Story one is actually still being updated. The guy's actively working on making it better.
Yeah. Old Tower. If nobody's played that game, it has amazing music on the Genesis. And I think one of the more popular games is actually on the system that you mentioned, Ultra Core, was finally released on the Genesis, and there is a physical version that you can get as well and play it on your Genesis at home.
But the ROM is just preloaded into the Mega SG, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. So yeah, lots of things happening in that space, and actually the new the new flash carts actually allow you to play the older Genesis games with Sega CD style music. So people are modifying the ROMs to have this really high quality music, which is just amazing.
Oh, is it in the style of? Oh, what's that? Is it MSU? I think is the term.
What they do for the Super Nintendo, with the orchestrated Zelda music. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Yeah.
Yeah, the first time I ran into MSU, so I had heard about MSU in the past. I'm like, okay, that sounds interesting. The first time MSU really caught my attention was the fact that it makes broadcast Satellaview Zelda possible to play. Mm-hmm. Depending, I guess, on which ROM hack. Right. Which ROM hack of it you're using.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I was taking off my cat. She has a couple little knots I was trying to work out, and she just bit me.
Oh, it's all good.
You right there? Okay. She's clearly not upset anymore. So, yeah, there was a remake of Zelda 1 for the Super Nintendo that only came out on the broadcast satellite system the Super Nintendo had. And it had a video that played at the start and voice acting and timed events. And that has been recreated in ROM form, which is really cool. Also, I feel like things turn out pretty okay for everyone in this story.
You think so? I thought Matilda ends up crying at the end because Erwin still is not.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Affectionate, I should say, or too friendly. I mean, he's always been a bit of a, his own way, but yeah. Yeah, Man of Watts has said that he's ran into a few NES chiptune cartridges. I think I know of 2 for the Genesis, sort of music-wise. There was one called Reboot, which was an entire album released on the Genesis cartridge. So artists actually had the cartridges made, and it's just music. And the other one had to do with Toho, and it's the ROM was released of a song called Bad Apple. It doesn't quite fit on a normal Genesis cart, but if you have a flash cart, it's sort of like a music video, and you can control the colors of the music video. It's pretty dang cool. If you have a flash cart and want to play Bad Apple on the Genesis, even just to watch it once, it's pretty awesome. The animations, what they're able to do with just 2 simple colors.
Yeah, I'm trying to think who I know that have put out things like that. Citrix, who I got to see live in Tokyo a year ago, had Genesis carts that are sadly not around anymore, but his Genesis music is amazing. And then Chibi Tech does a lot of really good NES stuff, and I know she's had at least one Genesis cart at some point, maybe a couple.
Yeah. Well, that's cool. I think Stone Age Gamer used to sell some of them, but I don't know if they're still doing that anymore.
Yeah, it's especially with flashcards becoming more and more common, it's hard to justify stuff like that. 'Cause it's like, well, you could spend a bunch of money on this original cartridge that just plays these songs, or you could spend a bit more and have a flashcard that will play anything.
Right. The issue is getting those. Those are like more obscure ROMs. They don't come in ROM packs. You really need to know where to look for them.
Yeah,
So,
they tend to not be dumped, which, I mean, nothing wrong with that.
right.
Those artists should keep making their money, but it would be nice if, like, that was one of the things that killed me with, there was a game recently that came out for the Genesis. Someone ported it from the Amiga, and I'm like, I'd love to play that. And it can only be bought as a physical copy. I'm like, I'm not going to pay you $40 for a cartridge. I'd pay you $30 for a ROM. Just let me buy the damn ROM.
Ellervated says Orange Island NES cart coming soon. I don't know that game.
Ooh, is that the game I'm thinking of? If I recall correctly, it looks real good. Yeah.
Oh, that's the game you were talking about? Ooh,
No,
it does look good.
It's an action-adventure RPG, and it is pretty.
Ooh.
Like, and that's one of the nice things is seeing these games that are real late is people can incorporate all sorts of tricks that have been learned over the years to make things look real good.
Yeah, I can't wait till they start doing that with the 32-bit systems. I know they do it a lot with the 16-bit systems because it's easier to make a cart, and put it on, and it's harder to get past like the protections on the PlayStation. Although there was that one sort of fighting game on the PS1 that was never released, and then the ROM got out there. It was like really gory, and that's why it was never produced. But yeah, I would love to see like sort of more homebrew and indie titles released in the 32-bit style for older systems.
I think part of the problem is with 8-bit and even 16-bit, you can do a game as one person. It's a big undertaking, but there's a lot of resources and there's a lot of... Because of the constraints on the system, you can push those constraints with a single person's efforts.
Right.
But once you start hitting... once you make the jump from 4 meg ROMs to 700 meg disks.
Right, that is a bit more of a coding issue.
Yeah, there's a lot more assets to create. There's a lot more code to write. I think it's why a lot of the homebrew games that come out for the Dreamcast are shmups.
Oh, yeah.
Because shmups are great, but it's also something that can conceivably be created by one person or a small team and doesn't need a full team of folks pumping out content to finish it out.
Yeah, definitely. There was that game that was released, Sarumaru, the YouTuber, worked on it. I think it's called Henshin Engine. That was released, is that the second one? Now I'm questioning. Sorry, give me a second.
It's all good.
Yeah, it was released on the TurboGrafx PC Engine, and it had a Genesis version of it. Yeah, and it's pretty good. It's sort of like it pays homage to platformers and shoot 'em ups and just different styles of 16-bit gameplay, and it's a pretty good game.
Yeah, making something, even like a small, simple little puzzle game that runs on the Genesis, is very high on my to-do list, because that was a console that was a big one for me growing up.
Oh yeah, I was a huge Genesis nerd.
I would love to. Being able to make something for it would just be magical. PlayStation is also in that same sort of vein, but the idea of putting out something for PlayStation is just daunting.
Yeah, I could see that too.
I don't know. It would be really cool, but big undertaking.
Yeah, I remember on the growing up, I always had a Genesis to Super Nintendo. I didn't get a Super Nintendo until after the PS1 came out. Then I got a Super Nintendo. I got my first PS1 after the PS2 came out, so I was always like delayed. But yeah, growing up with the Genesis, there were like so many insane games. For some reason, I was like one of the few people obsessed with shoot 'em ups growing up. So I got like Thunder Force games and, you know, a few other ones, even some like Subterranea, which isn't really a good game, but I really enjoyed it. And beat 'em ups. So all the Streets of Rage, Maximum Carnage, you know, yeah, it was just insane. I remember playing Genesis as a kid, and that was like the thing I was into.
So Genesis and Sega Saturn, I feel like got a lot of titles that you don't really see replicated on other systems.
Sure.
And like even Legend of Mana is kind of in that vein. It's doing a lot of things that other games at the time weren't trying and haven't really tried since. Partly because people gave up on 2D for a long time and didn't come back around to it for quite a while.
Yeah, I feel like the 2D on the 32-bit systems was the best 2D, like, that there was. You know, aside from the Vanillaware ones released later.
But like this, you've got the combination of people having, Burning Rangers on the Saturn's real good. You've got the combination of people having to think about, like, how do I make this work as sprite graphics? Because there's still pixels, even on the PS1. Combined with, like, well, we can fit a lot of data on this, so we can have incredibly intricate images that would just not be possible on a 16-bit system. Like, completely. Like, this room alone would take up so much space on a Super Nintendo or Genesis cart.
Oh yeah, it's just too much density of pixels, and yeah.
Also, I just gotta say, this event is so brutal because you run up the tower and you get to this door, and Alonzo's like, "Cool, I'm gonna bust in and save Pearl. I can't open the door," and then you walk up and you're like, "Here, it's open."
Yeah.
It's just so harsh.
So let's take a moment to just look at Black Pearl's weapon. It's sort of like a beautiful, like, I don't even know how to describe it, like a kind of like a hammer, but it has like this design on it that's wicked.
It almost looks like a seashell on the back. Yeah, aquatic hammer. It actually reminds me of a few hunting horns from Monster Hunter. Yeah, Monster Hunter shell hammer. But it kills me because Black Pearl has this amazing looking hammer, and yours looks like a freaking croquet mallet. Like, you can craft the most powerful, amazing hammer in the game, but man, you're gonna go out there and play croquet.
I feel like, well, it might have been too much to do even just like a color swap, but like there's no you lost signal there. You lost signal. There you go, 2 pearls. We're back.
I was scared for a sec.
Yeah. What was I saying? Oh yeah, they should have done like a color palette swap, at least for the different types of materials that the weapons could be made out of. Like the gold hammer should be gold, the platinum hammer should have more of a silver look. But it's the same hammer, like you said, it's the same dull hammer for everything.
Okay, we've had a couple signal drops. I hope. Seems like we're okay now, but hopefully everything's okay with his setup.
Yeah, that feels more just like that was me. Yeah, he probably had a disconnection from his capture card. Yeah, because the game kept going. So,
yeah. Oh, it's all good. It happened during loading screens, so whatever.
Wait, that was 2 pearls, right? That he just finished? Yeah, so now he's studying Alexandrite. Okay. Nice splice, you cheater. Meta, calm down. Calm down. I feel like the run is disqualified. We didn't get a continuous stream.
This is where all the real-time saves start happening, because from here on is pre-recorded, and it's all fake. That's a joke.
That's all a lie.
Please know that's not true. Yeah, now if we had just skipped Alexandrite and gone straight to Fluorite, then I'd be like, that was a weird signal drop there. But it could be. Yeah, I somehow don't think ellervated is splicing in video on this for fun run.
Yeah, it wouldn't make sense. I mean, he still has 2 more of the mirror pieces to go, and he did fight Deathbringer too, so it's obviously not a time thing. Like, there would be no reason to fake the end.
So, Alexandrite, it's Fluorite is the one where you go to the dream world, if I recall correctly. This one is just time for another jewel beast, if I recall correctly. So this cut where Pearl says, "Oh yeah, let's ask them what happened," and then it fades to black and it has you at the entrance from the basement, is so weird to me, because it would have taken all of maybe 2 seconds
for you to run down
to get over to the door. Like, why not just let you go up the stairs yourself? Why fade out and then have you where you could have just walked to?
I don't know, man. This game is weird.
Yeah. Like, it's not a problem or anything. It's just, what a strange call.
Yeah.
I like how Manawatts is real hard pushing his split fake run narrative in chat here. See you, Manawatts.
To be honest, that would be too complicated. It's just that I would not know, like, how to time that so perfectly.
Yeah, I know the feeling, man. We've been talking for almost 7 hours, and there is a lot to talk about this game.
You know, we haven't really spoken a lot about, and it's probably way too late now, but we mentioned them, but Skippy and Hampson. Right, so they're not too bright.
That's a generous description of it.
I'm just saying that. Talk to them. They just don't seem that bright, and sort of they're making up this huge depth. And what do you call it? You see them again later, and during the Lillipees quest. The entire time, I think they're trying to catch Lillipees, right? Even in the beginning, when you're hunting Ducati.
Yeah, they're there for Lillipees. That's
mentions that, yeah.
Like, I don't know if that's their primary goal at the time, but they are definitely looking for those Lillipees. They're at least talking about them.
And sort of physically, the skinny one runs very fast, and then the bigger one is like strength, so they kind of have like different attributes sort of physically in that sense. But yeah, they seem sort of geared to perform like these physical tasks for what's his name, Sotheby. That Sotheby obviously isn't built for. He's like very short, when the lady in the statue room was like, run after them, he's like, walk. Oh, I lost him. Like, obviously, there's something going on with him that he's not geared towards doing physical stuff. So
Sotheby's built like a Lillipede.
yeah,
I don't know if there's any significance to that, but it does feel worth pointing out that he's the one driving them to catch Lillipedes. I mean, like, he has definition to his head versus his body, so I'm pretty sure he's not a Lillipede. But I don't know. Maybe there's something there. He could be a Lillipede. They are just made out of mud, so I guess you could put it in a different shape and get Sotheby.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, I don't know. He sort of looks like a clown puppy too, in a way, like that big nose, the big eyes, and the ears. I don't know. He sort of looks like a dog type character. You know?
Yeah, now that you said that, I think that's his hair though. But it is like a solid unit.
That's his hair?
I don't know.
Sorry.
Now I'm like, do we ever see him from behind? Because all the screenshots I'm finding are him from the side, so those could be ears. That's hard to say. Do we have any screenshots where we see the back of his head in this event? Always from the side, Sotheby. What are you hiding? Are you really a little dog person?
What's going on there? He's Putty's cousin.
Nicola calls it quits. Find one. Ooh. No, those are definitely separate. That is not just his hair. I think he's a little dog person.
Yeah, it sort of seems like that because he's extremely short. He has like those puppy dog eyes, you know what I mean? Like puppy dog eyes. And yeah, it's just weird. But yeah, he's definitely not built to be catching anything. So this jester-looking floating character, we see this character, I think, also in Cage of Dreams, right?
Yeah. Let me.
It's like the Sandman that put you into the dream world. You know
So
what I mean?
that was my thought originally too. Their name is Belle the Witch.
Belle. She probably knows Crystal. All these witches know each other.
I'm just trying to think. I know she has a character entry. Is it back in Cage of Dreams? Yeah, for anyone curious, I'm looking at most of the character entries in the Let's Play on the Let's Play archive. Because it has a lot of screenshots, so while it's not handy for finding stuff fast, it is handy for finding things in full detail.
And that's translated from Japanese? Just wondering?
No, this is of the US version. So it's the actual, like, it's someone playing through it and capturing screenshots of everything.
Oh, nice.
So it's Belle, a spirit of dreams who is in charge of managing all creatures' dreams. A little too pushy at times, but she is only doing her job.
I really like the Harley Quinn look she has, the white face, the red, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the, like, stars on her cheeks. And her picture in the encyclopedia has her riding around on a tapir.
Huh. That's oh, I see it. I see the character art. Does she have anything specifically to do with the dream world? Because she always pops up before the main character gets sucked into some dream sequence.
Yeah, I mean, her job is managing dreams, so I guess.
It's really cool.
So going back to when she first shows up in Cage of Dreams, she's shouting at Nunazak. How do you say his name? Nunazak.
Right, Nunazak, yeah.
She's shouting at him, saying, "Bring back the Sproutling you hid. He was supposed to rise to the spiritual world to become the mana tree." And you walk in, she immediately is, "Oh, please help me. This man trapped a Sproutling in a dream with dimensional magic. Now the Sproutling won't be able to become the mana tree." So, she definitely has some power over dreams, but I don't know. It's not clear, like so many things in this.
Yeah, it's strange. I wish they would flesh out. It would be so cool if you could like walk into like, I don't know, maybe a religious ceremony that flushes out like the godlike powers some of these beings have. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's a lot of things I like about how big this setting is, but it would be cool to just see more of it.
Yeah. Because I think there's a good story. There's like a good backstory with a lot of these obscure characters that you know very little about.
Mm-hmm.
The Dream Police? Yeah, Bana. That'd be so funny. FBI, open up. You've trapped a Sproutling in your dream.
Wake up, don't dream like that. Yeah, there is some super weird dream stuff in this game. It's definitely, like, it does feel like an alternate dimension, not just a state of consciousness.
Yeah. So he just finished Fluorite, so he literally has 2 more quests to go, Teardrop and Legend of Mana. And judging by how fast he beats it, I think Teardrop is at least, I would say 15 minutes, right?
Teardrop is real lengthy, and then Legend of Mana is real quick.
Yeah, Legend of Mana is, I think, 8 minutes last time I timed it, when Ellervated did it. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Like, from the time he enters the mana tree, I should say. So it's definitely going to be sub 720. I don't think it's going to take half an hour for him to do 2 quests.
Wait, sorry, what was that?
I said he's going to do it sub 7 hours 20 minutes. Like it won't take half an hour for him to do these last 2.
No, he should be knocking it out pretty fast here.
And again, he mentions Nunuzak here. The inspector. I wonder what happened.
I missed that.
Yeah, it's weird because Nunuzak seems sort of the story's entwined with that, with Bell a little bit, you know? I wonder if they're like antagonistic to each other.
He keeps messing up her stuff.
Yeah. Or maybe because I think in his lore, he doesn't belong in this world. Like he only represents himself as that like stained glass painting because, you know, he's an other dimensional being. So maybe his existence here is antithetical to what, you know, her existence is, which is things that belong in this world belong in this world and don't get stuck in the dream world. Sort of, you know. Get your bets in. Yeah, sure.
So it's worth noting that jewel shop that we saw just a few ago. If you head into there to talk to Alex earlier in the game, you can ask questions about Jules, the Jewel Hunter, and the Jumi, and there is a huge amount of info dump about them. So, like for example, like there's specific details on each of the types of gems and what they look like, and of course there's some stuff that ties into the characters. You can ask about Jumi cores, and it talks about how they're they contain magic and the power of life. That's why the Jumi have been hunted. And then Alex specifically is like, you're not looking for Jumi cores, are you? And you can answer. So no is, oh, I'm sorry. Yes is, I would never sell Jumi cores for money. And I don't know is, Jumi die if you take their cores from them. Please remember that.
That's intense conversation.
Yeah, you can also talk about the mana stones, which are the ones you get from, that you see them in the dragon storyline.
Yeah, the ones that Lark gets their power. Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. You can also ask about Inspector Boyd while asking about the Jumi, and he is a short, loud mouse man. So confirmed.
Especially loud, but yeah, mouse man.
Yeah, it foreshadows the whole all who cry for the Jumi shall turn to stone.
That's interesting, because, like, is it ever explained how the main character resurrects or becomes unstoned? Or unpetrified, I should say.
I don't think so. I think the implication is just... I could be wrong, but I feel like the implication is that something magical happens because the Jumi are so concerned about you that it undoes it.
Right. Yeah.
Or it could be because there's also the shot of Bud and Lisa. I feel like it really is you cry for the Jumi, turn to stone, and then the Jumi cry for you because Jumi's tears can heal.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, there's a few situations in this game, like with the Gorgonite, and the Gorgonite is turning all the pirates into stone, but when you defeat the Gorgonite, they're fine.
You know? Everybody's getting turned to stone in this.
Yeah, and then Cathindra turns students into stone and stuff, and then there's the stone statues in Geo. It's all about being stoned. I'm joking.
Yeah, Jumi or people who cry for them can turn to stone naturally. Yeah, it's weird.
Is there either in the manga or game an explanation for why Elazul's arm is like a what do you call it? A lapis lazuli?
I don't know. I haven't read the whole manga yet, so I could not tell you, sadly.
Yeah, it's just interesting, like why? You know, I don't think any of the other Jumi have pieces like that in their cores. So, wait, what's Mana saying? So I think somehow they all become your knight. It's like Jumi used the forbidden magic. They have to break the rules and bring you back to life. He does destroy it once and regens one in one of these cutscenes.
I think that part's talking about his arm specifically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, go for diamond skip.
Yeah, let's see how close you can get to 7:15, I would say. Because you're almost at 7 now, so it'll be hard to be sub 7 hours 15 minutes at this point. Oh my god, someone in the building bought pizza and I could smell it. Jesus. I wonder if that's a thing. Like, if the Jumi lose a limb, they can regenerate it in the form of whatever stone their core is made out of. That'll be interesting backstory. Oh, he got the mirror piece. Nice. That's the third one.
It kind of makes me wonder if, is that something that would potentially heal over time and just look like a normal arm again, given enough time? There's a lot we don't know about the Jumi.
Yeah, that's probably how Pearl keeps getting away. He can't really grab her with that arm, can he?
Though, for anyone who's a Steven Universe fan, I would like to point out that Sandra, in one of the scenes, shows up Please note Sandra wears green and specifically refers to the other Jumi as Claudes. So if there's anyone out there who's a Peridot fan from Steven Universe, it could just be because they're Jewel people, but the fact that they're all Jewel people with their life force tied to their core that is their Jewel, and there's a green villain character who refers to other characters as Claudes, that's a lot of coincidence to stack up.
Jay, I remember you telling me that is nuts. About the Steven Universe.
That's cool.
And if you haven't seen Steven Universe, please go watch it because it is a great show.
I haven't seen it fully. I think I've seen like maybe 2 or 3 episodes, but I love the music. I look up the music on YouTube. We are the crystal gems. Yeah.
Yeah, soundtrack is great.
Whoa, lots of experience. Jeez. Holy it's just all over the floor.
Oh, so I'm flipping through the Jumi lore since we're still wrapping up the Jumi arc.
Mm-hmm.
It's talking about the culture of the Jumi and the different strata. Strata are the ranks of organization for Jumi cores. At the top of the stratum is the stratum of the Clarius, followed by the strata of the Lucida and the half Lucida, with the stratum of the Claudes at the bottom. The Guardian, who occupies the stratum of the Clarius, is the symbol of the entire race. And then society is divided. Jumi are divided into 2 roles, Knight and Guardian. The Knight fights while the Guardian heals. Various old tomes describe the Jumi as always working in pairs, which is interesting because we only really see Alazul and Pearl in pairs.
Mm-hmm. So that was what, Emerald and Sapphire?
I think so.
Yeah, you never really see who's like Ruben's pair, sort of, right? Unless he's on a different level.
Yeah, well, they also do talk about the fact that the whole race is dying out, so I feel like there's a good chance that Ruben's partner is already long gone. And that's probably true for most of the Jumi now.
Oh, that's stuff.
It's real depressing to think
But
about.
like
I wonder... Sorry?
The diamond one was like all alone, too. That was kind of weird. Yeah.
I'm trying to see if there's a character encyclopedia entry for Ruben. I have to go back over the wiki because I'm not finding it here.
Yeah, I sort of feel like this game is really good the way it is, but if there was a side thing, like I know there's a manga, but if there was like an anime, just that has nothing to do with the game, but just gives backstory to the world, that would be so cool.
Yeah. So apparently Rubens is just trying to hide the fact that he is a Jumi.
Mm-hmm.
So that's probably why. Like, who knows what happened to his partner, but the fact that he's bailed out and is trying to hide it would definitely explain why, there's no hint of a partner or anything with him.
Mm. And how did that other Jumi end up on the ship that had sank? The one with the blue crystal? Or was it just the crystal that was there?
I think it was just the crystal. I think the crystal had already been hunted down and the whole ship just sank.
Oh, wow. That's intense. Yeah, there's so many questions. Like, the game open to interpretation, sort of. So you kind of have to like just figure stuff out.
Yeah, for how cute and colorful the game is, there's a lot of incredibly dark backstory.
Mm-hmm.
Also, those Jumi corpses on the jewel beasts. Oh man, every time.
Yeah, it's kind of intense. The other one, what's his name? Lord of Jewels, right? Is that like the old guy? You know what I mean? I don't know, the way he looks is just really weird. I'm like, he doesn't look like anything else in the game.
Yeah, he doesn't feel like a Jumi, for lack of a better explanation.
It's sort of like when they're all resurrected at the end. Oh, spoilers. I mean, I think everybody here has seen this game. But like when they're all resurrected at the end, they all have like a look, or sort of like a theme. Like the males sort of look the same, the females sort of look the same. It's like, okay, I can understand what this race is about. But yeah, it's just strange.
Yeah, I don't know. Don't we see him?
There you go. So it's that yellow, I'm not even going to say it. He probably has it in his head. I don't want to confuse him.
And yeah, Manawats, the part with Bud and Lisa hits real hard.
So the world here in Legend of Mana is TheDetectingZone, right?
Correct.
Let's see. Yeah, the world in Dawn of Mana is also called the same, TheDetectingZone.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I have the games Dawn of Mana, Children of Men, and Heroes all in front of me. Just seeing if they all like take place in the exact same world.
So weirdly, there's no encyclopedia entry for Lord of Jewels.
Maybe he has a different name.
Oh, according to the official Ultimania guide, the Lord of Jewels is a star, and he uses the cores of the Jumi in order to evolve into his final form.
Oh, wow. So Heroes of Mana seems like a direct sequel to Trials of Mana. But they do mention Anise as well, which was in Dawn of Mana, the first sort of female sacrifice to the mana tree. So I assume it takes place in the same world?
Yeah. Well, and then Adventure of Mana definitely takes place at the end of the timeline, because it's the last sacrifice for the mana tree.
Right. And actually, let me check Children of Mana too, just to have. So that was Heroes.
I want to say Children of Mana happens very early on, timeline-wise. Oh, are we building a mana timeline? Is that happening right now?
Yes, let's do this. Let's build out the mana timeline. I would love to see a video about that. Like a YouTube video about that.
The games definitely strongly hint that they're all in the same setting on some sort of timeline. But they also don't give a lot of solid information, so who knows anything for sure.
Yeah, Dawn of Mana, like, I know that was supposed to be first. Sort of storyline-wise, because it's Sedan, right? It's the first one, and they talk about the first, like, Sword of Mana, you know, and the first Anise being the first, you know, witch or whatever.
Yep.
Given to the mana tree. But yeah.
Is that what I think it was?
Yeah. Diamond skip. Let's go. That was pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's exciting to see. So yeah, I don't know that this part is even like necessarily lore or anything. It's just explain why diamond skip helps.
Bro, who's asking? Is this mana just trying to troll us again? It helps you save time
Well, I
so you
mean-
don't have to fight the 2 enemies to get the diamond crystal.
Yeah, you go out of your way to an extra room to get an extra crystal, and like it's really just a couple screens of loading time and a quick fight. But the game doesn't necessarily require the
But
diamond.
it might.
So
Like you
yeah,
never
so if
know.
you don't go
Pure
get
RNG.
it and it works out, then you're set. If it does require it, then it takes a little longer because you're trying to make it work without the thing you need. But it's not. I don't know. It feels like it's worth trying. The amount of time you lose is probably less than the amount of time you gain or could gain.
Yeah, so if you don't need it and you don't get it, great. But if you do need it and you don't get it, you can always get it. You know what I mean? So it's not like you're losing too much time by trying to skip it.
Yeah. Also, check out this space whale. I mean, it's
Yeah.
dead, but oh man, that space whale.
That face at the end of its snout. It's just... oh my god. Can't unsee. Oh, hail the space whale. Also, check out the beautiful gem in the background FMV sequence, and it breaks into a million pieces. Someone Thanos that gem right now. Florina and her all that's left. Florina was the girl that was in that box, right? All of a sudden, she's here.
Yeah, she's the Clarius of the Jumi race. So she is, I guess, the queen?
Rubens is brought back. You can see like all the males sort of look the same, just different color palette swaps. And then the females have at least 2 or 3 different variations. There's the pearl version, there's sort of the Esmeralda version, and then there's a version that's just up and to the right of Rubens with like a very nice hat, basically.
That's Diana. I mean, that's Diana style, I guess.
Yeah, Diana style. So there's 3 different versions of females, but the males only have sort of 2. Or 1 different version, and they're just all color palette swaps. So
yeah, the ladies have 2, and then 3, 4 counting Florina and Pearl. I guess 5 counting Sandra. Is Sandra Jumi?
Didn't she have a court? I thought the Lord of Jewels took her corn.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Because she sacrifices it at the end so that he can go Lord of Jewels 1,000.
Right. It seems like the entire world is crying for the loss of the main character here.
Yeah, I mean, well, to be fair, especially given the routing of this run, you have helped literally everyone in the world at this point.
There's nothing else to do. You finish your journey and it's now time for you to die. No, I'm joking.
Also, man, this moment right here in the house. Oh yeah, maybe quiet. Sorry.
The world is crying. Maybe it's the Lapis Lazuli guy.
it makes it feel like it really was just going to end right there. Like it's a good fake out.
Yeah. But the mana games always end with the big fight at the mana tree. So
Yeah, well, I don't know if you saw that space well. That was a pretty big fight.
yeah, I mean,
but
yeah,
not at the tree. True.
it was at the mana tree. Yeah, yeah.
This is one of your only speaking lines in the game.
Yeah, there's a few of them. There's this one. There's one where you tell Capella, Diddle that Capella read the letter. Yeah, there's the talking to NPCs where you're talking to Boyd, questioning him about the people in the fish person. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I just love that, like, one of the very, very few speaking lines your character gets is "I'm back."
Yeah.
After, yeah, it cracks me up. Like,
You
you
thought
thought
I
I
was
was dead, but it's me.
They tried to stone me, my dear. It didn't work. Awesome. He definitely he won't get sub 720. It's sort of impossible at this point. But yeah, still going to be a pretty good run, especially with all the extra stuff that he did.
Yeah, throwing in that extra fight. I mean, that's a few minutes there alone, and then slide out of the ways for the mirror pieces, which there is one more.
Yes.
But we're going to be... I don't know exactly where we're going to wind up. This event goes fairly quick. You mentioned, I think it was 8 minutes last time.
Yeah, usually from the base of the mana tree, when you're able to start walking, it's 8 minutes. If you haven't gone to the mana tree, probably add another 1.5 to get there, and then to have that first scene where it's panning up with the tree, and then the Pokeel talking. Oh, he almost got into the battle. Wow, that was a good save.
That was close.
Yeah. My heart stopped a bit. I was like, no, adding time.
There is that's one of the nice things about this area. Not a lot of required battles. Like, they're tough. I mean, they would be tough if it wasn't, super massive, overpowered hammer. But
yeah, I think a few of them are still tough. Like this one with the 2 dragons. Okay, you have the Tomato Man one, which is the very end, last one. The one with the 3 dragons can be tough. The Gray Ox just loves to ram into you for some reason. That's tough. And this one here with the bottom enemies always seems to be in like this weird place where it's hard to hit. Oh, he got it in 1 hit. But yeah,
that worked.
There's sort of like strange fights with enemies that are annoying to fight.
Yeah, that fight he just did, the positioning is especially weird. Mm-hmm. So, like, having to get down to the enemy but not just get hit by the enemy.
Yeah, I think he's tried that with the spin attack, and so long as you're close, spin works, but it won't kill the enemy. And so power canceling is like the way to go.
Yeah, vertical movement in, like, there's a lot of vertical sections of this, which makes sense. You're climbing up a tree, but combat is not built for vertical movement.
No, you have to be standing in front of someone, like directly in front of someone.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Walk. Man, calm down. he put the snowman first when Elle almost ran into that enemy, and then he told him to walk. That's hilarious.
Yes, we're getting final moments here.
the gray ox that always loves to ram you first thing. You see, it went in for that hit.
Yeah, the timing on that worked out just right.
And so the mirror piece is literally the last chest in between these the 3 dragon enemies. So the Kid Dragon, Sky Dragon, Land Dragon, and Tomato Man enemy. So that's gonna be.
Yeah, mirror pieces, especially because of the one in the cage, are just... I don't know. I want to get back to working on the bingo for this game. But there's a lot of stuff that's like, oh, this would be a cool objective. But then you look at it and it's like, yeah, that objective's going to take like 4 hours.
Yeah, it's not easy. Especially if like you're trying to get bingo in one sit-in.
Yeah, it seems like a good casual way to work through the game, but not a good thing for like a proper run. You might as well just run all events instead.
Elle, were you trying to access the menu right after the fight? I know you've done it once before. You can do it also here before the Mana Beast. Yeah, I saw you push start and it sort of showed you the ST. You can do it right here before you move. There you go. And then put in counter. Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, he tried it. It's worked before after that fight with the Tomato Man, but I guess he just timing wasn't working.
I'm guessing it's just a couple frames, and there's a one.
721.
Yo, thanks so much for the commentary. The commentary was so good, you guys. I'm hearing it from other people, not just me.
We kind of got off course in the middle. We were talking about Genesis and Saturn and indie games.
That was fun, though. That was fun.
I think there was a time period where it's like, well, we've talked about the game as much as we can, and these events are only so interesting, so here we go.
Yeah.
That was perfect. That was a really great premiere because we were able to showcase the Chocobo, Deathbringer 2. I got 2 out of 3 Selva skips, or maybe there's only 2 Selvas. We named the pet. What else did we do? It was fun. We saw that random thing with Toma.
Oh yeah, the one.
I've never seen that before ever.
Yeah. It's sort of like in terms of the rewards. I know that naming things takes up time. I know fighting Deathbringer takes up time, but these monthly things are different than like trying to beat your own record, right?
Oh, totally. Yeah, it's more about exploration and sharing all the cool stuff no one ever gets to see.
Yeah, there's a few mini games that you might, I don't know, want to add, like the Land Bopper game.
Yes.
That one's great.
And the card game that's sort of hidden. Is it a card game? Wait, let me double check that.
No one likes Land Bopper.
And sorry, the Shadow Zero mini game.
Right, that one too.
And you could only do it, by the way, after you complete all the Jewel Hunter quests. So you already have time to play it right before doing that Legend of Mana. So it would have to be 7 hours. Sorry.
All right, I apologize, but I've got to sneak off. The family's home, and I'm gonna go spend some time with them.
No worries. It was definitely fun talking to you.
Thanks so much for having me along. This was an absolute blast. I really
thanks a lot.
It. And I will see you guys around the internets.
All right, see ya.
See you later, Jay.
Bye.
Bye. Do you have the SO?
What's that, man?
Do you have SO set up, like for shouting out people?
Oh, I would just do it manually at this point. I don't have it set up.
Okay. So yeah, if you guys could, if you guys want to check out jquestionmark, if for some reason you're not following him, I just put the link to his Twitch in the chat. You guys, please give him a follow. He's awesome. He plays many games recently. I've been seeing him play Knights and that Sky Gunner game that he was talking about. But yeah, he definitely has a passion for retro games, and it's fun to check out. So.
Same with you. I'm trying to figure yours out. Twitch.tv/TheDetectingZone.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
Yeah, and if please follow John as well, the Detecting Zone, and also you'll see some metal detecting goodness over there. In addition to
Yeah,
video games.
every once in a while. I'm trying to get a better
You're
phone
doing
so I
that
can
on
live
YouTube
stream.
more, maybe.
Yeah, I do that more on YouTube, but I'm trying to get a phone to live stream metal detecting because my current phone overheats, unfortunately. Tomorrow I'm actually going to Coney Island, the historic Coney Island here in New York, and hopefully I get some good stuff.
Oh,
But
that sounds fun.
yeah.
Yeah, I hope you do too, man. Maybe there'll be a storm tonight.
Yeah, I'm hoping to get, because this is Labor Day weekend, there's going to be a lot of people today, a lot of people tomorrow. So I'm
good point.
planning on staying for most of the day tomorrow, and then maybe going out to detect a different area on Monday, probably a different beach. I'm not quite sure about Monday yet, because I do tend to be beat up after a long day of detecting.
Yeah.
So it's still up in the air.
Very true. Okay. Well, I had an absolute blast, John. It was super great premiere, and I can't wait to do the next one.
Sweet, yeah. We still have to set up the date, but yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
Are you gonna watch the entire ending, or?
I'll probably let it play, but I'll step away and then come back and host somebody.
Sure. Do you have in mind someone to host?
Let's see. Not off the top. Is there anybody you see that looks...
Yes.
What
There's
you got?
someone called Gemna the Samurai.
How do I
I'm gonna
spell
type in.
that?
I'm gonna type in his name, not his Twitch
Perfect,
channel.
perfect. Because I'm going to set it up in chat, raid. And
Yeah,
I
so
can
what
just
Gem-
hit enter later.
Yeah, so what Gemna's been doing is he's been playing through the mana games and creating YouTube content about it. And
Yeah.
so he's made a few videos about Legend, a few videos about Secret of Mana, about Trials of Mana. And now he's really wants to do a deep dive into Dawn of Mana, and he recently started the game again.
Oh,
And
That's
yeah,
the one you're
I
working on too, right?
Yeah, he was recently posting about it on Twitter, and I was already following his YouTube channel because, you know, I love the mana stuff, so I'm always searching for it.
Yeah.
And yeah, I saw that he's on right now. It would just be cool to like get him a bit more viewership, you know?
That's awesome. Yeah, that sounds perfect. It's great to raid someone else that's a mana fan or playing mana just right after we're playing mana.
Oh, definitely.
Cool. All right, well, I'm going to peace out, and thanks again. And,
All right, thank you.
Thanks
It's
to
been
chat for watching, and Manawats, and I saw a bunch of people out there.
Yeah,
I
there were
saw
people that
Utopic
have
at one point. I saw Ezram.
Mm-hmm.
It was good.
Yeah, Magical Gnome was in here
Magical
as well.
Gnome, that's right.
I'm trying to really think, but my mind is not working.
Thanks
It's
to
too much time.
everybody. Yeah, okay, well, so long everybody. Enjoy this cutscene, and see everybody next time.
Cool, cool. I'm gonna hop out the chat, alright?
Okay, thanks again, John.
Yeah, no worries, Al.
All right, see
Ciao.
you, bud.
See ya.